Let's get a mic check on one. Ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for tonight? $600 laps, 35 drivers, Nashville Fairgrounds e-ticket event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. It's time to start the 4th of July weekend off right with an e-ticket event live right here, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the All-American 600 pre-race show. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to see side-by-side racing all night long, day into night racing, and it's a track partnership with the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Going to be a lot of fun, and who's ready for tonight? NASCAR Xfinity Series to the historic fairgrounds. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you're watching at our Night in America for a while, you know we love this track. Multi-groove, 18 degrees in the corners, 3 on the straights, and it's showtime. Time to get this one started. We load into the session right here, right now. And before we talk about every single driver that will be in this race, are you prepared to see the track change? Are you prepared for tempers to flare? Are you prepared to see the first ever e-ticket event partnered with the racetrack and the first ever e-ticket event on a short track? Gonna be a lot of fun. We've known for going to intermediate super speedways and 2+ mile racetracks, but this half-a-mile beast is not gonna go by very easily. We've seen slipping and sliding, how hard the transitions are from the 18 degrees in the corners to the 3 on the straights, drivers bottoming out. How about the big question of tonight, the tire wear? Tire wear is gonna be absolutely crazy tonight, and we get to see drivers have an opportunity when their first ever e-ticket event, and drivers have an opportunity to win their third. That's right, Thornquist driving the number 7, Terrell Baker driving the number 3. Are you ready to see those drivers have an opportunity tonight to win the Triple Crown? For the ones that don't know, that means they've won 3 events in at our Night in America. So far, the max is at 2. Thornquist won the Geico 500 and the Brickyard 400. Terrell Baker won the World 600 back in December and won also the Coca-Cola 600. 600 just works with him. Let's see if it has the opportunity to go at it tonight. We hit the track right here, right now. Practice is underway before we get rolling under the lights. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go see it. Over 125 watching live. Thank you to everyone that has dropped a like on tonight's stream. It's time to kick it up a gear. Trading Paints loading in, and it's going to be an unbelievable night of racing. We look for the top end as Trading Paints continues to load in for all 35 guys ready to go at it. It's hot, it's slick to start. It's gonna cool down, and we've seen lap times in the 18.7s, 18.8s, but what about drivers that have showed speed that have yet to win an event? We look at Moss Steller in the 1, driving Sam Mayer's number 1 Patriotic Chevrolet, how much speed he has shown throughout Speed Week. And we look at all these drivers hoping to save that car down off corner exits. It's going to be a lot of fun, and there's a lot of things we have to go ahead and talk about before we get fully involved in tonight's event. But before we go ahead and do that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take something called a track walk around the Nashville Fairgrounds. To everyone that has come to watch the All-American 600, we're about to take the green flag here in just a couple minutes. But before we do, let's talk about this track and have a quick track walk. The elevation and the banking is going to be very interesting, including when it comes down to the multi-groove racing. 18 degrees of banking in the corners, 3% on the straights. The elevation change, as you can see over here, very, very abrupt. And when the tire wear does come in here, including late in this race, A lot of drivers are going to be struggling to hold on to that car down off corner exit. Let's talk about lane 1 and lane 2 because this is where all the drivers will be for the majority of the race. Lane 1 is definitely the shortest way around this track, but it's not smooth at all. It's completely jagged up all the way through 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4. Lane 2 will definitely be the priority early in this race, as this race will start in the late afternoon and sunset, but when working into the night, both these lanes should come in pretty even. Expect drivers that are leading this race, that might be contested for the lead, to go up to lane 2 to try to defend their spot to keep drivers from keeping a run down off turn 2 as well as turn 4. Back here on turn number 2, this is where you're gonna see a lot of drivers have issues, including when tire wear does come into effect. Look how tight this backstretch is. Multiple times during Speed Week, multiple times when coming here for NR Night in America, we see drivers get loose down off turn number 2, they get sideways, and with machines coming, it's gonna be very hard to avoid. You see one machine get sideways on the backstretch with more drivers coming, get ready to bring out those scorecards. Turns 3 and turns 4, this is the crucial point of this racetrack. We've seen races won and races lost in these corners. Once again, another big part about this racetrack, look how pit road entrance is. Very tight, very narrow, and if green flag pit stops do happen to come here tonight, it's gonna be very hard getting on, including getting off. The bump and run, you cannot leave it out at any short track, including one that's multi-group. If you look at those intervals, getting down to 30 laps to go, 20 laps, 10, how about 2 laps to go? All the way down to the white flag. If those intervals are down within 3, that driver in second, you know he's gonna go ahead and use that bumper. So keep an eye on that because tempers might flare once again here at the fairgrounds. With this race being 600 laps day into night, get ready for drivers to have to adjust to the track conditions throughout the day and the night. Get ready because if we have a late race restart, or should I say a restart with about 100, 200 laps to go in the nighttime, it's going to turn into a big ice skating rink. A lot of guys have to warm those tires up, but that's just a product of this racetrack. It's tough to handle. It's grueling. It's also very entertaining to watch. Let's get ready to see it. The All-American 600 is live right now. As the track predictions and obviously the track talk goes to the side, we get ready to go at it. 18 minutes left here in practice, and we've already talked about how tricky this track is, how narrow it is, and how important it is to keep that car rolling straight all the way through. All these beautiful machines heading the racetrack, 35 drivers with a big opportunity to go number 1, and there's no other event like 4th of July weekend. Will this become an annual tradition on this channel? Only time will tell, but before then, we gotta watch these guys race day into night, side by side. We already talked about how abrasive that inside surface is. Now let's talk about statistics. We always talk about statistics before we go green in any e-ticket event. Fastest manufacturer, no doubt about it tonight, it's gonna be Chevrolet. They're fastest early in Speed Week, the middle of Speed Week, very late into Speed Week. They had it all the way through. Now the question is, can they hold on to it throughout the entirety of this race? How about wrecks? They're gonna happen at some point. You just saw a lot of drivers early on, these you've been keeping up with Twitter and Instagram, having issues dead to the center of the corner. Can that drive off, including traffic? Can traffic become a big, big situation here tonight? We're gonna have to find out as the time does happen to go ahead and run down. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the best drivers here tonight to look out for. First one on the books, Chad Thurnquist. Right now, 0 flat there to Buttafuoco. He has been fast all the way through, no matter how hot it is, no matter how slick it is, no matter what's the issue that will be in front of him. Keep an eye on that 7. He's got a really good shot to go for his 3rd e-ticket event. That would be unbelievable. He won it at Indy. He's won it at Daytona, winning it on a short track. That's something you definitely want to keep track of. But how about Daniel Mosteller down on that 1 machine? He is due for an e-ticket event win, but it's going to be tough to tame this racetrack as time goes on. Another one we want to talk about, Maxwell Castro, another big Chevrolet. He came in not knowing what to expect. Well, heading in tonight, no doubt about it, one of the more consistent drivers to possibly go top of the charts, and you cannot leave out the number 9, the Bass Pro Shop machine. That is James Thurston. Very fast Chevrolet Camaro throughout all of the weeks that we have run. And no doubt about it, as long as he saves those tires, he can very easily go top of the charts. 16 minutes left to practice before we go ahead and get started. Another driver going for 3, also driving the number 3, that's Terrell Baker. Once again, both events he's won, had 600 in the name. He's going to try to get it done right here, right now. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing. In 15 minutes time, should I say. We're gonna get ready to go at it, looking at some drivers as they roll around this racetrack. We're gonna go ahead and interview some before we go ahead and get started. Getting ready to set this one up, and thinking of all the viewers that have tuned in so far tonight as the laps do go ahead and wind down. You know what, let's go ahead and drag TCB in a chat quickly to go ahead and hear his take on tonight. Definitely, once again, one of the drivers going for 3, driving the number 3. It's gonna be a lot of fun to see what TCB can do. He's raced long races before, and now it's time to see if he has what it takes to go back top of the charts. Can he go back number 1 in the month of July? Let's ask him. Terrell Baker, it's the John, you got a copy. Terrell Baker, it's the John, you got a copy.
Oh, hello, hi.
Getting ready to set this one in. It's in the daytime. How's the car feeling? How's the track feeling? How are your chances feeling of getting it done and possibly bringing that 3 back to victory lane?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be all about surviving. As you can see, there's people are spinning out everywhere. Man, the car is just pretty tight right now, and I know as the night goes on, you know, it'll probably get tighter. But I'm ready, man. Just got to try to survive. I got my helmet on this race.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this all goes down. A lot of guys pushing the envelope. We talked about the night conditions changing big time as the night does happen to go ahead and roll around. Are you prepared for the track to change? Some guys said they had to warm those tires up before getting back into the gear when the sun does set. Are you prepared for that by any chance, or do you think the daytime will really just start thinning this herd out?
I think the nighttime's going to really start thinning this field out here. Like, definitely what you said, if people don't warm up their tires before these restarts, we're going to have some huge wrecks, so be ready, man.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going for 3 as well, preparing for this short track event. It's important. It's the 4th of July weekend. It's a track partnership with the Nashville Fairgrounds. You have 200 watching pre-race. You want to say anything to anyone back at home getting ready to watch this event?
Hey, I want to shout out to all the fans at Nashville Fairgrounds and you for putting on this event. This event's going to be a lot of fun, and I want to shout out to all my TCB Nation fans out there, and I'm going to try to get us number 3, man.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Good luck tonight. Yeah! As that comes down to a close, let's continue to talk with certain drivers before we go ahead and get started. And our Night in America feeling victories all year long, and we all want to talk to that one guy, Spencer Burns. Burns, it's a John, you got a copy.
What's up, John?
You're getting ready to go ahead and race in here tonight. You were always on the fence for about a week or two about possibly coming into this event and racing it. You got in. Walk me through this track through the day versus the nighttime. You've already tested on both. And what are your chances of possibly going number 1?
They're going to be honest with you. Going number 1 tonight is going to be a hell of a struggle. The car is really struggling during the day. It definitely tightens up a lot at night. While my driving style definitely tends to be on the more looser ends, I'm probably going to just try to be able to figure out the track, figure how the setup's going throughout the night, and maybe hopefully get a top 5 by the end of it.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. Some of these guys are obviously hitting this track that you may or may not be worried about. Are there anything you want to say you want to talk about before we get started to any of the viewers?
Yeah, so short track's definitely not my cup of tea. There's a lot of guys in here like Demi Buttafuoco, Kenny Brady. Those guys are going to be people to watch. Really, the middle line's very good at defending, so I think a lot of guys are just going to be able to try to hold that outside. Probably going to see a lot of bumper runs, especially near the end of the race.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this comes down. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the 2 drivers segment of interviews. Before we get started, who do you think will go to victory lane? And thank you to everyone for once again dropping a like on tonight's stream. Let's go ahead and get this one started right here, right now. Top of the charts goes back to Chevrolet. It's Walker in the 8 machine trying to get it done. We talked about Toyota having some type of speed here. Let's see if Toyota can go ahead and get it done. Nicholas Hook driving the 31 machine top side. Daniel Buttafuoco, your Chicagoland 500 winner, down in the 17 machine. Everyone continues to roll before heading back to 3 and 4. You've seen it before, get all the way to the outside. There's not a lot of grip up there, but what will happen when the grip does happen to settle in? A lot of question marks to go ahead and be named here tonight. Buttafuoco 2 back in practice, Thornquist 3 back. Final qualifying happening now. Let's get ready to roll. Rowe 11th, Barry 12th. We continue to watch him roll around. Sean Conklin, Schmidt, Daytona, Boulard, Sweet 16. You look at some of these drivers that are outside the Sweet 16 that have a really good shot at getting it done. Frank DeAngelis, Baker. Have heard a little bit here from Moonhead. That's Travis Brown in the 17th spot. But all eyes, no doubt about it, will be on the Hendrick and the Junior Motorsport guys. Buttafuoco, 17, just 2 back to Walker. And for the ones that don't know, there's Walker. He's all the way back in that storm back there. He's one of the guys you want to keep an eye on. He's raced on this track in person before. He's already the quickest so far. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this all goes down. Let's get ready to go at it. Schmidt 14th, Conklin back to 13th, Mosteller out on the racetrack. I think they kind of did that to be a little funny as we get ready to roll. Daytona, Boulard, Brown, ladies and gentlemen, under 10 minutes left before we get rolling. And we're ready to light it up right here tonight. 250 watching live. It's 600 laps. And it'll be the most amount of laps we have ever ran in an NR Night in America e-ticket event, an NR Night in America race to begin with, as we get ready to settle it in here tonight. 6 minutes to go. Josh Lilly in the 92, lined up as well. Daniel Mosteller getting ready to go at it. Track temperature, tire wear, everything that we talked about heading in. But Ford has definitely been the dark horse here tonight. And we look back at previous events where Ford has really stepped up their game once again. They won the Talladega event. At one point, Dodge, which is not a manufacturer in tonight's event, was the quickest in Speed Week, as well as Ford and Toyota. That was for Chicagoland, and they ended up not going to victory lane. Consistency definitely is going to be key, but speed might happen here tonight to go number one. We talked about before, it's a short track. If we don't get a late race restart, it might come down to tire wear. But the question also will be, what if we get a restart when it comes down to this race in the late night hours? 50 laps to go, 40 laps to go. Let's also talk about the restart. So you just saw right there, that white line on the ground down towards turn number 4, that's the restart box. The second the leader gets into that box, he can go all the way down to the yellow line down on the inside. So it's a nice little restart box. Also, we have admins observing everything, trying to make sure to catch others before we get rolling. 8 minutes left to practice. Clock is ticking. 250 watching live. We want to say thank you to all 800 that have tuned in so far. Are you ready to watch the fairgrounds go number one here tonight as the sun starts to set? We will start this race around the sunset hour. The lights will come on and we will be rolling. Time to dig in right here. Mosteller down the inside lining up, and what did you see right there? You see how drivers just easily get loose off corner exit. Well, here's the thing about iRacing that you have to keep an eye on. They're going to push everything in practice because that is the time to go ahead and do it. Find where the limit is, but come race time, you're not going to be able to push so hard. You have one fast repair. That is it for 600 laps. There's 35, 36 guys going around this racetrack. You have to be on the money all the way through. Chad Thurquist on pit road, lined up, ready to go at it. Some of these guys sitting on pit road knowing it is time to go green. Dale Greenwood there in the Ford. Sean Conklin down the inside in the Chevrolet. Joey Stone back for another e-ticket event. Has his Chevrolet lined up down the inside, but Multi-Groove Racing will definitely be the talk of the town tonight. It's going to be a long night of racing, no doubt about it. And you have to stay focused all the way through. The fastest guy might not go to victory lane. It might be the smartest guy going to victory lane. We talked about how tight pit road entrance is as well. Look at that. You saw the 19 just come on pit road just slightly. It is very tough getting on and off the pit road here. It's very tough holding the car. It is definitely a skill-based night. No doubt about it, holding on to everything. That is going to be the real question. How about Kenny Brady? All the way to the outside. He was quick when he raced in the Brickyard 400. He's quick tonight, no doubt about it, with 6 minutes left to practice. Kenny Brady rolling around this track. Last time we had a practice session before we went live, he went top of the charts. Keep an eye on this 16. He might be the driver that's leading early in this race. 5:45 left on the clock before we go racing. And we're going to read out your top 10 here. Sean Rowe in the 2, Conklin in the 51, Castro in the 27, Vila in the 4, Armstrong, Thurston, Thornquist. Rounding out the fast four with Brady, Walker, and Buttafuoco. Keep an eye on those guys. Now let's go ahead and talk to you about every single driver that's racing here tonight. We're going to give you their name, and we're going to go ahead and give you their number as we get ready to roll. Who do you think is going to go to victory lane? Will be a content creator, will be a driver that's due for an e-ticket to win? Or do we not see a first-time winner and we see someone that's won before? Starting off the 02, that driver will be Joey Stone. Driving the 07, Ford Mustang, that's Dale Greenwood. Driving the number 1, Chevrolet Camaro, Daniel Mosteller. Driving the number 2, Chevrolet Camaro, that's Sean Rowe. Driving the number 3, Chevrolet, that goes Terrell Baker. Driving the number 4, Chevrolet, that goes Abraham Vila. Driving the number 5, Ford Mustang, that goes Boulard. Driving the number 6 goes Drake Berry. Driving the number 7, Hellman Chevrolet, that goes Chad Thornquist. Driving the number 8, Chevrolet, that's the High Rock Chevrolet, that goes to Walker. Driving the number 9, Mass Pro Chevrolet, that's James Thurston. Driving number 10, Chevrolet, that goes to Donna. The Voyager Chevrolet. Driving number 11, Tyler Tinsley. Driving number 13, Contreras. Driving number 16, that's Kenny Brady. Driving number 17, that goes Buttafuoco. Driving the number 18, that goes Joe West. Driving number 19, that's Zach Todriff. Driving number 21, Corey Lyles. Driving number 23, Travis Brown. Driving the number 26, Cody Rawlings. Driving number 27, Max Castro. Driving the number 28, David Joyner. Driving the number 31, Nicholas Hook. Driving number 38, Evan Marasako. Driving number 39, Michael Gregory. Driving number 44 for Loco Chevrolet, it's Skipper. Driving the number 51, that goes Sean Conklin. Driving the number 54, Monster Energy Toyota Supra, that goes Frank DeAngelis. Driving the number 66, that will go to William Schmidt. Driving the number 88, that's Justin Champagne. Driving the number 91, that goes Gavin Austin. Driving number 92, that's Josh Lilly. And rounding out your field, driving number 98, that goes Joseph Armstrong. 300 watching live, we are under the 3-minute warning. Time to dig in. Qualifying happening right after this as drivers have all lined up and down pit road. Final time up and down. And Contreras brings that prime Supra down to the inside as he gets ready to roll. You see Spencer Burns in that 36 down the inside. He's one of the Ford Mustangs rolling around. We talked about safety. Drivers are worried about safety. They only have one fast repair, so they have to keep that stowed away till the end of this race because you know it's going to get wild late. But the question will be, does it get wild early? Cooper Glick driving the 74 all the way to the outside, still rolling around. Jason DeDonna down on pit road, continue to go ahead and move around. Armstrong there in the 6, Drake Berry in the 11, Sean Rowe back to the 12, Travis Brown out under the 2-minute warning for his final time around. Thank you to everyone that has super chatted tonight. We're going to read all those super chats before, or should I say at the conclusion of the All-American 600, and it's a great Independence Day weekend. Happy 4th of July weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and there's no better event to hold than this one on this beautiful weekend. Welcome to the month of July. Welcome to the Nashville Fairgrounds in the heart of the Music City. This is NR Night in America, and we're at 1:30 left before we get rolling. 306 watching live. David Joyner taking his final times around. Everyone's still working on tire wear, and you can see how tight it is getting onto pit road. Benjamin Walker already working on coming in and out of pit road before we go in and get started. Down in his stall, working on pit stops. The idea of a pit stop here tonight under green flag conditions might be very slim, but at the same time, it's the widest amount of laps when it comes down to when they pit. We've seen guys having to be able to pit by lap 50, but some guys can go all the way to 100, 110, 120, all the way down to 125 laps. So it's very stretched out. Expect to see guys coming in early, maybe even trying to undercut, because tire wear is going to be wild. Running on rim might be the norm here tonight. To the 300 watching live, let's get ready to go at it. 30 seconds left to practice before we start qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday night, it's prime time, and when the lights turn on, it's time to go to the 1.2 thousand nab. Tune into pre-race. Will TCB nab number 3? Will Greenwood sneak in to possibly get his first? Can Thornquist get his third? Can Thurston get his first? Walker and Brady on the bump. Will Armstrong end the losing streak, or will Vila break it apart and be the sneak end winner? One of the drivers in the Elite 8. Clock strikes 0 as we get ready to roll. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. And they will all go ahead and disappear for now, but it's time to go ahead and get this one all rolling forward. Qualifying right here, very important where you start, but it might not be where you finish. A lot of guys talking about possibly starting on pit road. Definitely one of the drivers that have thought about doing that. That's Frank D'Angelo. Some heading out, and there they go. Corey Lyles down on the inside in his United Rentals Chevrolet to the apex down in the middle of turn number 1 and 2. He's going to go ahead and kick it back up. More drivers going around. Glick, Joyner, all heading on the racetrack. Gavin Austin rolling around as well. Benjamin Walker looking to go for pole. Question is, can he do it? He rolls out slow as we get ready to set up qualifying. 5 minutes, 2 laps, that's what you got. The High Rock Vodka Chevrolet all the way to the outside. Gets the launch down off quarter exit. Carries a lot of forward momentum. Stopwatch in hand for the 8. He's going to go back high again, all the way up to lane 2. You're going to see a lot of these guys look at lane 2 as a priority lane just because lane 1 is so abrasive. Corey Lyles, top of the charts, 18.906. Benjamin Walker down on the inside, comes back to the line in the purple, no doubt about it. Should go number 1. Sean Rowe had it, now lost it. Walker, 18.773. Everyone else continue to roll back around. Drake Berry out onto the racetrack as well, getting his line around. Sean Rowe there in the 2. Another Chevrolet with speed. Conklin goes P10. Daytona goes P2. Sideways down off 4 is going to end it there for the 2 machine. A lot of guys electing to not start qualifying, to start from the tail end. Justin Champagne outside, while we talked about it before, he's having issues with his wheel. Might be a long night for him. Tyler Tinsley goes P3 to the inside up to 14th. Top 2, Walker, Thurston. It's Junior Motorsports on the bump. Daytona back to P3. Sean Rowe P4. Mosteller working his way around. Time to dig in. Mosteller at the line, P11. Not too bad, not too bad at all. You're just really worried about practice and keeping that car clean here tonight. To see who goes number 1, Cody Rawlings all the way to the outside. Gets the launch down the hill for his Supra. That 26 has got speed. Kenny Brady in the purple early in that 16 machine. He's looking to go number 1. Got Buttafuoco right here as well. PTSRI has come to play, and they've come to trophy hunt, and they've got one in their sights. Buttafuoco at the line in his Chevrolet, and it'll be an 18.773. The time to beat goes in the green as the stopwatch is back in hand for the 17. And that will do it for him. We'll get a time attack for him as well later. Nicholas Hook, also Kenny Brady across the line, 17th quickest, now goes P2. Won't be enough to go number 1. Sus to beat that 8 machine. How about Abraham Vila on the bubble about joining in tonight? He runs tonight in the 4 machine. Back to the line, Abraham Vila looking for a good top 10. 330 watching live in your front row is all locked out Chevrolet. Row 2 locked out Chevrolet. It's a Chevy frenzy inside the top 5. Vila done with his qualifying. Josh Lilly goes P6. Back to the line, Terrell Baker finds himself around. Chad Thornquist, 23rd, now 24th. Not the starting spot he wants. Terrell Baker going P13. Frank D'Angelis in the 5. And Baker into the outside wall. And that will end his qualifying run. It's been a very up and down day for him, and in Speed Week he didn't show a lot of speed, but it's going to take a lot for him to get it done. But let's talk about this driver right here, Chad Thornquist, P3, Junior Motorsports up front, no doubt about it. Maxwell Castro trying to get it done. Starts on the outside, gets that launch down off turn number 4, back to the line, he's going to need a flyer. Champagne 27th on the bump. Boulard 26th. Once again, you got 36 guys entering this ring of fire, or 35 should I say. They continue to go around for qualifying. Cody Rawlings, P12, will be a nice starting spot for him. Spencer Burns, P26, definitely in that red zone. You want to stay out of the bubble. We talked about it earlier. If you're about 4th, 5th, 6th, auto restart on back, it's going to be dangerous, and you got to go ahead and hold on to it. Look how narrow this back stretch is. We talked about it in the track walk. One guy gets sideways, bring out the scorecards. It's not going to be pretty. And one fast repair, except that some of these guys will not be using that fast repair, even if they do happen to go and get wrecked. Joey Stone out for qualifying as qualifying starts coming to an end. Finds his way down off 4 in the O2. Would be a great starting spot right here. And the FR8 Auction Chevrolet down off 2. You can see how the car just jumps all the way up down on the flat surface. Definitely not smooth. He sticks with that second lane, but it's a great launch off. Stone in the wall, botch lap, and that will not allow him to start up front, and he's gonna have to go ahead and try it again. But with qualifying coming to the end, it might be tail end of the longest line for the O2, and that's exactly how this might all go ahead and form out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start this race. Walker, Castro, Brady, and Thornquist. Ladies and gentlemen, your Fast Four. Time to go at it right here, right now. 600 laps. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the All-American 600. And Walker's got that High Rock Vodka Chevrolet on the front row. We've seen throwback schemes here tonight. We've seen patriotic schemes here tonight. And no doubt about it, it's going to be a fun and interesting way to go in here, without a doubt. Expect a little history video segment with Black Flags Matter around lap 30, lap 35, maybe lap 40, depending on how this race does cycle in. But it's going to be a lot of fun all the way through. You got 600 laps of racing, and it's going to be a marathon, no doubt about it. You can't sprint early. It's going to be the drivers that have a shot at the end that could go to victory lane, and we're going to see who can go ahead and hold on to their machine throughout the night. Rack 'em, stack 'em, let's go racing. Walker, Castro, row 1. Brady, Thornquist, row 2. Thurston, Dodonna, back to row number 3. Let's go racing. And it's the calm before the storm, no doubt about it. Want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in so far tonight. It's showtime. Every machine lined up on pit road before we get rolling, and we're rolling off. Time to dig in all the way through, no doubt about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a beautiful night of racing. We start at sunset. We work our way into the night. The question is, who's going to have their head on a swivel? It's tight, it's rough, it's rowdy. It's the fairgrounds, and it's definitely not for the kind of heart. We get the one to go in a couple laps time, but before we do that, we got to check pit road speed next time by. Next time by, they'll be checking pit road speed. Everyone just lining up, getting those tires warmed up, because it's gonna be a long one. It's a sold-out virtual fairgrounds crowd as drivers will come down to pit road this time by. I'm going to go ahead and make my prediction early on who I think is going to go to victory lane, and you can agree with me or disagree with me, but I think we're going to see the first driver to enter the 3-time club and get the Triple Crown. It goes to the 7 here tonight. Consistent on the bubble, always in contention. Keep an eye on the driver of the number 7, Chad Thornquist. My pick to go to victory lane at the conclusion of 600 laps. Everyone else coming down pit road this time. You're going to go ahead and check that pit road speed. Castro, Brady, Thornquist in as well. Small entrance. You can see how tight it is, giving the drivers the opportunity to learn how to enter pit road, because you're definitely going to need tires here tonight. Definitely the name of the game. The one to go coming out next time by. Ladies and gentlemen, a storm is brewing in the heart of the Music City. Sound the sirens, because we're getting ready to go. 1 to go this time by. We're getting the 1 to go signal, and it's time to go racing. Chevrolet Frenzy for the top 3, maybe even 4 rows. Can Toyota or Ford have an opportunity to go to victory lane? We're about to find out. Anything can happen on any given NR night in America. But the 1 to go waits right now. Everyone on their feet, and it's a lot of firsts here tonight. The first short track event in NR night in America. The first event partnered with a racetrack, the first grassroots event, and we bring the Xfinity cars here to Nashville Stock Car Racing like never seen before. Get ready and turn off the background music because it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. We're racked up, we're ready to go at it 2 by 2 by 2. Everyone back on their feet once again. That pace car is going to make the hard left down onto pit road, and it's going to be a beautiful sight to see right here, right now. Castro 27, Walker 8. Without further ado, for the first time in the Music City, light the fuse, and we're rolling in the All-American 600. Walker on the bottom, Castro taking it easy down through 1 and 2. Third on the outside, Wheel Brady. Everyone taking it easy down off corner exit, side by side. That's the battle for second. Walker clears himself through 3 and 4. Castro having an advantage on the bottom end. Gets the launch down off. It goes the way of the 8 for lap number 1. 1 up, 1 down, turns to 2. Brady back to 4th, to Don into 5th. Everyone just trying to get their footing in. Castro with the contest down on the inside. Can't get it done. Walker gets the drive down off corner exit. Loose goes to 27 down on the inside. Third to the outside. Gets lane 2 rolling well. We talked about that Chevrolet. Definitely going to be interesting to see how he holds on to it. The drive down off corner 7. Corner exit goes the way of the 7. And it's Brady to the outside looking for an advantage. Given and taken early on. That's what we like to see up front. Walker pulls away to half a second. Castro back to 4th. Daytona peeking on the outside. Thurston running out the top 6. 3 turn to 4. Thornquist on the bubble. He's closing in. He's in the wall. Little scrape, not gonna hurt you up, wheel to wheel. Castro on the bottom, Daytona on the outside. You look at Thurston back to the 6th spot, just watching on, but very spread out racing, very fundamental early on. Castro realizes there's no need to contest, backs it up just a tad. Thornquist on the run, it's the Junior Motorsports 1-2, down off turn number 4. They're racing their way back to turn number 1 and 2, closing in back under a full half a second. Brady liking lane 1, Thornquist liking lane 2. It's the drive off corner exit for the 7. The bow ties line themselves up well past the top 5. 5 up, 5 down. It's the 8 down off corner exit. All of that info he's gotten from racing here in person to racing here on the sim works out well. He goes back to lane 2. Everyone gets that big bunny hop down off. 3 still the difference for the 7. Now closing in well. Battle for the lead, turning into 3 the difference. And we talked about it in the track walk. You get down within 3 with 3 to go, 2 to go. That bumper's going to be used. Have to be on money all the way through. Brady to 3rd, Daytona to 4th, Chevrolet Frenzy, Castro, Thurston, Lilly, Lyles, Elite 8. Baker forms himself in the top 10. Top 2 now trying to go at it again, but Walker gets the drive off. And it's an unbelievable sight. It's an unbelievable ride so far. Benjamin Walker all the way to the outside again. Now 36 difference. Thornquist is really thinking about saving these tires, but once again, when we were in practice, that sun was beating hard on this racetrack. Now it's kind of calmed down a little bit. As the sun starts to set, the grip levels will come up. One of the biggest fears were how the grip levels will play in tonight with this racetrack and this stock car. Right now, it seems like everyone seems to be minding their own business coming all the way through. But is there the possibility of us getting green flag pit stops? 9 up, 9 down, now going to 10. Thornquist closes that lead in again, or should I say Walker losing that lead just a tad. But it's single all the way through, and everyone's trying to hold on to the fast repair. Daytona, what a move for him to start inside the fast 4. That 10 Voyager Chevrolet has been on the move, no doubt about it. But Kenny Brady, definitely the driver that everyone had circled to start this one. 10 in out of 600. Long way to go. Sit back, relax, but you cannot stop watching the top 2 right here. We talked about it in Speed Week. They're the first 2 drivers to go wheel to wheel for the lead. Now they're getting ready to size each other up again. Chevy on Chevy, 38 the difference. Does Thornquist want to contest early on, or how does that want to go? What about the drive off corner exit? Keep an eye on that. We talked about it before. It's so hard to hold on to that machine when coming back down on the flat surface. A lot of these guys are going to be struggling as the tires continue to wear 12 in out of 600. spread out, no doubt about it. Todriff on the move, Buttafuoco up to 20th, Todriff to 19th. Toyota, very close start early on, but everyone else continues to mind their own business. Thurston back to the 6th spot, lined up. You go back to Baker, you go back to Contreras, you go all the way back to Abraham Vila. Abraham Vila just broke the race jam curse just last stream. Right now he sits 11th, though it's a long way to go, but you got to think about pit strategy too. Everyone expected very aggressive racing early on. You have not gotten that at all. Brown up to 13th, doing a really good job on the move as well. Barry up to 14th, Conklin. Burns running out the sweet 16. Burns said in pre-race that's going to be tougher to go to victory lane, but so far, minding what he's got. Thornquist back to a 3-4. Not looking for anything crazy to the outside. Thurston getting their drive down off corner exit. When you see the wheel-to-wheel, that's when you want to watch out. One little tap turns one guy sideways, and all of a sudden, Conveyor Belt Racing turns around from multi-groove as well. It's Brady to third, 1-3 back. Thurston now still trying to close in, about 4 back, but not gaining any time. Chevy on Chevy on Chevy all the way throughout the top 10, maybe top 9. Contreras puts Toyota finally on the money in that 10th spot. Josh Lilly, welcome back to NR Night in America, holding on to his own down the backstretch in that Chevrolet. One of the big things to talk about, get to the nighttime. That's what the big talk was for the Chicagoland 500. That's what one of the talks were about tonight. You get to the nighttime, that car is going to feel better. You're going to feel more aggressiveness out of some of these guys rolling up and down this racetrack. But how about drivers that have yet to win? Rawlings up to 12th, Vila back to 11th, but it's still the Junior Motorsports 1-2. Who's saving, who's not? Walker started out early, and he has just not lost the lead. 18 up, 18 down, still a long way to go. If you're just joining us, welcome. Rush Hour here from the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in the heart of the Music City. Thurston is still in that 6th spot, but the contest starts again. We talked about Castro starting on the front row, gets his way back to Daytona. Give and take. Does it happen tonight? There's no stages to go in and account for. We got one around. And it was one around. Got it. Continue to roll. That was Cooper Glick as he rolls his way back to the inside at turns number 3 and 4, keeping that machine on the bump. Everyone else cycling back out towards the rear end. Vila down to turn number 3 and 4, going back to the outside, looking for a move here on Contreras. Contreras defense low. You're going to see a lot of that too. The drivers, when they know someone's faster behind them, they will use that inside line as a complete roadblock. Wheel to wheel. Here comes Rawlings on the bottom. Couldn't get that drive off. Looking to the inside, Travis Brown, wheel to wheel here with the 26, Chevy on Toyota. Lane 2, definitely the preferred lane. Drive off with the 22nd, 26 got loose. The 23 falls back in line, but half a second still being the difference up front. You look at the Hornet's Nest from about 10th on back. Vila in 11th, Rawlings back to 12th. Go back to the far cam. How about the 51, Sean Conklin, keeping himself on a swivel. Brown right in front of him. Everyone else rolling back around. 22 went out of 600, and it could be a very short race if there isn't a lot of incidents, but if incidents start stacking up, it will be a long one. Lap traffic definitely starting to come into playbook. Cooper Glick going one down, Walker finding his way around, Thornquist finding his way into the outside, Brady lined up there in third, Adonis still back to 4th. Top 3 now under a full second. It's Brady to the inside in the 7th. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Zach Todriff. Single car incident down to the inside, gets it refired. We will stay green. He will find himself on pit road in a matter of moments, but it's Thurston back to 6, lined up again. Brady back in the catbird seat. He took it easy early on. Now he's got missile lock there on the 8 of Walker. 8-4, the difference was the time. Brady's one of those drivers that likes to make up a lot of time early on and then go ahead and make up time on corner exit. Todriff finds that 19 onto pit road. 24 up, now 25 up out of 600. You look at Brady now closing in, or trying to close in, should I say. So a full second back. Max Skipper in the 44. Next one to go down on the list. Lined up again, Tyler Tinsley, Joey Stone, the 18 machine of Joe West, all lined up, still trying to go ahead and get everything rolling back out as everything starts to shuffle back again. 26 up, 26 down. Brady trying to close in, but it's still a lot of time left in this race. When do we see guys come on a pit road because they can't hold on to tires? We talked about it before, and it's something that you can very easily see as time goes on. Here's the Hornet's Nest once more. Vila, Contreras, Rawlings, wheel to wheel. Sean Conklin under Travis Brown. Barry looking for a move down the inside. Spencer Burns just watching on. 27 in, laps ticking away. You got Schmidt watching on as well. Once again, He might not always be the fastest driver when it comes down to racing, but he knows how to win when it matters the most. The best underdog to race in at our night in America, Travis Brown, forced wide. Conklin starting to force his way up. We're starting to see that too when drivers drive in deep. They try to force the driver on the outside lane wide. The only problem is you're not playing with a lot of room with air. You can go in and get bumper hook easily, hard into the outside wall. Caution's going to wait. Next thing you know, you're down to fast repair. Brown's going to go ahead and let the 51 on by. They're nose to tail down to turns number 3 and 4. Contreras still on the move. Walker, Brady lined up. 82 the difference to 16 back moving forward again. Contreras washing wide with Vila. Rawlings to the outside again. Brady down within 7. Thornquist a 1-1 back, just trying to conserve those tires. But the lead is starting to be lost here by the 8 machine. Lined up again, 30 out of 600. Castro, Daytona, Thurston there as well, back to 6, 30 laps in of this 600 lap race, and still a lot of time left to go with the sun setting, lights getting ready to come back on. Kenny Brady finding his way around Skipper. Thornquist into the outside wall again. That's twice he's now traded paint with the turn 4 wall. Chevrolet still lined up once more, but now the gap is down to about a 6-9. Brady consistently closing in, definitely faster in sectors 3 and 4, but the tires start to go away on the 8. The 16 starts to reel it in, 32 out of 600. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. This is the All-American 600. Schmidt dropping back, and Vila holds on to 11th as the scoring loop continues to be reset. We watch the battle here for the lead. 58 the difference, now down to 60. Chevy on Chevy, and the night continues to get worse for Zach Todriff. He's going to pull down to the inside. A lot of damage on that 19. And he doesn't want to use a fast repair. Smart move to not want to go ahead and use one, but you definitely have to go ahead and keep that car safe. One around, that's Greenwood only to the outside wall. West was involved. Caution's going to wave. Caution is out for the first time, lap 34 of 600, and the front nose of the 18 was all torn apart, and that's the 07 of Greenwood trying to find his way back down on pit road to the inside. Looks like he's not going to have any luck, but this will stack everyone back up, and there's going to be West. The entire nose of that 18 crumbled in. Let's watch the replay. These guys are battling all the way in the back. This might have actually nothing to do with it. This is going to be Marisacco lined up with Greenwood. Marisacco just drives it in deep, gets to the rear end of the 07 and gets him out of the way. And there was nowhere for that 18 to go, hard into the left rear of the 07 and then slamming the outside wall as well. Caution is out for the first time, and there was just nowhere for the 18 to go after that. And Evan just drove it on in deep, very deep in fact. It lines everything else back up. Pit road's going to be wide open. Do you pit? Do you stay out? And it looks like all these guys have elected to come down to pit road. 35 laps into this race, but once again, it's a long one. So let's go ahead and talk about the history of the Nashville Fairgrounds. We're going to bring it on over to Darian Gilliam before we get ready for the restart.
This racetrack in the heart of Nashville, Tennessee has a ton of history behind it. First opening as a horse track originally back in 1904, they didn't start racing race cars here until the late 1950s, specifically 1958. In the first ever Cup race that was ran here at the fairgrounds back in 1958, it was won by the all-time great Joe Weatherly. They raced here all the way up until the mid-1980s when Jeffrey Bodine won the final Cup Series race at the fairgrounds. But they weren't totally done just yet, however. In 1984, after their last Cup Series race, they began racing the NASCAR Xfinity Series here all the way up until the year 2000. The all-time winners at this historic racetrack include Hall of Famers such as Richard Petty, Darrell Waltrip, and Carol Yarbrough, who each won 9, 8, and 7 Cup Series wins here apiece. Who will add their name to that historic list tonight on IDK Player? Find out for tonight's running of the All-American 600.
It's a beautiful night in Nashville, Tennessee, and we're about to go to get the one to go right here. It's rack 'em, stack 'em, go again. The one to go will come out this time by as they've all lined up. 38 laps into this 600 lap race, the lights getting ready to come on, and that means the track temperature will change, the driving styles will change as well as we get ready to roll once again, 2 by 2 by 2, getting ready to go back through the restart zone. First time through the restart zone after a yellow. One caution down. Will we have a lot more? That is what everything will definitely be answered here late. But as we get ready to roll, pace car about to make the hard left on. Kenny Brady gives Walker a run for his money. Now we wonder how long a run it will be. Walker on the outside, electing the outside lane. Brady on the bottom, back to the restart zone. We're rolling again in the 600. Brady driving it in deep, gets the Hyper-Ice Chevrolet the lead right to start this one. Walker falls in line, now the crossover, down to the inside goes the 8. Oh, Daytona got loose down off corner exit, nearly collected the 9. Walker down low, but it's not going to be enough. Kenny Brady on the move, top of the charts, goes to 16, and Walker's not done yet. He's going to go back to that outside. Trying to find a run, maybe off corner exit. The night time might be the right time for the 16. Thurnquist locked in there around. Down to the inside, Lilly, great save by that 92, but we continue to watch the action up front. Marsacco on pit road, Thurnquist back to third. Thurston lined up as well, everyone else jumbled up way in the back. Brown to 16th, Walker's not done yet. Goes down off corner exit. Great run for that 8 as the 16 gets loose. 23 the difference, 41 out of 600. Trying to close back in, but how aggressive do you want to be? Lined up again. It's a battle of speed for the 1, 2, 3. 42 out of 600. Back to turns number 1 and 2. Lining them all up again. Baker on the move, but not aggressive. That's what he's got to do right now to keep that car intact. He's back in that 8th spot. Thurnquist up to 3rd. Daytona back to 4th, but the gap's down within 2 again. Walker with the run down off corner exit. Chevy on Chevy for the top 8. 9th goes Contreras. Conklin running out the top 10. Thurnquist eyeing it in again. Daytona lined up. He's going to be one of those guys that knows track position's going to be key early on, but if we start blocking guys, it's not going to work out late in this race. Brady up half a lane higher than the 8 machine. The 8 machine still lined up as well. Everyone else came down pit road that time by. 400 plus watching live. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you're just coming back, new leader Kenny Brady goes number 1 after a yellow down towards turn number 3 and 4. Thurston to 5th. Top side launched off. Why do drivers continue to do that? Well, let's go ahead and explain it. The inside lane is the shortest way around, but it's not exactly the fastest lane when it comes down to the tires rubbering in, the track rubbering in, tires depleting. You're starting to see that heavy arc. Some guys driving in deep, go to the top of the key in the middle of the center of a corner and get that launch off. It's all about drive off here on this short track, and you're starting to see Walker do a really good job of it. It's a game of tense right now for the top 3, but so far Daytona is one of those guys that knows he might not be faster than the guys in front of him, but he knows how to defend well. He holds that inside lane because it's going to be tough to pass as long as there's still daylight on this racetrack. Marsacco on pit road, lined up. Zach Todger about to go 1 down. Walker lined up again. 27, 28 the difference. Thurnquist going way wide to get that launch down off corner exit. Does it work out? It does for the time being. A huge time being, makes up about 3 on the driver in front, but it's going to be 33 the difference still for that 8 machine. Tires wearing away. Brady's got the speed, no doubt about it. They're all working their way back to the line and down into turns number 1 and 2. Daytona up to 4th. Definitely the driver that we want to talk about here late, but Baker on the move up to 8th. What is up with this top 8? You have 2 drivers that have won 2 e-ticket events before, and they didn't lead the most laps to get it done. Walker down within 4, but we talk about a lot of these guys inside this top 8. 6 of them have never won an e-ticket event in that R night in America. Big shot doing it right now. Go all the way back, taking it easy. Buttafuoco, Vila, Burns up the 14th. Brown still in the Sweet 16. Barry back to 16th. Really just being there on the intervals. Todger at 28. He's back down on pit road. 50 up, 50 down. Now Thurnquist gets to the rear end there of that 8 machine. Let's just look into the inside of this camera to show you how everything does look. Bumpy, up and down. A lot of these guys having to work on counter steering. You can see the 8 machine finding his way down to the inside, trying to take a shorter way around through the corner, but the 16 continues to get the launch down off corner exit. And Thurnquist is there. He wants that spot all over the rear end there of the 8 machine. He's watching on right now. You can see how he's driving in deep, starting to contest just a little bit. If he finds his way to the inside, will it be wheel to wheel? That's the question that may be asked in about maybe 4, maybe 3 laps time. Thurnquist getting right back to the rear end of that 8 machine. We go back to the intervals. 47 the difference, 45 the difference. Let's talk about the battle box. We've seen some movers up inside the top 8, but it's not enough to go ahead and really have some type of fear factor. Up and down, everything's been pretty consistent. Baker up 8 spots, Corey Lyle's up 4, Maxwell down 4, Thurston is still where he is, where he started. That is P5, Daytona up 2, Walker down 1, Thornquist up 1, Kenny Brady up 2 spots right now. Track position is the name of the game, but will that change? Thornquist all in the rear, and they're the 8. Now looked all the way to the outside, trying to find a way around Walker. Walker not letting him pass. Thornquist goes to the outside. So far, both continue to play safe. Daytona holding up the 9. The 7 still goes right back to the rear end. He goes right back down the bottom again. I don't think he's going to just let him on by. 40 the difference. Is the 7 faster than the 16? That's what you got to wonder. But he continues to go ahead and do that heavy arc high in the middle of turns number 1 and 2. The lights are on. They're bright in the Music City. And we are 1 caution in of this 55-lap race. Walker down on the bottom on the abrasive surface. 47 the difference. Here's the wheel-to-wheel Daytona in the wall. Big hit for the 10. Crushed in that entire right side. Thurston goes wheel-to-wheel down low. This is the battle for the Fast 4. Chevy once again. 10 on 9. Does that continue to change? Castro looking to the outside again, maybe on that 9 machine, trying to find a way around. Over 400 still watching live, and it's been an unbelievable night so far. 4th of July weekend. Grassroots action. Corey Lyle starting to close in. Baker closing in as well. 4th through 8th, just around a second of each other. But you go even farther back, what do you got? You got Buttafuoco, kind of in no man's land right now, not contesting anyone. Josh Jalili, not the best restart, lost a lot of time. Restarts are definitely going to be the name of making up time here tonight and making up spots. Walker down then 7, but you're looking even farther back. Burns back to 13, Brown to 14. Here's wheel-to-wheel. It's Rawlings to the inside there of Barry. Barry shoots it to the outside, actually scrapes the outside wall. Rawlings will take that spot. How about not? It's the 6 going way wide, trying to hold on to it. We haven't heard a lot of interesting things about Daniel Marcello in the 1. All the way back to the 18th spot, still knows it's early. There's no need to go ahead and be in a rush if you're that 1 machine, including when you know you have the speed. Go up front. Daytona to the top. Thurston to the bottom. We talked about the 9 being a big threat of winning tonight. Well, he's just locked himself inside the Fast 4. Daytona still not giving up around the outside. Is it the drive off 4, drive off 2 for the 10? It is. They're still going to be wheel-to-wheel. That's going to tear the tires up with the 9. Thurston trying to force him wide. Daytona with the launch. How about not? Drag race. Once again, a blink there by the 9. Donna still wants that back badly. You can see him all the way on that outside doing a really good job. Will it hold on? Wheel-to-wheel continues, and you look at the battle for second, still lined up again. Nose to tail, Thurston on the bottom end, Daytona on the outside. Nose to tail for that second spot, and Brady just looks back in his mirror, watching this all play out. Daytona still not giving up on that 9. He knows if he just gives it away, Castro, Lyles, and Baker will be lined up ready to take it away. And this is something we haven't seen a lot by this 3 machine. It's taking it easy. Let drivers make the mistakes, and you'll go ahead and have a big benefit out of it. To the outside, Castro gonna let the 9 in line. Great defensive move by Daytona, but if I'm Thurston, I'm not happy about that. Just wore those tires up really early to be defended like that. You can already see it starting to affect the 9 just a little bit. Slid down off corner exit. Daytona holds on to 4. Off turn number 4 this time by. It's still lined up nose to tail. Now the battle goes back to P2. Thornquist not getting aggressive just yet. We're going to see late. These guys are going to get very, very agitated. They're going to use that bumper. Get these guys out of the way. Make sure they don't have a big opportunity to try to get them back. But this blocking early by this 10 is interesting. You see it's already been the outside wall, and Thurston wants it on the bottom again. Look top, look bottom. Now it's going to take the long way around, but Castro's going to go into try to pressure him down on the inside. And it won't benefit here for the 9 again. Now Lyles wants to swing down to the inside of the 27 of Castro. It might be wheel-to-wheel. It will be, but the 27 does get a little loose off. Still holds on to P6. Thurston to the inside of the 10 again. And they have the opportunity to talk to each other. Hey, you're blocking this early. We're 66 laps into a 600-lap race. What are you doing? I don't know. That 9's going to be too happy about that one. 1 second the difference for Walker all the way up to Kenny Brady. Thornquist still riding in line about 2 back. Thurston gets all the way back to the rear end of the 10. And Thornquist continues to go ahead and watch on. Does a 9 make a move down low? They've all lined up again under a second from each other. To the inside goes Thurston. Dodano holds on to lane 2. We talked about his defensive moves. It's worked out very well. Sliding off corner exit, holds on to it again. 68 out of 600. Thurston wants to bite once more. He's not going to give in. He knows he has a winning car. And the 10 at Dodano had a really good qualifying start. The 10 to the outside. Thurston uses the bumper, puts the 10 in his place. He will lose 1, 2, maybe 3 spots, and it's going to be picking down to turns number 1 and 2. Dodano moved out of the way, and it's the first bump, or should I say shove and run here tonight inside the top 10. Dodano back to 7th. You knew it was going to happen. And does that spark anything we might see later tonight? Castro looking to the outside, trying to get a run down off the hill, but it's going to be forward momentum for the 9 machine. Dodano holding on to the Elite 8. Here comes Buttafuoco down the inside. Buttafuoco underneath the 10, wheel to wheel once more. And you knew it was going to happen at some point, but you know Thurston didn't just want to outright dump him. He doesn't want to have damage on that nose. But he goes up the 4, keeps the 10 from going around. And now it's just going to be a big fall for Jason Dodano. Buttafuoco up inside the top 8, fights his way through once more. 1 second, the difference for Walker. When it comes down to Kenny Brady, lap traffic already playing into effect. Dale Greenwood to the outside. Zach Todriff multiple laps down. Kenny Brady next to pick off. That's going to be Skipper to the inside. Walker. Thornquist lined up again. Well, how will tire wear play into favor? Oh, Buttafuoco underneath the 3. And he's been the biggest mover so far on this restart. That 17's been on a roll. Wheel to wheel, back to the line. This is the battle for 7th. Buttafuoco down low. Baker tries to get the drive off. Does it happen? It looks like it does. But Buttafuoco's still not done. Right back to the quarter panel. And it's going to have to be done for now. No way he can get back to the 3. Baker riding around. 74 up, 74 down. Out of 600. Thurston, 4 seconds back. They lost a lot of time when they went wheel to wheel. And now it's going to be a big, big run forward. Walker about even there with Kenny Brady. Stop the bleeding. Thornquist about even as well. As everyone continues to go back around, Matt Skipper is there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the night. It's time to go ahead and turn it up. Back from Turn It Up as they all lined up once again. Walker second, closing in the gap here to Brady. And it looks like 9's back to the difference. At one point it was 1 second back, and tire wear definitely the big effect. Brady started this restart off very strong, finding his way around everyone, but drivers are starting to feel the effect really well. The 7 and the 16 once again back around to the outside. 8-1 the difference. Let's take a look at the sectors. Find the wear everyone is starting to gain or lose because it's 7 the difference right now for Brady. You look at the sectors coming on the bottom side of your screen. Sector 1, Walker lost down by 1, but Sector 2 definitely faster than the 16 of Brady. That's where Brady is having the issues. Back down into Sector 1 again. Brady's just that much quicker. He's 36 faster. It's about a 10-second run down through Sector 1. And once again, when they start this race out, they're about doing 18-second lap time, somewhere around there. Now they're already starting to work their way up to the high 19s, low 20s. But with 7.5 being the difference and definitely patience being the name of the game, that 8 machine continues to roll on forward. Baker up to 8, Vila dropping back. You look at the shuffle all the way in the back. Everyone else still on the move. And you look at how everyone else works with the sectors. Lined up. Easy in, easy out, back to the line again. This is going to be Greenwood and Todra. They're fighting way in the back. Baker and Conklin going at it again. But with the sector starting to go away, it's all the battle between 2 drivers. That's going to be Kenny Brady and Walker. 7 still the difference. Closing on in goes the 8. And this is what long races gives you the opportunity for. It gives you the opportunity to strategize, to think your plan. Let this guy take the lead for 20, 30, maybe 40 laps. But if you know it's going to be a long green flag run, you want to settle in and save that rubber. You don't want to be that guy that's the pit within 50 laps, 60 laps, because the pit window is absolutely massive. We've seen guys having to pit right around the 50 lap mark because they can't hold on to their tires. And we've seen guys go all the way to lap 100, 110, 120, all the way to where the fuel is all the way out. If this race comes down to a late race restart, you can go and depend on speed. But if it does come down to a long green flag run, it's going to be the smartest one. That might have to go to victory lane. 5 the difference, and Walker's all the way outside of the groove, staying out of the way of lane 1 and lane 2. And his track's starting to rubber up. Look at it. All the way down to the bankings of turns number 3 and 4. You see all how dark it is. And that's adding more grip for these drivers to get an advantage to make different moves. You're not seeing a lot of guys still use that inside lane. A lot of back markers using lane 2, even some into lane 3. We've seen drivers in 2nd, drivers in 3rd start using lane 2 more, even experimenting with lane 3 as the night continues to roll on and the track continues to change. Everything starts cooling off. You expect some of these guys to get used to using lane number 2. Walker down to the inside, a half a second now. The difference, just 10, maybe 15 laps to go. The gap was all the way up to about a full second. And now that 18 is definitely on the move. Thornquist nowhere near a contesting point as they continue to roll their way back across the line at 90 out of 600 once again with half a second the difference. Lap traffic's going to be the big play of the game here. Tyler Tinsley going 1 down around the outside. And we talked with some of these guys that knew they weren't going to be the fastest early on. We talked with some, one to the wall. Tyler Tinsley hits it once, hits it twice, now drops back just a tad. But we talked with these guys that knew they weren't going to be quick early on. They said it's either a drive to survive or figure out what lane works best for them. Long races give you the opportunity to experiment, figure it all out. And right now you can see Walker's experimentation work. Let this 16 get out to a big lead. Let's go ahead and reel him back in. Junior would be proud. That 8's down into turn number 1 and 2. Gap down to 30, and he's made up a second, almost a full second, and maybe 1 or 2 to go ahead and with some change. Thornquist really 3 seconds back. Daniel Buttafuoco on the move. Up to P4. It's an interesting run for him. Oh, there goes into the outside wall. Kenny Brady is around. Off the nose of Nicholas Hook, and the caution is going to wave. Not a lot of damage on the 16. And either it wasn't given and taken or we talked about how tight this track will be. Now lap 93 out of 600. Disaster. Either was avoided or struck, depending on how you want to see it for the 16 machine. And Walker did a great job finding his way through. Let's go in and watch back to the replay. That's going to be a tough one to see. Let's go a full lap ahead. This is Nicholas Hook here in the 31. Look at this traffic all the way to the outside. All these guys lined up. And your leader, Kenny Brady, just got time trying to find his way around lap traffic. And Hook went all the way to the outside. That's what he's got to do. He's trying to get out of the way. But he's wheel to wheel with this 16 right there. You know you're already down a lap. You don't want to contest that and just comes down the track. Brady gets tan, gets the nose dented in just a tad, but he does not hit anything else. And Nicholas Hook brings out caution number 2, this time with your leader, and there was nowhere for Kenny Brady to go. If you're that 31, you know you're about to go a lap down. You look back again, he contested. He went all the way to the outside, giving the drivers on the inside the lane, but it was the drive off for the 31, and people very underestimate the run down the hill at this track. You just see it right there, just got in that quarter panel, tags Kenny Brady, and around goes to 16. Caution will go ahead and wave. 95 out of 600, and Brady got caught up way in the back. Had to go ahead and fix that nose. I don't think it's a lot of damage. Maybe 15, maybe 20 seconds of optional. It should be good to go. As we get ready for the restart, it's going to go Junior Motorsports 1, 2. I wonder if you want to consider the 17 a junior car or maybe a Hendrick. As well down to 4, it's definitely a big Chevrolet Alliance for the Fast 4. We're going to get ready for the restart. We're going to get the one to go here soon. So 2 cautions for the opening 96 laps, and it caught some off guard when that came around. But we want to say thank you to you, the viewers. It's been an unbelievable night. For the ones that know, or the ones that don't know, should I say, this is our first time having a track partnership event, and we want to say thank you to the Nashville Fairgrounds for allowing us to host the All-American 600, but we also want to say thank you to the viewers because already in this race, 3.3 thousand have gone ahead and tuned in. Chevy 4 down the inside, getting their laps back. That was Tyler Tinsley. That was Dale Greenwood. Walker's back on the front row. The only thing is that 7 is so good on that short run. The only thing is that caution now gives an extra chance to Thornquist to possibly rethink a strategy here. Do you want to be aggressive again? Do you think a caution is going to come out quickly, or do you want to go ahead and just lay it back like that 8 did, work the 30 laps, work the 40 laps, and find your way back up to that top spot? It's going to be interesting, but the 1 to go comes out. Walker elects the outside lane. It's the 7 down low as we get ready for the restart. Let's go ahead and do it. Drivers on the move as well that we have not talked about. Joseph Armstrong up to the 15th spot. It's a big move for Ford. Not a lot of Fords in this field, but definitely still a long way to go. We want to see you spam the number 100 in the chat once we get to lap number 100. Pace car down and away, back to the NR Thunder restart zone. Grab a gear one more time. We're rolling green from the fairgrounds. It's the launch and the hit of the Jets by the 8 gets them completely cleared out around. Thurston to the outside there, the 7. It's wheel to wheel once more and nearly into the wall. Had a check up just a tad, but Fuco there to strike. Down low goes the 17. Deep sea diving, lined up on the bottom. Walker out to about a 2-3, gets loose down off corner exit. But Fuco down low again there on the 9. Wheel to wheel, that's the battle for third. But Fuco sends it in deep. Thurston goes wide, gets the launch down off corner exit. The drive to survive for the P3 spot continues. Daytona into the outside wall. We stay green. Thornquist holding on to it. 35 the difference. 101 out of 600. He's doing a really good job just holding on to what he's got, staying consistent all the way through. 38 the difference, and starting to try to reel him in just a little bit. But we talked about Walker. Take it easy. Now he's going to completely miss the corner as the caution's going to wave again. And that'd be for Joey Stone and Drake Berry. All the way in the back, a restart incident. And we'll wind up bringing out the 3rd yellow here tonight. And the caution is out again. Starting to get tense there late. We talked about this restart. When the night comes on, that skill gap's going to close in big time. Joey Stone involved in an issue. All the way to the back end, and we're going to go ahead and watch once again. Oops, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to watch it once again. Greenwood all the way back there was possibly part of it. That was down the bottom. That O2 was all the way down there. Start with Daytona on the outside wall, and Spencer Burns sends it in deep on the O2, and Stone gets collected into the outside wall. It was a 2-car incident. They stayed up there. You see Drake Berry. I don't know if he would have had to reset, and he didn't, but both those machines went hard into the outside wall. 103 out of 600. Pit road's open once again. Drivers starting to get aggressive here. The bumping and running has now started. And Spencer Burns KOs the 0-2 into the outside wall of turns number 3 and 4. And we're starting to see a trend here. When people get moved and they wash up, it's almost like they stick to that outside wall and they don't go. But you can see Stone and Barry were trying to get back going. But by the time the leaders got back around, everything was still rolling strong and the caution's out again. Let's get ready to roll again. The one to go coming out this time by Walker, Thornquist, Thurston, Buttafuoco. That runs out your fast four. Lining up once again is 3 cautions in for 105 laps. What are your opinions so far on the All-American 600? Would you like to see this again next year as the NASCAR Xfinity Series gets another e-ticket event? This is the second time we brought the Xfinity Series stock cars for an e-ticket. Last year it was the Florida 500. This year the All-American 600. The next event on the list will most likely be the Florida 500 at Daytona with the NASCAR next-gen stock cars. But before we can get to that, we got to continue rolling right here. 105 laps in, less than 500 to go. Try it one more time. Walker top, Thornquist bottom. Back to the gears one more time. We're rolling again. Thornquist down low, gets it to stick. It wasn't the best start for him, but Buttafuoco's going to use that outside lane to his advantage. Gets the drive off in contact with the 7. It's a great save, but they're 3 wide. That's the battle for third. Backing up goes Castro. Gets way out of the way. Giving some room goes Thurston. Thornquist holds on to B3, but it's Buttafuoco with an opportunity to go for the lead. We've seen 2 guys already have a big lead change, but that 17 starting to close in well. 22 is the difference. Walker does not get the drive down off corner exit. It's a Hendrick car Chevrolet. Lined up nose to tail with 19 the difference down to 18. 107 out of 600. Buttafuoco is there. Closes right back to the rear end of the High Rock 8. Looks back to the outside. It's the launch as the Jets hit down off turn number 2. Walker's gets loose. The 17 looks slow. They've lined up once again. He knows he's got the speed. He knows he can get him. Walker thinking long term. Buttafuoco looking top of the charts. Looks back down to the inside. Walker still with the contest. He's doing a great job of it, just holding on to what he's got. Down the back. And down into turns number 3 and 4. Buttafuoco didn't get it to stick, ran the car up the track. 12 being the difference, and now it's time to contest. Wheel to wheel, down to turns number 1 and 2. The 8 goes wide, the 17 goes low. Side by side, they go again. The run down the hill. Whoa, Buttafuoco uses the 8 up. It gets loose as well, they're 3 wide. Down to the middle, looks Thornquist. Couldn't get it done, but it's a 4-car battle for the lead. 110 out of 600. Walker runs wide, gets the run off corner exit, gets the lead right back at the line. And they were not done just yet. Here comes Baker back to 5th. Oh, it's time to play. Down off turn number 2. Walker gets the drive, gets the lead right back. Thurston hits the outside wall. Thornquist is there as well. Side by side for the top spot. Side by side, that's the battle for 3rd. Thurston goes wide. In the wall once again goes the Night Machine. Trouble, a lot of damage on the right side of him. He drops back all into 8th. It's still wheel to wheel for the lead. Buttafuoco down low. Holds on to it strong. Walker gets a drive off corner exit again. They're still dead even for the lead. And Thornquist is there just watching on. Back to the line. Buttafuoco just narrowly gets him back. Buttafuoco's going to go ahead and send it in wide, trying to go to keep that 18 from getting the run, and he's got it made. New race leader. It goes the way of the 17. And now Thornquist wants P2. Walker had his time under the lights being P1. Now it's the new sheriff in town, Daniel Buttafuoco, your Chicagoland 500 winner. Now wants to go back-to-back and get it done. In the All-American 600, he's got the speed, he's got the mindset, and 114 puts the 17 out front, but Baker waiting in the wake up to P4. It wasn't the greatest start for the 3, and now he's all over the rear end there of the 7. Short track racing, that's what it's about right there. They played it very safe early on, but the gloves are off. Everyone else lines back up again. Baker looking to the bottom end, and Thornquist gets right back to the rear end. And that 3's going to go for it down low. Looking, peeking, not going to happen. Thornquist still holds on to the top side of lane 2 where it's smoother than lane 1. Walker trying to fight back closer, but it's going to be a losing battle for now. He was faster on entrance, slower on exit, but he definitely has a long run car. Keep an eye on that 8 machine as time goes on. Vila on pit road, back in the 33rd spot. Thornquist there in 3rd, top side, rolling down the hill. And you got wheel to wheel in the back. That's Josh Lilly. Lilly to the inside, loses a spot to Mosteller, and this is what we call the shuffle. Drivers that started up front, losing speed to drivers that started way in the back. Thornquist to 3rd, Mosteller to 8th. To the outside goes Thurston, losing multiple spots after slamming the outside wall, and it's going to need get a big repair on the right side if he wants to possibly go to victory lane here tonight. It's the fastest guys up front, 1, 2, 3, 4. Baker to 4th, Lyles all the way back to 5th, but Conklin on the move as well. Underdogs moving their way forward. Let's look back to the battle box on the right side of your screen as things got wild there on that restart. You can see the biggest movers all the way in the green. Baker up 12, Lyles up 6, Conklin up 15, Mosteller up 12. And this is the big one right here. Daniel Buttafuoco started in the 30th spot, and in just 120 laps, he has worked his way top of the charts, number 1, up 29 spots. That's one heck of a drive, including for drivers that were nervous about what may or may not happen. It's a big move for Daniel Buttafuoco to go number 1. Walker half a second back, and now Thornquist wants to chime in once again. He's lined up for the battle for 2nd. Does he go ahead and contest is the real question. Both those drivers are starting to see a very big trend out of the 8, the 7. I wouldn't say the 9, but maybe even the 1 just a little bit. Saving the tires and saving that track position. Back these guys up. Let the leader think he's quick. Go as far as you want. A 2nd lead, maybe a 2-second lead. You might get a long green flag run. Go. Do what you want. But we're going to reel you back in when it matters the most, and we're starting to see that trend continue for the drivers in 2nd and 3rd, but that trend's not going anywhere for that 3 machine. He's been fast all the way through. He's gotten faster as the night has come on. What happens when there's no light out? Does that 3 get faster? Keep an eye on Baker. He's the other one going for 3. And by 3, we mean 3 e-ticket event wins. And if you look at the battle for 3rd, it's Thornquist and Baker lined up nose to tail. Collectively, they have 6 e-ticket events won. This is the 10th e-ticket event ever ran on NR Night in America, and they've stacked them up. Oh, let me rephrase that. Sorry, they're 2 apiece. They have won 4 collectively out of the 9 that have been run, and right now one of them is looking for their 3rd. Walker trying to sneak back forward, and we talk about he does not have the short run speed. He's consistently faster as the time goes on. Buttafuoco tore those tires up, back down to a 5.9, maybe a 5.8. Kenny Brady is back on the move. Once again involved in just an incident a couple laps ago, and a little lazy spin put him down pit road to get some repairs. Wheel to wheel here with Thurston. This will be the battle for 8. That 16 is just going to drive it in deep, doing a really good job. And Walker once again starting to consistently close in a game. Closing again. He plays the tense game. You'll gain a 10th here, you'll lose a 10th there, but consistently will close in right now back to a 6.4, so that might not be the case. But 127 at 600 lap traffic might be the play in the game right here. Rawlings in that 26, about to go 1 down. And that's Cody Rawlings, one of the devs working on NR Thunder. That's Matt Skipper. Works Media, they're at Volusia Speedway, about to go possibly 1 down as well. But 128 out of 600. Daniel Buttafuoco looking to go back-to-back, and a big opportunity may arise. You look back against Sean Conklin. There with the 27 of Maxwell Castro, battle for 6, and this might end early. Castro goes low, Conklin goes wide. Does it hold on? It looks like it does for the 51. Might last longer, maybe not. The round goes to 51. Down to the inside, it's a single car spin. No caution will be thrown. Yeah, he should be able to get back going, backs it up. And that was a battle inside the top 10, but since it was a single car spin, there is no need for a caution, but he lost a ton of track position. Daniel Buttafuoco closing back in again, and that's the beauty of sim racing. You get one guy spin down to the inside, as long as he is out of the way, there is no need to throw the yellow. Walker down to a 7.6, Thornquist starting to get restless. And all night he has seen the back bumper of that 8 machine. Will this continue throughout the night, or will that nose start coming to effect? You look on board right here down to the inside. That 8 machine's just been holding it strong all night long, but lined up once again. Dan has to go all the way down to the inside of the lap machine. You're right on the nose here of the 8. That's Cody Rawlings in the 26 on the outside. This isn't just any other short track. This is a fast-paced short track, very high banked, and when things happen, they happen here quick, so your senses have to be dialed to 11, and you can see right now that 8 machine is doing everything in its power to hold on. You look back again, Thornquist looking right back on the rear of that gearbox. Looking low, not gonna happen, but definitely one slip up, and it's gonna be a contest, and we've seen how easily it is to go ahead and make a contest work versus not. Baker back to 4th, lined up again, and it continues to go from bad to worse for the 9. You can see all the damage on the right side there at Thurston. Out of the groove once again, and right now out of contention until he can clean up the entire right side. How about Kenny Brady? Incident happened with him out of his control. Well, now he's back up to the 7th spot. Just 4-3 back, lap 134 out of 600. Local time here in the Music City, it is 8:24. And on East Coast time, it is 9:24. Laps winding down. This is the All-American 600 live on IDK Player. The Nashville Fairgrounds had full support over this, and here we go. Battle for second. Walker got checked up by Skipper, and Thornquist looking back to the bottom again. And these junior guys have got to make sure they know, don't take each other out. If you have an opportunity to take that gap, go all for it. But you definitely don't want to go ahead and put something on the record. Back at it again. This is the battle for second. Rawlings going wide. Baker will say thank you very much. And for the first time in a long time, the 3's idea is to save tires. Don't be absolutely over-aggressive. Walker with the run early on, but the sun continues to set. What a crowd, what a sight, what a night it has been so far. With Daniel Buttafuoco being now the 3rd different driver to go and take the lead. Can Thornquist get it done? Cooper Glick lined up in front of the 17. He's going to look back down that bottom once again. Cooper holding his line. Wheel to wheel. Skipper to the outside of Baker, making it difficult for the 3 to get the runoff corner exit. And it's a quick maneuver for him to find his way through. And the 4 Loco 44 is back 1 down, but a lot of TV time for that 44 machine. The drive to survive is definitely alive for him. Cooper Glick going back 1 again. Next on the board is the driver we just talked about having a single car spin. That was Sean Conklin, and the tires have completely depleted on that 51 machine. It might be time for him to come to pit road early. It looks really, really bad. It's just snaking down off corner exit. And that nose damage isn't helping out at all. He's also got rear end damage, so the handling is definitely gone on that 51 machine. Look at the 91 at Todrift. Some of these PBR guys not with the best start for themselves. Tyler Tinsley, Nicholas Hook lined up once again as everything starts cycling on through. Walker 8 back. This is wheel to wheel and also for position. Skipper and Cooper Glick, they are both 1 down, but they're still going to battle it out again. Rawlings back there as well, but they're all lined up. Go all the way back to Contreras. Battle for 12 there with the 92 machine. Spencer Burns on the move up inside that top 11. Great move so far for that 36 machine. Lilly towards the outside wall, and it just seems to be a common theme for Frank D'Angelo. Start in the back, work your way forward when the track rubber's into your liking. He's wheel to wheel right now with Travis Brown, and Brown so far running his own race. Great job for these guys. Stay inside the top 15, stay on those overlays on the left side. You don't know when things will just not go your way. Lilly around the outside, wheel to wheel Contreras. D'Angelo's looking down low again, and maybe a 3-wide move by the 54, and it peaks. Not gonna work out. Lilly still contesting that 13. Fundamental Racing, Daytona outside the top 12. Wheel to wheel here with Brown. DeAngelis goes right back to the local Toyota. All the way back to the inside. Wheel to wheel. Caution's going to wave. Caution is out, and up and over goes to 26. This is Cody Rawlings. We're watching the battle all the way in the back, and we look for drivers that also may have been involved in it. It may have been just a one-car incident. William Schmidt, a little bit of nose damage. We don't see any damage, maybe from Lyles, of drivers that were mostly up front. And great call by the admins to be heads up right there. One of the talking points where if you see something that might be a track blocker, you got to throw it no matter what. And that's exactly what happened there. Let's go ahead and see what possibly happened. Once again, we're watching everything way in the back. This is Cody Rawlings right here with Lyles. Oh, Max may have just gotten in the rear end and watch this hit to the outside, and Castro just flips the 26 up and over multiple times, going the driver, the 26, Cody Rawlings, and lands back down on that lid, and the caution will wave. And I don't think a flip was on the scorecards here tonight for this short track, but just like that, the 26 comes to a rest on the high banks of turns number 1 and 2. An interesting flip for him. He saw you as wheel to wheel here with Lyles, and yeah, Castro just got right in the rear end of him, just picked them up, and it's one little tap here with these Xfinity cars that can get them completely upset. And Lyles was really in no fault of his own. He will pancake that outside wall, but up and over goes to 26. That was once, then went twice and a half, and I believe he did not come down on all fours, as it will come back down on the lid. And it's definitely be a tow by him. Caution is out. And these lap cars, what they're trying to do is they're just trying to play it safe. They're trying to stay out of the way. But when you see leaders coming on, it's a game of tense. They do not want to lose any time. The only thing is, this is going to stack everyone right back up. Thurston still right side damage. Looks like he will be going and getting his lap back. He was lined up down the inside. Multiple machines still getting their laps back, but let's talk about those Toyotas. 10, 11, and 13th. They've now worked their way well inside the top 20, and still a long way to go, but Walker winning the race off pit road to Daniel Buttafuoco. We've seen that multiple times. Let's see if that continues. Once again, if you become a member or you go ahead and super chat here tonight during the All-American 600, we'll be reading all those super chats at the conclusion of tonight's event. And we're once again very thankful for everyone that has dropped a like on tonight's stream, subscribed with notifications on, or just tuned in to tonight's awesome running here in the heart of the Music City. Getting the one to go this time by. And that's how they'll all line up. Walker will go back to the outside, but Buttafuoco will go down to the bottom. Baker on the outside. And you see some of these guys warming those tires up, because when it comes to the nighttime restarts, it's like your ice getting up and down. That's what Baker's doing. He's gassing it up and braking, gassing up and braking. This will get his tires tractioned in well by the time we get back going green. And for the ones that don't know, that side-to-side move that people move on iRacing to try to warm the tires up going side by side, that does not work. You gotta hit the gas, brake, hit the gas, brake. That will go ahead and warm those tires up to your liking. Let's get ready to go again. Getting ready to go back to the gears. Daniel Buttafuoco, Benjamin Walker to the restart zone. Once again, we're green from the fairgrounds. Dan falls in line, wheel to wheel. Terrell Baker around the outside, lined up with Brady. It's a 7 and Thornquist down low. They're still wheel to wheel. Brady's not giving in. He's going to go to the outside again, holding on to it. It's rubbered in. It's holding on. It's going to stick. Still wheel to wheel. That's the battle for fourth. Buttafuoco wants that top spot back. We talked about him being a better driver on the short runs. 17 to the rear end. Oh, he slides down to the inside. What a save by Buttafuoco, but it's a track position. He loses around, goes to 7. To the outside, holds on to it, but Kenny Brady goes around. Caution's gonna wave again. Tyler Tinsley tagged down to the inside wall. And I don't think Kenny Brady's too happy. And him and Thornquist went at it. And unless he's trying to get his spot back. Oh no, and we've got tempers, and they're flaring here under the lights. Kenny Brady not happy with Chad Thornquist at all. Kind of saw that coming. When you have these restarts, they're all stacked up. There's not a lot of places to run. And Kenny Brady will work its way back down on pit road. We'll use the fast repair. Chad Thornquist drove it in deep. And that right side is now KO'd. It was a great save by Daniel Buttafuoco, but his teammate definitely got the dead end of the stick. And you can see why they would get mad. I mean, there's definitely a lot of respect between these drivers, but when you have that big of a skill and you make an incident, or you are involved in an incident this early in a race, it's like, come on, man, you know you're better than that. see they're 3 wide, and Thornquist is worried about this 17 right here. That's exactly what happens, and he was trying to give him the room, but he drove it in just a little bit too deep, and Kenny Brady, involved in his second incident tonight, backs it into the outside wall, then noses it in as well. Thornquist comes out completely, I wouldn't say completely, maybe a little bit unscathed, maybe a little bit of right side damage on the rear end, but that slide by the 7 definitely created that effect, and there was nowhere for Kenny Brady to go. I would say it's a racing incident. You know the 7 didn't do it on purpose, but you also know Buttafuoco's trying to get back to the rear end of the 8 because he knows he has a better car in the short run. Thornquist was just worried about what was in his mirror instead of what was to the right side of him, and just overdrove it, had to worry about too many things, and the caution came out. See Spencer Burns hard on the brakes as well. And the caution will fly once again here at the fairgrounds. 154 out of 600, and now you have a new lineup for the top 2. Terrell Baker, Benjamin Walker, Daniel Buttafuoco, and Joseph Armstrong make up the fast 4. You got to wonder how that right side damage will affect the 7 here tonight. Lyle's a little bit of right side damage as well. As we get ready to go at it, short track tempers flaring, and we are not to halfway just yet. But the 1 to go will fly this time by as they get back to the start-finish line. Baker, Walker, Buttafuoco, and Armstrong. That is your fast 4. Thornquist, Lyles, Burns, and Schmidt run out that top 8. Let's get ready to go again. Walker on the outside, Baker on the bottom. Buttafuoco and Armstrong back to row 2. Let's get ready to go out again. Chevy on a Ford. That's for row number 2. Through the gears once more. We're rolling deep. Armstrong to the outside. There are the 3 of Baker. Baker contesting down low. Gets right to the rear end of the 8. Buttafuoco's peeking, trying to get something working. Side by side, Joseph Armstrong in a drought when it comes down to winning an NR night in America. Wants to break that here. Wheel to wheel there with the 3 machine. And Dan's kind of just watching on. Walker's trying to pull away. Armstrong top side, Buttafuoco down on the inside. Down off turn number 2. Terrell Baker, 3-1 back, closing in. Now he's clear of the machines behind. It's wheel to wheel. Lyles will allow the 98 in line. How about not? Wheel to wheel once again. William Schmidt on the move with the 7 of Thornquist down low. Dan wants that opportunity right back. It might be the Dan and Walker show. Buttafuoco down to the inside. Wheel to wheel with Terrell Baker. It's going to work out to his favor. Buttafuoco back in the catbird scene, has the missile lock on the 8. And these restarts are definitely nerve-wracking, and Thornquist has been thrown around, chewed up, spit out, and now he's wheel to wheel for the battle for 6. William Schmidt, not the best start for that 66, but it's definitely coming in around lap 160, 159. Oh, Joseph Armstrong going way wide. How about all the way to the outside wall? 3 wide. Schmidt's got to back out of it. Thornquist to the inside, still 3 wide. Burns around the outside. And they will hold on to that. It's still wheel to wheel. They get out unscathed. And Armstrong holds on to P5. Daniel Buttafuoco on the move, closing in on Walker once more. He's got that short run speed, and as long as the nighttime continues to come in well, he definitely will have one of the best shots of winning here tonight. Down the backstretch. And down into turns number 3 and 4. Mosteller sideways in the back. He saves it. Great save by the 1. Buttafuoco, 4-3, now being the difference. And give it to Baker, doing a really good job lining his way back up around Buttafuoco. A little bit of rear end damage. I wonder if that's going to affect the car at any moment. I mean, we don't see it at all. It's now the gap's closed in well under half a second. Well over 400 watching live. Walker gets his High Rock Vodka Chevrolet back off corner exit. 39 the difference. We got wheel to wheel once more. That's William Schmidt to the inside. There are the 98 of Armstrong. And a great job of it. Schmidt's right now trying to burn these laps off, but figure out what the line that works for him. We're starting to see guys love that inside lane or love lane 2. Very rarely have we seen guys love both lanes, but how about Burns really getting a feel for it down to the inside of the 6? Spencer Burns, another one on the move. Finds his way around. It's the 7 now, wheel to wheel with the 98 of Armstrong. And Thornquist is bringing it down pit road. He's going to go ahead and fix that right side. Daniel Buttafuoco closing into a 2-7, and the contest for the lead is on. Baker under 1 second. Buttafuoco wants it bad. He's now lined up there with Walker down the back. 23 the difference, down to 22. Buttafuoco's going to go to the lane number 2, try to get that launch down off corner exit. 16 the difference, try maybe 17, backs it up on corner entrance, gets the 8 to drive it in deep. And now 12's the difference again. Buttafuoco looks to the bottom end. Walker's not going to give him the advantage. He's got to fight tooth and nail to get top of the charts. Battle for the lead. If you're just joining us, welcome. 167 out of 600, and it's already been a very enjoyable race here in Nashville. Buttafuoco down to 20 again, just trying to find his way around. Let's go back to the Hornets nest back here. Daytona to the outside, Contreras to the inside, still wheel to wheel. Frank D'Angelo's getting daylight up to 9th. Travis Brown up to 8th, using that 23 well. And inside the Elite 8 for the first time tonight. Joseph Armstrong holds on to 7th. Spencer Burns holds on to that 6th place spot. William Schmidt there as well with 25 back the difference. It's all lined up. Top 3 under a second, top 4 under a second and a half. Buttafuoco drives it in deep on the 8. It's wheel to wheel down into turn number 1 and 2. He washes the 8 wide. Can he get it down off corner exit? It's no. Walker with the drive off through wheel to wheel once again. He's going to get him right here. Walker backs off once again, thinking about long term. New race leader. It goes back to the 17. Smart by that 8, because that wheel to wheel was only going to bring the 3 closer, the 21 closer, and if you know you have that long run car, hold on to her. Baker lined up as well. Now 3 back to the driver in second. Top 3 goes Buttafuoco, Walker, Baker, and Lyles for the fast 4. Schmidt runs out the top 5. Spencer Burns up to 6. And Burns has been on the move little by little. Right now the highest forward, it's 4, 6, and 7. Sideways off corner exit, that was Gavin Austin. All the way towards the back end, and Walker starts trying to play the tense game once more. Now 29, now 28 the difference. Lyles have a day early on, 172 at 600, and you can see that race car is battered up on the right side and the right rear. It's already been through battle well enough so far, but still a lot of race left to go. Cooper Glick, single car spin. No, that was Joey Stone. Stone around, down to the inside, has some left rear damage, but it will not be a yellow, as it was a single car incident all the way out of the way. Spencer Burns sparks up the outside wall. William Schmidt in the top 5. The little team that could, the little engine that could. That's what I like to call William Schmidt, because you don't expect him to win all the time, but when he wins, it's always in very interesting areas. First ever win for him, Auto Club with the car tomorrow. Nobody had him circled. Second win, Atlanta. No one had that one circled as well. They probably thought he'd been better on a super speedway than an intermediate, but right now he's got the speed inside the top 5. Don't count out that 66 whatsoever. Lyles backtracking just a tad. Walker 4 back. Baker lined up again. When do we see possible green flag pit stops? Let's go through it again. Now that nighttime has rolled in and tire management seems to be a little bit better, so we're going to change that 50 lap run to 75. The pit window is now 75 to 125, because I still don't see drivers that are able to go the full 125 laps before coming on the pit road. I still see it as drivers short pitting or undercutting, no matter how you want to put it. These guys up front, not because they want an advantage, but just because their tires are completely torn apart. Baker, on the other hand, loving the nighttime conditions to the outside, getting the run down off corner exit, trying to size that 8 car up. Could very easily go 17.3 for the top 2 spots, 177 out of 600. It's the All-American 600. It's live from Nashville as we continue to roll around the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Once again, very thankful for that track, for partnering up with NR Night in America and IDK Player to host this fabulous event. And hopefully you all are enjoying this great race in action back at home. We've had incidents on track. We've had tempers already flaring, but no doubt about it, the driver to beat right now, at least on the short run, is Buttafuoco. Walker losing some time, that 7 back. Let's look back at the lap traffic. Zach Todriff lined up. Abraham Vila lined up. Cooper Glick lined up once again. They all lined up, trying to go and close on in. You look even farther back, Thurston has not had that car lined up to his liking ever since he pancaked the outside wall. He battles with Contreras, still possibly a top 10 car, but definitely needs to fix that entire right side if he wants to get back to race-winning motos. And Contreras is another underdog that's been doing a pretty well job all the way back there to the 12th spot. And you look back to Conklin, one of the drivers that had the single car spin. Daniel Mosteller has not had top 10 speed just yet. He just holds himself inside that Sweet 16. The question is now for how long, as Walker is 8-4 back. Joe West on the move. Not the greatest start for him. Already had to use a fast repair here tonight, but he looks to the inside here at Gavin Austin, who actually slams the outside wall, sparks it up just a tad. That is also now the battle for the 14th spot. Baker lined up. Oh, and around goes the 91 down to the inside. And it looks like it could be a save, but he did smack the inside wall at the left side. We do stay green. Another single car incident. They line up once again as the intervals on the left side of your screen rally on through. There's Thurston. There's Adana lined up. Frank DeAngelis back to 9th. And that's Travis Brown there in that 8th spot. This could be a contest for the Elite 8. This might look wheel to wheel here. Burns on Armstrong. And these guys have been kind of going at it. If you've been watching those intervals just a little bit. Down within 3, down within 2, one around, down to the bottom end. And that looks to be Caden Boulard, and we're going to throw it. Now, there's no way he's going to be able to get back on that track. Caution is out for the 6th time, 184/600. And he was pinned in an area that was not going to be good. You almost saw, I think that was a 16 of Kenny Brady that almost went down there and almost hit him. Once again, very tight track. One car gets sideways, it's going to change everything up. It's tough, it's grueling, but it is very entertaining. And Caden Boulard goes around. Let's go ahead and watch the replay. He's running around here with Rowan Castro just outside that Sweet 16. Castro trying to get that car back to race-winning speed. And it might have either been helped by Rowe or a single car spin that turned that 5 around. And he just watched way high and oh, yeah, that's going to be on his own. Locks it up down low, and he blinked out. Tried to go right here. Realized Todrick was coming. Realized the leaders were coming. And there was nowhere for him to go. Let's go ahead and watch back on that again, because there's always a pro and con to washing wide, and we haven't talked about it just yet. When you go up the track, you get the run down the hill. You carry a lot of forward momentum down off corner exit. But when that car is not centered and you don't have the grip under those tires going well, you're just ice skating with a lot of momentum, and there is just no type of forward momentum that will go your way, because he's got the momentum here, but you can see that car was not centered. He was almost dead sideways down off corner exit, and instead of going straight, he goes right into the inside wall, and next thing you know, he's stuck down on the bottom end. Caution is out once again, 187 out of 200. We're closing in on the 200 lap mark, and Thurston's got a big opportunity to come back around. Let's go ahead and interview some drivers here in just a moment, as pit road's gonna be wide open. And we're gonna look for some of these guys that will definitely have a great talking point. And we've been consistently around the 400 viewer mark. Very thankful for that indeed as we continue to go on. And this race continues to move on forward. We're going to go ahead and actually go ahead and talk with Chad Thornquist. We want to go ahead and hear what he's got to say. He's definitely the driver that has had a lot of interesting things happen to him so far tonight. Chad Thornquist, it's the John. You got a copy?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Walk me through your race so far. You had a lot of potential heading in, and still a lot of racing left to go, but you did have that run in there with Kenny Brady. Walk me through that.
Did you give me a drive-through for that?
The admins probably did.
Okay, well, I don't think that was a drive-through. I think that was more of a racing incident, because I was avoiding the 17 who was taking a really shallow entry into turn 3, but got it out of the way, got a caution to get me back into contention, and Brady actually, touring the right side, made the car handle better. It's on the short run, it's like a little bit tighter, but then once it gets to the middle, to the long run, it like kind of evens out and makes it handle like how it did on the short run. So, well,
walk me through this real quick, because we're about to go back green. How is the car handling at night compared to the day?
A lot more grip. In 1 and 2, it's like
We're getting ready to go back. Great. Good luck, my man.
Yep, thank you.
Getting ready for the restart right here. 189 out of 200, and we just got the call that was giving me a quick restart. Here we go. Through 1 and 2. TCB all over the rear end there. The 17 gets sideways and comes down to the inside. Hornet to the inside wall, goes to 3. The caution will wave again. And we were riding on board, and you saw him get loose down off corner exit. And a single car spin right in front of all these oncoming machines brings out the yellow for the 7th time. Yeah, he just gassed it way too hard. Go ahead and watch back to it. He's down on the inside. He's trying to get right back to the rear end of Buttafuoco. We're starting to see guys get loose down off corner exit very easily. This time he doesn't bring anybody around with him, but it's a hard hit to the inside wall. And you see some of these guys just narrowly having to avoid it. That was Moss Stellar down low, nearly getting through. And it's ice skating on restarts here late, and that's exactly what happened. You can see Baker trying to drive it in deep on the 17 of Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco holds on to lane number 2, and all of a sudden cuts right back across. But look at how the car is just unstable, bumping up and down on that inside. All of a sudden that back end just sticks around, and there's nowhere for him to go after that after holding on to it. And it's going to be a big hit to the inside wall. He's got it all locked up, and that's going to be it. TCB slams the inside wall. Caution is out again. 192 with 600, and this should be a quick restart as we get ready to go again. So it's going to be a quick yellow, and looks like they will be lining them up once more. Buttafuoco will elect the outside lane. Lyles to the inside. Walker and Burns going back 2 by 2. Let's get ready to roll. Just approaching lap 200 of 600. And Demos had a big scare there for just a moment. As we get ready to go again, Kenny Brady, still a lot of nose damage down the inside. Back to the gears, one more time. Buttafuoco, Lyles, Walker, and Burns were rolling again from the fairgrounds. Wheel to wheel, that's the battle for second. Lyles drives it in deep, Walker goes wide. That side-by-side will stay consistent. Now in the wall goes the 8 machine. Burns watches on, Buttafuoco checks out. And Frank DeAngelis is driving it in deep. Right there as well, trying to hold on to it. William Schmidt to the outside, wheel to wheel at the 54. Lyles into the catbird seat. Walker wants it back, down off corner exit. Walker's looking, he's peeking, he's trying to find a way back to that quarter panel. Frank DeAngelis on the move. Welcome back to the top 5. Toyota on Toyota. Wheel to wheel as that battle continues. Brown watching from behind. And Travis is on that outside doing a really good job. He's been consistently quicker as the night has gone on. He would look like a 16th place car and now has walked his way all the way inside the Elite 8. Battle for second. To the outside, Lyles to the inside, Walker. Spencer Burns peeking. Maybe it looks like a 3-wide move, but expects to back off, and he does. The side-by-side continues. Lyles on the outside lane, not giving in. And Walker still holding on to that long-term run. That's what he's thinking. Burns looking back to lane number 2, and I think that worked very well when he had the daytime conditions and the tires wore out quicker, but right now it's almost completely pitch black out. You might want to think about pushing a little bit harder as this night continues to roll on. Lap 198 of 600, Spencer Burns back to the rear end of that Chevrolet. One of the lone Fords, or one of the few Fords, should I say, in this field, finds a way around Lyles, and Burns is into the podium spot. Schmidt whittle wheel with Lyles, and it's 1 position lost, now 2, maybe even 3, as he's whittle wheel with the 66. Great battle going on from second on back. Schmidt to the bottom. There in that 4th spot, Lyles to the outside, whittle wheel, Toyota on Chevy, side by side, next time by, just 400 laps to go. And just is definitely an understatement as Buttafuoco has checked out 1-6 all the way through. And as that pull away starts, Burns starts trying to go in and pull his way back in. 201, wheel to wheel. Schmidt not done just yet. Down the inside, Corey Lyles to the outside. Frank DeAngelis peeking, trying to find a way through, but it's Brown down on the bottom end. That look down low on the 54, but now gets contested by Daytona. Wheel to wheel, the 10 and the 23 go down towards turn number 3 and 4. It's a great drive up. Oh, Daytona, what a save by the 10. And that could have been a disaster, not just for him, but Thurston as well, all the way towards the back end. It's going to be wheel to wheel. Thurston looking to the outside. William Schmidt now contesting once more with Frank DeAngelis. As DeAngelis will use the high line to his advantage and will find his way through. William Schmidt not done just yet down on the bottom end. It's wheel to wheel for him. It's Corey Lyles back to fourth. Spencer Burns there in third, lined up with Walker. Walker now nearly a full 2 seconds back to Daniel Buttafuoco, but Buttafuoco trying to go to pull away now 1-8. Brown to the outside up to 7th, still holds on to that one, contests just a tad there on Schmidt, but it's wheel to wheel for the 9 and the 10. We've seen Daytona get very, very loose every time he gets side by side, tries to do a little bit too much down off corner exit. It hasn't resulted in that bad of a run, but once again, the 8 and the 10 went into it earlier in this race. Now the 9 is trying to find a way around. Daytona not letting him go too easily. Conklin into the outside wall. And Mosteller has worked his way up to the 11th spot, trying to find his way inside the top 10 once again. Walker 2-8 back, way back from Buttafuoco. This is the long-term run we've been looking for. It's William Schmidt trying to contest once more on Frank DeAngelis. DeAngelis lined up again, but this is where they calm down, save those tires. When you see everyone spread out the way they do, you know there's going to be a really good chance that this is going to go for a while. Cooper Glick goes way wide out of the groove. It's going to be Walker down on the bottom, going on to P2. Or holding on to P2, should I say, but not losing that much time. Spencer Burns third, Corey Lyles fourth, Frank DeAngelis said you probably shouldn't circle my name here to 9, and so far he sits in that P5 spot. The 0-2 back down pit road again. Oh, maybe not. Completely missed pen entrance. That's Joey Stone, and his night continues to go from bad to worse. But it's still a long way to go. We're still under halfway, and Stone still very much on the move. Backwards. Burns there in third. 3-3 the difference, and he's going to hit that outside wall. And now he's going to lose a little bit of time. This is where Lyles can go in and make up time around that outside. Look to lane 2, wheel to wheel. Brown now getting contested by the 9 and Thurston. He's got that baby lined back up again. They fixed a little bit of that right side, but definitely the speed is coming back to the 9 machine of Thurston. Wheel to wheel once more. Brown, big bobble down off turn number 4. Thurston's going to try it down low again. We've seen these guys that go low. Either they got it or they don't. They know if they got the speed down there, but Thurston continues to contest low again on that 23. Side by side. Travis Brown, the defensive move might not work here. Gets loose off corner exit again. It's Thurston going to drive it in deep. Chevy on Chevy down to 1 and 2. And it's going to stack up Daytona back here as well. That's going to be lined up there with Wes. Oh, Brown in the wall. And he's going to flatten up the right side. Thurston's going to try to wash him wide. It still won't work out. The wheel to wheel continues. This is the battle for 7th. Keep an eye on that 9. We've seen him go from the back to the front before. Right now he's doing a really good job on just holding on to what he's got, including that right side damage. Down the back once more. Conklin to the outside there, and Mosteller. They're trying to go wheel to wheel. It's West looking to the bottom end of Daytona. Daytona loose off corner exit once again. Gives the advantage to the 18. Toyota and Ford trying to move forward through the hornet's nest of bow ties. Thurston still not giving in here with Brown. And you look back now, the battle for second. These guys have all lined up. Burns, Lyles, DeAngelis, and Schmidt. Thurston gets it loose off corner exit, just trying to clear himself on that 23. Trying multiple times. Now is it the drive off? How about not? Brown gets the drive down off corner exit. Thurston bobbles. Now sends it in deep. Can he clear himself on the 23? No. It's going to be Brown around the outside, holding on to that quarter panel. And it's frustrating, and it's going to heat some of these guys up. And it's one bobble away for the 23, and Thurston can finally go ahead and clear and lock himself on the drivers in front. Kenny Brady A lot of damage on the rear, a lot of damage on the nose, and for a driver that everyone thought had possibly one of the best chances of going to victory lane here tonight, it's still going to be a long, long way for him to go, and nearly climbs the front stretch wall. Bump, run, Lyles around, caution's going to wave. Travis Brown is involved. 4, 5, maybe 6 cars involved as well. Maxwell Castro, and it's a bump and run. And that definitely went wrong, and it's going to be a little bit of damage on some of these machines as we're back under the yellow again. 217 of 600. The caution is out for now the 8th time here tonight, as Corey Lyles has completely nosed in his car, as we're going to watch again. Drives it in deep on Burns, and that's all on his own. Goes right around. There's nowhere for Kenny Brady to go, nowhere for Schmidt to go. West kind of got through it. And Travis Brown is involved with a little bit of nose damage. We're going to watch back on it once more. I don't think Burns did anything wrong, but watch with West as well. I mean, these guys are all lined up, and it's just split-second decisions, just driving it in way, way too deep. And it's tough battling here. It's so easy to have a mistake go or a thing go wrong. You just wash up the track. There's no grip under that Chevrolet. And Frank DeAngelis just locks up that Supra. Kenny Brady again involved in an incident. William Schmidt gets his 66 sideways. And Netcode puts the 27 with some nose damage. The 10 involved as well. Let's go ahead and ride on board with some of these guys. I want to ride on board actually with the 18. This is a really good look for him as things go all the way through. Game of inches. Oh, he just rear-ended the one. And the caution is out again. It's going right for some drivers. It's going wrong for a good amount of drivers. But if you're Daniel Buttafuoco, you're happy that this happened to some of the front runners as things continue to go wrong for them. Corey Lyles now on pit road as we get ready to go once more. We're going to go back to find the leader. Buttafuoco lined up. Mosteller up to 6. And he's starting to be one of the drivers on the move. Brown to 9th. A little bit of nose damage. Not going to pit on that one, but we're going to see the Walker versus Buttafuoco show once again. They're going to be lined up side by side, Chevy on Chevy, as we get ready to rack them. We get ready to stack them. We get ready to go at it one more time. Thinking of all 5.2 thousand that have tuned in for tonight's running of the All-American 600. Who do you think will go to victory lane? Daniel Buttafuoco has definitely led the most in this later half under the lights. Keep an eye on that 17, but can Walker get something rolling? Spencer Burns has some speed, and James Thurston on the outside, now up to 4th. Daniel Mosteller, a little rear end damage, but he's moving strong. Frank DeAngelis just narrowly misses a wreck that was in front of him, and Chad Thornquist is back up front inside the top 8. Some of these drivers that had damage elected not to pit. It wasn't enough to impact their race, and everyone was heads up, pumping those brakes as we get ready to go once more. Daniel Buttafuoco 17, Walker 8, restart zone once again. Pace car down and away, back to the zone one more time. 221 of 600, now make it 222, we're green. Thurston on the outside, contesting the 8. He's gonna get that drive off corner exit. Using that outside to his advantage. Walker still down low, can't find his way to the outside, kind of landlocked right here. Starting to see Burns get loose down off corner exit. Mosteller watching on, looking to the outside once more. And into the top 5 goes Demos. Lined up once again, Buttafuoco, your leader by 47. Burns is peeking to the outside again on Walker, now looks back down low, trying to cross him up. Thurston to 2nd, now Locke, one around in the back. Greenwood, we stay green. Thurston down to 6, lost a little bit of time through corner entrance, now he's got it all lined up again down the back. And Buttafuoco's doing everything he can right now to pull away, but that 9's got the run down off corner exit. Half a second the difference for the 9. It's been up and down for him, but he's back in the catbird seat. Walker trying to close in. Burns still giving him a run for the money. Down off turn number 2. Now Burns going to slide to the inside wall. Goes to 36. And you know it's tough when you have one of the best drivers having issues. Brown sideways. What a save by Travis Brown. West to the bottom. They're still going all over each other through 1 and 2. Race didn't stop. Got to keep rolling. That 23 had it junked, but didn't. Through turns number 3 and 4. What a save by the 23. Last time Travis Brown was in an e-ticket event in NR Night in America was the NWP 400. And right now, his car control is unmatched. All the way back to 11th. Keep an eye on that 23. This race is definitely not done for him, but we're about to see something that we haven't seen in about 50 or so laps. That's a real battle for the lead as laps start to wind down. Thurston starting to reel in that 17 down to the inside. He's closing in on the 17 of Buttafuoco. Yeah, right now that 17's got to get ready to go in full defense mode. Mosteller's on the move. Walker kind of sat still a little bit. Can James Thurston bring that 9 to victory lane? There's still a lot of time left. We're still well under halfway when that 9 machine runs it back up the track. 10:03 East Coast, 9:03 Central. And the gap is back to about a 4-5. That second lane starting to come in. We saw that 9 was very good at making up time off corner exit. Baker down to the inside, gets out of the way of the leaders, but Buttafuoco's going back to using that bottom lane. When you see Thurston run his way high and then get the run down off corner exit, as long as he gets it to stick, he makes up 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. When it comes down to the battle for the lead, Chevy. Mosteller's now evened out. Walker's now evened out. The real question is, can Thurston get to the rear of that 17? And if they do happen to go wheel to wheel, does it bring the 8 back into play? Does it bring the 1 back into play? Does it possibly be Frank? That's 2, 3 back into play as well. With laps starting to wind down once again, and the track is almost completely evened out. We're starting to see who's got the best opportunity. As long as that 9 does not make any mistakes, really good chance he's going to be going to victory lane. Back to the gearbox, you can see the 8 lined up behind him. And that's Walker still trying to hold on to what he's got, but it's still down to the bottom end. You can see these guys aren't running that innermost lane right now. They're about half a lane up from that bottom side. And so far, the game of tenths is really going well into the play of the 9. But you look back down the backstretch again, Walker's dropping back. But right now, that 9 is all moving forward. That's Thurston still even, half a second back. If he can just close in, you can see he loses time on entrance, but that big bobble down off corner exit didn't really hurt him that bad. 1 around, Spencer Burns down low, caution's gonna wave. And that will be the 9th yellow here of the night. As we are under halfway, and it looks like Spencer Burns will be working his way back. Let's go ahead and watch the replay. Oh, he didn't even get tagged. That's just West driving in deep. And it was a part of the track where you cannot back up at all. And he was just stuck there. You back up right now. There's too many cars coming in. Notified the admins that there's no way for him to get back around. The caution's going to wave. And we've had a fair amount of cautions here tonight, but I'm starting to see a trend with how tight the track is. It's very hard to get back rolling after a single car spin. And just like that, that's one of the reasons why we've had 9 cautions. I believe we've had 6 incidents so far tonight where we've got to throw the yellow due to incidents of drivers just not able to get back rolling. And we definitely don't want any of the leaders to have any issues of back on pit road. That's going to be Thurston. 4 tires away, he's going to go. He's not going to win the race off pit road. It is going to go to Buttafuoco, but it's going to be tight for second. How about not? Walker comes out 3rd. Frank DeAngelis comes out what might be 4th as we're going to get ready to go at it again. It's the All-American 600, and we are back once at it again. We'll get the one to go here very, very shortly. What a night, what a ride. And some of the questions were, will the drivers be able to go the full 600 laps? No doubt about it. The confidence is there for them to go ahead and get it done. Not a lot of drivers out of this race from what we can go ahead and see. But Demos going back down pit road, getting some repairs to the right side of his car. Corey Lyle's back in the same boat as well. They've worked their way down pit road. Now we got to shuffle again. Look at this top 10. Sean Rowe, haven't talked about him a lot. West was involved in an incident in the daylight, but definitely that Toyota's coming at night. Rawlings up to 8th. They're all cycling back around as we get ready for the restart. Let's get ready to go again. And we're going to delay the green right here to make sure that everyone shuffles about. And that's the 16. Kenny Brady still rolling around. Cooper Glick rolling around as well. But it's Buttafuoco and Thurston. This is going to be the wheel to wheel we've been waiting for, no doubt about it. That 9 has been on the move, and Buttafuoco has been a main staple for the last 100 laps. If Thurston can get by, including with right side damage, it's going to be tough to beat him here late. Let's get the one to go this time by. Walker to third. Has been in contention all night long. Travis Brown back to 10th. Cody Rawlings already had to use the faster pair here tonight. One of the drivers that went up and over and now sits in P7. Conklin P6. Thornquist back to P5 as the tires are being warmed up on the 9 as we get ready for the restart. Doesn't want an incident that happened to TCB. TCB had a lot of speed but did not warm those tires up, and just like that went right around. Let's get ready to go again. Buttafuoco on the bottom. Thurston on the outside, grab a gear one more time through the restart zone. We're green from Nashville. Thornquist holding that bottom end. DeAngelis trying to go to pin him back down. Walker down low. Thurston on the outside, nose to tail again. And Dan's trying to go ahead and pull away. 28 the difference. Thornquist down low, still holding on to his spot. But it's Frank DeAngelis in fourth, lined up again. Walker back to third. Conklin lined up. Wheel to wheel. West on the bottom. Brown to the outside. Rawlings still down low. Stacking him up. Bottling him up. Thurston trying to close in. This is going to be a launch down the hill for the 9. Should get down to about a 2.5. Nah, couldn't get it. Bobbled way too hard. Back to a 2.9 again. Walker there in third. Frank DeAngelis back to fourth, all lined up once more. Thornquist in that fifth spot. Sean Conklin lined up there in sixth, going way wide, all the way out of the groove. And it's wheel to wheel once more as Rowe goes down to the bottom. Around goes Gavin Austin in the back. And that's a single car spin. We're going to stay green. Thurston trying to go ahead and close in here to Buttafuoco. Walker driving it down the abrasive surface down the bottom, still trying to hold on to her. And no one's still giving in right now. You look all the way back. That's West going wheel to wheel. West and Daytona side by side, battle for 10th. Brown there in 9th, lined up once more, but the wheel to wheel is not going anywhere for the driver in 10th. West drives it in deep with Daytona still using that outside lane to his advantage. The top 5 of all single filed out, and Thurston still trying to make up time to Dan. It's like he does really good down through turns number 1 and 2, but I think it's time to go look back to the sectors. When it's a game of 10s, you want to see where these guys are gaining, where these guys are losing. Sector 1 went all the way to Thurston, but back off Sector 2. That's where he loses the majority of his time. He's got Sector 1 and 2, or Sector 1 all the way down, but that second half, turns 3 and turns 4, that's where he continues to lose time. Keep an eye on that. It was almost dead even through Sector 1, but through 3 and 4, it might go the way once again to 17. And it goes to Thurston by about 2, nearly dead even. The top 2 are when it comes down to speed. You look at the 9 there to the 8, and Walker is in a losing battle right now with his teammate as that Bass Pro Chevrolet continues to want to move forward. Frank DeAngelis dropping back Sector 1 to Walker. Caution is out again. Oh man, it's a bad stack up. And it might be the big one down the backstretch, and that's exactly what it's going to be. As about 12th on back all come together, they're having to park them. Walker trying to get through, involved in it as well. Let's see what happened. Man, that was way before them. Daytona getting right into Brown, up and into the outside wall they go. And that's how it started, but there's definitely more to the story. Yeah, the 10's been driving everyone horribly tonight. Then West got sideways all the way to the outside. skipper got tagged, the Lyles went around, and they were all blinking out, so we weren't able to get the full story of it, but the caution is out again. Get ready to stack him back up. 249 out of 600. And an incident down the backstretch brings them all back to a standstill as we are still well under halfway. Yeah, that was all on Daytona. I mean, you saw early when he was very aggressive with some of these guys up front. They were almost having to move him. And Brown's down low. He's got to hold on to that spot, but you're still under halfway in this race. If you see someone that's faster than you, let them by. It's okay to contest, but when you're contesting for 5, 6, 7 laps and you just know they're still quicker than you, they're going to start roughing you up, and that's exactly what happened. Buttafuoco holds on to the lead. Frank DeAngelis up to third. Sean Rowe back to fourth. Rawlings, Castro, Joyner, now Mosteller make up the top 10. Brown had to find his way onto pit road to go and repair that damage. Conklin down there as well, and there's an incident way in the back. That once again brings out the caution. Still under halfway in this race, but right now it's starting to see that the 17 definitely is the fastest to go ahead and get it done. The 9 of Thurston nowhere now to be seen as we continue to go ahead and look around at drivers on pit road, and some of them try to find their way through. And Daytona will line up all the way in the back end. Terrell Baker getting his lap back, or should I say multiple laps back. Frank DeAngelis down the inside. Sean Rowe there as well, as the one to go is getting ready to come back out again. Walker versus Buttafuoco. Try it again. Thurston comes down pit road, and he'll be at the tail end of the longest line, no doubt about it, as we get ready to roll. 10 cautions in, a couple of them have been for single car incidents of drivers getting stuck that we had to go in and throw the yellow for, but now as we get ready to stack them back up once more, Buttafuoco has to hold off that 8 machine. Can he do it? That's the real question. Definitely that 17 is the fastest on track. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road. Grab a gear one more time. With the restart zone, we're rolling again from Nashville. Frank DeAngelis on the bottom, Sean Rowe on the outside. Yeah, still holding that wheel to wheel. Rowe trying to go ahead and find a way around that 54. Frank sends him wide. Walker 3-5 back and losing time big time. DeAngelis into the third spot down through turns number 1 and 2. He's going to line Rowe up. Rowe lined up again. Maxwell Castro lined up. Mosteller to 6. Looks to the inside. A dive bomb move. Max is going to give him the lane, but it's not going to work out well. Maybe for both, as they both got sideways down off corner exit, but they still hold on to it. And Walker's got clean air right here. Little right side damage there on the 8. Trying to go ahead and make up time. Sean Rowe still lined up down the bottom of turns number 3 and 4. Rowe to 4th, DeAngelis in 3rd. Walker half a second back to Buttafuoco, now finally gaining in. Buttafuoco goes up to lane 2, gets the launch off, and just like that, anything that 8 was gaining through turns number 1 and 2 has been lost. DeAngelis playing the tire game. And Thornquist goes right back down low there on Stone. Stone lined up again. 64 the difference. Mosteller looking underneath the 27. And Max is finally working his way forward. We're starting to see a lot of these guys that are fast and that could contend for the lead very, very easily have already been involved in issues here tonight, and now it's all about rallying back together. And that's what you're starting to see with Maxwell. That's what you're starting to see with Mosteller. Even Thornquist. Remember, Thornquist had to make his way onto pit road at some point tonight. He's now up to that 7th spot. Mosteller to the inside of Rowe. Wheel to wheel once again. Rowe on the outside is going to hold that spot. Mosteller trying to drive in and get in. Demos really wants this win badly, but if he's going to win, he's got to find out how to get up to speed with Buttafuoco. Same thing with Thornquist. A lot of these guys do a lot of nose damage. Buttafuoco's kept that car clean for the majority of the night. Mosteller loose down off corner exit. Thornquist to 6. And Rhodes going to hold on to that 5th spot. DeAngelis 1-6 back. Walker, does he play the tire game, or is that completely out the window where it might be on speed unless we get maybe 150 lap green flag run? Thornquist shoves the 2 up the track, holds onto it, back to P5, goes to 7. Right now on the move goes that 7 machine, still looking for 3. And you can line up drivers that clearly have been involved in issues here tonight that had the speed. Kenny Brady, Terrell Baker, another one. 9 the difference for Walker, trying to go ahead and close that gap. Back up once again, 2 seconds the difference for Frank DeAngelis. Maxwell Castro all over the rear end, but Thornquist is like a rocket ship right now. Matt down to turns number 1 and 2, now contesting the 27. He's looking for it, Mosteller's underneath Rowe. Demos drives it in deep. Rowe to the outside, trying to hold on to it, he does. And he will sit with that 6th spot. Mosteller still trying to take the shorter way around. And Thornquist sits on P5, but it's still Castro right in front of him, lined up once again. Max Love in the outermost lane, puts Thornquist down on the bottom end. This time he's going to be driving in deep, and Max will let the 7 by. Thornquist into the 4th spot. Frank DeAngelis in 3rd, losing time, but the 7 is on the move. Walker has been dropping back. Thornquist consistently gaining speed and time on Daniel Buttafuoco. He sits P4. As long as everything cycles out well, we could see this 7 machine have a big battle for the lead. Stone to 9th. Inside the top 10 with the big shuffle for drivers about 10th on back, being involved in an incident, has stacked everything up. Thornquist down to the inside of Frank DeAngelis. Another big move here by the Hellman 7. Frank goes wide. Thornquist down low. Nearly contact, but he has the advantage down to 1 and 2. Thornquist holds on to P3, and just like that, ooh! Contact with DeAngelis. The ones that don't know, Frank DeAngelis and Kenny Brady are teammates. Little bit of damage on the nose of the 54. Castro found his way through. And Thornquist is now 2-5 back to Daniel Buttafuoco and closing on the number 17. Big move right now for him. Question is, can he go to victory lane? Frank DeAngelis, P5. Maxwell Castro, P4. Benjamin Walker, not quick enough to catch the 17. Is definitely need a big adjustment for him, but it's the 7 that is the majority on the move. 2-5 the difference, and closing in deep on the driver in 2nd. It will be wheel to wheel, but the thing is, if Walker really contests that 7, it's going to even those tires out between the 17 and the 7 again. Then we'll see who really has the speed when it comes down to time trials when closing or gaining. 269 at 600. We are approaching halfway. It was an interesting start to tonight's race. I've been starting to be a little strict on drivers to go ahead and not have track blocking incidents. Once we did have incidents of drivers stuck to the outside, 3, 4, 5 cautions were thrown. But now that everything seems to be settling down right now, approaching the halfway mark, we're starting to see some of these guys try the strategy game out. Who's quicker if we do get a 100+ green flag run? Because if that does happen to come in, you're going to see guys either short pit or long pit, depending on what their strategy really is. Thornquist 2-3 on the bubble. Walker, the next target once again. Buttafuoco, clean track in front of him. Next lap machine is Abraham Vila. They're all lined up once more. And it's a big run forward. Once again, NR Night in America wants to thank you, the viewers, for tuning in to the All-American 600 presented by the Nashville Fairgrounds, a track partnership. And thank you to all the brand new subscribers and everyone that has tuned in to tonight's broadcast. It's an up and down day for drivers on this track. It's been a little sketchy for others as everyone's trying to go the distance of 600. Who has what it takes to drive all the way to the end and go number 1? We're about to find out in around the halfway point. Now we're about to find out the battle for 2nd. If Thornquist finds his way past Walker and to Buttafuoco, this changes everything. Completely changes everything. Buttafuoco, DeAngelis, and Kenny Brady are all teammates. Those drivers you know are going to drive this 7 very, very differently, including when you saw Thornquist already get back into DeAngelis, and you had the issue when Kenny Brady led early. He had a big opportunity to go to victory lane. Next thing you know, that 7 might have taken away from it unless he has a fast repair. Lot's still winding down, but this will be the battle for 2nd. Walker on the defensive move. Does he go ahead and make it difficult for the 7? Thornquist backing up his run, getting ready to size him up. And the lap machines are starting to come into play here in just a moment. Thornquist down the inside. Walker up half a lane. Walker being forced to the outside. Wheel to wheel. This is the battle for second, and there's no contest. Thornquist into the second spot. Now Walker bites down low. It's not going to be enough to get to the quarter panel. Thornquist into the second spot. Buttafuoco, your race leader. Now the question is, can the 7 gain in on the 17? Yeah, he's got some type of speed. Thornquist up to lane number 2, the bite down low, and it might be a consistent gain. We're gonna check the sectors to see where they're gaining or losing, but it's 2-3 back. Sector 1 went to Buttafuoco. Sector 2 goes to Thornquist. It is a net gain, but you see these drivers are still very much similar when it comes down to driving styles. We're gonna go back to the gyro cam. Watching out this 17, trying to hold on. Thornquist lost a lot of time down into Sector 1. Sector 2, it definitely won't be a net gain. He still has to worry about Walker behind. Maybe it will just a little bit. 240 still the difference. Buttafuoco having to get past the lap traffic to the outside. That's the 31 at Nicholas Hook. And Hook will easily allow this 17 on by as they line up once again. Thornquist 2-3 back. Sector 1 has definitely been his weakest link. In Sector 2 definitely will play no help to him. But it's still 229 around that area of him trying to close in. Oh, Buttafuoco nearly into the back end of Vila. And that 16 of Brady is starting to go ahead and make a roadblock right there. 2 seconds the difference. Thornquist gaining in. It's a little tough for Buttafuoco to find a way around, but we know Kenny Brady's not going to make it easy at all for that 7. 420 watching live. 281 out of 600. To the outside, Nicholas Hook riding around. Thornquist lost in Sector 1, but it should be a net gain down into Sector 2. How about not? 220 still the difference as Buttafuoco continues to ride around and burn these laps off. 218 back. Now you got 3 lap machines lined up in front of this 7. And we're going to see how this tire wear is going to work out. Nicholas Hook lined up with the 7. Does he let him on by? The answer is yes. Kenny Brady, on the other hand, might have a different idea. Thornquist looking back to the inside of the 16. Yeah, Brady's going to run right in that line. Brady's going to allow him by all the way to the outside, goes to 16. Thornquist down on the bottom end, and Thornquist will hold on to that second spot. Still making up about 2/10 through lap traffic compared to Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco now in the game, trying to hold on to everything. Found his way around Todriff and Vila, but it looked to be an easy find a way through. The question is now, can Thornquist gain time as the lap traffic continues throughout the night? Gavin Austin, Tyler Tinsley, those guys lined up towards the back end. 19 cars still left on the lead lap as laps continue to go down. 2:30 the difference. Thornquist lost some time. Walker found his way through. And it's a big move for him to find his way through those lap machines quickly. Down the front stretch. Walker 3-2 back, still trying to go ahead and that Walker 3-3 back. Thornquist 2-4 back, but now some more line of lap machines. Boulard, Baker, and Baker got sideways right in front of Burns. And it's just like we're talking about these guys in this race. I mean, we talked about them possibly having a great shot. We talked about Burns having a great night. We heard 1 into the outside wall. That may have been the 8. We do go ahead and stay green. Thornquist 2-5 back. But you look at Buttafuoco right now. 2 lap machines that you know have speed and still have probably a big opportunity to go to victory lane here late. That's Burns and Baker. 2 costly mistakes have right now impacted their night. But we're still under halfway. And by the time you get to that halfway mark, you're able to go ahead and adjust and see where you're gaining or where you're losing. Buttafuoco back down low. Finds his way through Burns, finds his way through Baker. 1 spinning down to the inside, that's that's Skipper. Matt Skipper down to the inside, single car spin, we do stay green. And Buttafuoco will not have a problem with that. Everyone else stays pretty consistent. Walker lined up as well. Here's the shuffle towards the back. Brownstone, some of these machines rolling around all the way towards the back end. The real question is, where's the wheel to wheel, or is this just a tire lottery going on? Conklin looking to the end there at DeAngelis. This will be the battle for 6. Schmidt sideways there with Brady. Rowe to 9th, Rawlings to 10th. And you can't get any more up and down that 26. Upside down, had to use his fast repairs. Now found his way back up to the 10th spot with caution cycling everyone out. Kenny Brady sideways, trying to get some type of speed down off corner exit. But William Schmidt continues to watch on as is Conklin and Frank DeAngelis with the battle for 6. Brady in the outside wall. And his night will continue to go from bad to worse. Buttafuoco, your leader by about 2.6. Conklin closing in on the rear end once more. Mosteller about 6 back. And you look back to Skipper, you look back to Castro. They're all lined up once again. Down the backstretch, Vila trying to close in here on Walker. Thornquist down the inside. Still 2.8, maybe a 6, making the difference. Buttafuoco got past the lap traffic. Burns and Baker in the wall. And this time Baker loses the nose of his 3. Approaching halfway. Boulard, the next lap machine in line with Thornquist. Thornquist go to the outside. Boulard down. Boulard to the outside. Thornquist to the inside, with 3 seconds being the difference. Spencer Burns getting loose down off corner exit. And Baker will stay right in front of him. They're going to go wheel to wheel once more. Baker, Burns lined up nose to tail down through 3 and 4. Thornquist just wanting to find a way around. Nearly halfway in the All-American 600, but it's been the Buttafuoco show up front. 3 seconds the difference. Does this change here late? Brown up to 10th, Rowe to 9th, Schmidt back to 8th. You can't ask for a better start to the 4th of July weekend, and Thornquist is going to look low. Burns not making it easy for that Chevrolet. Burns gets the drive down off corner exit. Ford versus Chevy, wheel to wheel. And Thornquist will go ahead and clear. I believe he will. Down off turn number 2. And now here's the real Hornets' nest. Tyler Tinsley, Joe West, Contreras, Greenwood. Lap machines lined up in front of your leader. Last time we saw an incident like that, it didn't go very well, but as we approach halfway here, Buttafuoco, Thornquist, and Walker definitely seem to be the fastest. Lyles did have some speed, but was involved in an issue. Some of these guys electing not to use that fast repair just yet. Frank DeAngelis up to the 6th spot. Lyles back to 12. Stone back inside the top 12. Baker around the outside, not making it easy for Thornquist to find a way through. Thornquist drives it in deep. Baker's going to run his line. And Buttafuoco's got to find his way underneath West. West getting muscled out of the way. And Dan's going to find his way through, but it's wheel to wheel. Contreras on the inside. West on the outside. Side by side once more. Tyler Tinsley lined up. Contreras contact there with the 18 of West. West going to hold on to that one. And Thornquist finds his way through on the 3. Now you got to wonder, is Thornquist faster than Buttafuoco? Or are they about even? Because Thornquist is making up a lot of time. Let's look at the tire strategy on the right side of your screen. They were dead even, and that 7 made up a ton of time from all the way back to about 6 or 7 trying to get through the traffic. I want to take a wild guess that this 7 has definitely worn out tires, or more worn out tires compared to the 17. Well, if we restack them as we approach halfway here in the All-American 600, does Thornquist have the car to beat if we have a restart? Walker finds his way through Burns. Castro back to the 4th spot. Mosteller holding on to P5. He's in the realm of possibility of possibly going to victory lane. Baker still needs to have a lot of work done on his machine. But Chad Thornquist down to the inside. 3-6 the difference now to Daniel Buttafuoco as they work their way back down the backstretch. For the ones that do not know or already know, NR Thunder is releasing July 15th. That's right. This July 15th, we'll be publishing our first ever stock car style game, and we're very excited for it. Hopefully you guys are excited for that as well. Once again, NR Thunder releasing July 15th. 303 out of 600 back down the backstretch. This is a long green flag run, and we looked at the possibility of the pit window being about 50 to 125. Well, you throw that away. Not a lot of these guys have worked their way down pit road, but we're getting the possibility of a green flag pit stop. A lot of separation. A lot of these drivers calmed down. They started the race calm, got past lap 30 to lap 40, and then all of a sudden, you saw consistent cautions right after another. Single car incidents. Drivers were stuck on the outside. We had to throw in a couple track blockers. The question is, do we possibly have an incident where we can go green all the way and get some of these guys down pit road? To the inside, Corey Lyles, a lot of damage with Sean Conklin. And those machines have gone into each other. Lyles coming to pit road. Now, I don't think it sparked a spin at all, but you can see Conklin now has no nose on that 51 machine. Same with the 07, and a lot of these guys have been bending in the nose a lot, even the rear end. It's almost like they're running around like modifieds. You go back to Thurston, here he is on the track all the way towards the back end. He's got the right side fixed up. Now he's just playing the long game of just trying to get down to the end. We talked about James Thurston being really quick in that 9. Well, right now when that pit cycled on through, it did not work out to his favor. You look back to Buttafuoco, finds his way through Lilly, finds his way through some of these guys, but Chad Thornquist right now continues to hold on, just 4 seconds back, but now has to get his way all the way through the entire hornet's nest of machines in front of him. What's in front of him? This is giving me the 13 machine. That's Contreras. This is giving me the 18 machine. That's West. All these guys have lined up right in front of him. Greenwood, Austin, now Conklin. His night continues to go from bad to worse. Can Thornquist find his way through, or is he at the bank on a yellow, or is he at the bank on green flag pit stop, cycling everyone through? Thornquist to the bottom end of Contreras. 309 out of 600. It's starting to get dicey again. West and Greenwood have already been involved in an incident together tonight. Now looking for a way around Gavin Austin. Gavin Austin on the outside gets the run down off corner exit. Buttafuoco continues to gap himself to the driver to second. Thornquist down to the inside, West to the outside, and it's multiple machines, multiple laps down. Thurston finally back inside that top 20. Boulard back down pit road. This is going to be the squeeze, but it's Thornquist through the middle, finding his way through Greenwood. 310 out of 600. You're starting to see Walker close in just a little bit to that 7. Walker, we talked about the long run. Gavin Austin in the outside wall. Used up, chewed up, spit out, and there he goes on the front stretch wall, losing multiple spots. Already multiple laps down. It's going to be West down to the inside with a lot of damage on that 18. Everyone else continues to roll. Walker there in third, closing back in there on Thornquist. The battle for seconds getting ready to go at it again. These lap machines have not been nice to the drivers in second and third. Everyone's really stuck in traffic right now. All bottlenecked up. And Buttafuoco, it's a Sunday drive for him. Josh Lilly, sideways, great save. But look at this. Clean air. Nobody near this 17, but it's a storm behind. As now Walker has gained into under 7 there from the 7 machine. Finds his way around Baker. Lining up again. Walker to third, to the bottom there at Todriff. Holding on to what he's got back in lane 1 and lane 2. The runoff once more. Walker still holding on to it, but he has to now get through one of the machine. That's Joe West, as the nose has been completely torn off of multiple machines in front of him. 314 out of 600. Josh Lilly, I think, is coming to pit road. Lilly coming down and in, and the green flag stops will now start for drivers in the back that know they just need to go ahead and make it down to the end. And look at the sectors right here to Walker. Castro gaining in sector 1 and also sector 2, so you got to keep an eye on that one as well. We looked at sectors from the drivers to second and third. It seems to be a completely different run. Mosteller to 6, Frank DeAngelis to 5th. Now we look at pit stops down the bottom end. Guys that'll be coming down to pit road here soon. Undercuts, overcuts, who's going to play what? Walker sent it in deep on West. West isn't playing any games. Goes right back down the bottom and is battling with the driver that's on the lead lap like it's for position. Now they're going to take Walker nearly 3 wide. And he's got that outside working. Oh, Thornquist scraping that outside wall. 6 seconds the difference between first and second. Walker down to the bottom again. 6.5 the difference. Travis Brown getting in it there with Conklin. And Conklin goes right back to that outside. He got right to the rear into that 23. Ooh, Brown sideways. Holds onto it, saves it, but as laps continue to go down, how long do you want to stay out? Even if we do happen to have a pit stop, Schmidt right now sits P8. Brown back into the outside wall. 318 of 600. 6 the difference. Now Brady down to the inside of the 7. And you know it's bad when the back markers start getting a little quicker and are starting to find ways around you. Thornquist on the outside wants nothing to do with it, but this will be the battle for second. Walker on the bottom end, now lined up once again with the 7. Brady driving it in deep. Walker eyeballing the end of that 7 machine, trying to get to that quarter panel. 320 of 600. And this is a long green flag run we were waiting for. Walker trying again. Gets to the quarter panel. Vila in the outside wall. To the bottom end goes the 8. Wheel to wheel battle for second. 2 lap machines or back markers in front of them. Then have unlapped each other. That's Brown. And it's still the 16. That's multiple laps down. Thornquist in lane 2. Walker to the lead. Now there goes the 7. Around goes the 7 machine. On the backstretch, and the caution is going to wave. 321 of 600. And that will be the 11th yellow of the night. And they were playing the game of inches. Just ran out of room, and that's exactly what it came down to. Chad Thornquist has been thrown around tonight, and it looks like it won't stop after halfway, but this will bring everyone back together. Pit road's open. Let's go ahead and watch to see exactly what happened. Did Vila just driving in deep? It might be. We're going to have to probably go from a different angle in. Oh, Thornquist came a little bit down on Vila. Maybe. Oh, no. Actually, I think Vila just sent it in deep. Gets into the rear end of the 7 down the back. And that's the driver in third going around. Caution will wave again here in Nashville. And it's been an exciting one tonight, no doubt about it. The All-American 600, but it has definitely been more strategy-based. And Vila just got right in the rear end of that 7, but here's the thing about short tracks. You can be thrown around, you can be torn up on all ends. As long as you saw 4 wheels running on it, you should be good to go. And as everything starts cycling on through, we're going to get the 1 to go. A lot of damage here for Armstrong. Stone electing to stay out from what it may look like. And he was one of the drivers that got his lap back. So Stone will be working his way onto pit road. And here's another thing too, that 7 went around, but he will still be up front because nobody was able to pass him after they all came down and in. Changes everything up. I want to say thank you to everyone that has gone ahead and retweeted everything on the Nashville Fairgrounds Twitter. And we are very, very grateful for everything that has been going down. Loving reading the comments, the tweets, all the positivity about this event. So we're gonna get ready to roll again. Driver's still on pit road. The lights are off, but we're gonna still have guys going back around. So we're gonna put the lights back on. 11 cautions in, and you kind of can see it as a bad thing for Thornquist that he got tagged in. At the same time, I don't think that's actually the case because, well, he's still gonna be starting up front, and now the question might be answered. Is the 7 faster than the 17 when they're evened up side by side? As long as they don't have incidents on this restart, it's going to be a crazy, wild move down to turns number 1 and 2. But at the same time, you could expect possibly Buttafuoco to go out in front and Thornquist to play the tire game again. We saw about, what, a 50, 60, I want to say about 60 to 70 lap green flag run right there. Look to the right side of your screen how these guys were running on tires. 80, maybe about 87. Next thing you know, there's a really good chance that this race might see another long green flag run. So we're going to keep an eye on this, but look at this top 4 right now. Mosteller there in 3rd. Frank DeAngelis back to 4th. Very, very strong fast 4 as we get ready to go at it again. Thornquist to the bottom end. To the outside, it's going to be Daniel Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco has led the most laps so far tonight. But now the question is, can he hold on to it from here on out? Past halfway here in Nashville, from the heart of the Music City. Let's get ready to go again. Daniel Buttafuoco on the outside. Chad Thornquist on the inside. We're rolling again. Dan clears them down to 1 and 2. Wheel to wheel. That's the battle for 3rd. Mosteller on the outside. To the inside. DeAngelis one sideways down the bottom. We stay green. That's Kenny Brady. Frank driving it in deep, Mosteller around the outside trying to get to that quarter panel. The 7 can't get it done. Gets the door slammed on. It's a game of inches right now. That short track racing. DeAngelis not giving up just yet down the bottom end. Down the backstretch. Frank wants to go back down low. Mosteller holds on to third. Thornquist check up big time down off turn number 4. Won't work out. Botafuco wins the battle for now. It's 330 out of 600. It's Mosteller back to the outside again. Battle for second. Not giving up just yet. Demos wants P2. Look top. Look bottom. Not going to get any of it. Walker back to 5th. DeAngelis there in 4th. Gets back to the quarter panel of the 1. And then into the outside wall goes the 1 of Mosteller. Around he goes. Castro's involved. Caution is going to wave again. Joey Stone involved. Sean Conklin involved as well. And it just happens out of nowhere. One little tap and you come back together. And we talked about how cautions brew cautions, and there was nowhere. The guys behind to go, and let's go and watch it again. One little hit to the outside wall, it just pushes you back into traffic. DeAngelis really muscled Walker out of the way. And you see Demos in prime position. We could see another long green flag run here, but just got loose and bam! Sends it right back into the outside wall. And he's trying to save it. He tries to save it, but can't. And there's nowhere for Maxwell to go. Just noses right back into the rear end. And Demos, what looked to be the driver that had a big opportunity here late, has now turned his car into a shredder. Now the question is, do you want to use a fast repair? Starting to see a lot of these guys very anti-fast repair as of right now. We're just past halfway. But this is going to rack him up again. This time DeAngelis goes P3. Walker goes 4th. Rawlings up to 5th. David Joyner up to 6th. Brown up to 7th. Schmidt back to 8th. And it's Gavin Austin with Thurston back 9th and 10th. Huge overcorrect by the 1. Trying to do just a little bit too much on these restarts, and that seems to be now a common theme. Guys are getting way too aggressive on the restarts and start stacking everyone else back up. Nearly 10 o'clock here on the East Coast as laps start to wind down. Let me rephrase that. Nearly 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Nearly 10 o'clock Central, as it is officially 9:44 Central Time. Drivers going around and getting their laps back. Frank DeAngelis still back there in that 3rd spot. Getting ready to try to go at it again. Mosteller coming back down pit road or finding his way back on the lead lap, and we're going to get the 1 to go once again. 7 versus 17. Getting ready to go back around. Baker back up inside the top 20. He is yet to use that fast repair. And some of these guys need in that same boat of just not using the fast repair right away. Let's get ready to go. 2 by 2. Down the backstretch to get ready for the restart. Thornquist has a lot of damage, but does he have the speed to hold on to Daniel Botafuco? We're about to find out right here, or is this just going to be Botafuco's show all night long? We've had surprise winners and we've had drivers that just own the show. Tonight, it's just a big question mark. Grab a gear. One more time, we're rolling deep from Nashville. Botafuco clears down at a 1 and 2. DeAngelis down the inside, starting to wash the 8 wide. Rawlings back to 5th, single filing out. Brown back there in 7th. David Joyner on the outside there in 6th. Thornquist closing the gap. 24 the difference. Now losing a lot down off corner exit. It's Frank DeAngelis to the inside wheel to wheel. DeAngelis with a big opportunity down low. Side by side with the 7. Thornquist clearing himself. Brown driving it in deep down into 3 and 4. David Joyner on the outside. Thurston on the move up to 8th, and he's got a lot of speed as well. And Thurston's starting to make up a lot of time. Caution is out again. And it seems to be an incident way in the back. Let's see it. This was on the restart, and Stone going right around. And it will be a quickie yellow as the fear of a track block was back into the books, as Thornquist will get another shot at the 17, but it will be a quick yellow. Caution is out again. David Joyner on pit road as Kenny Brady will find his way back around on the outside. Nearly 7,000 have tuned in tonight, and Daniel Buttafuoco with Thornquist are still lined up 1-2. Frank D'Angelo showing some speed. The question is, what does the long-term speed look like? Because Thurston has now worked his way back up to 6. And they have a big opportunity to go right back at it. 340 out of 600. Let's get the one to go once again as we get ready to try him up. Buttafuoco, Thornquist, 1-2. Frank D'Angelis, Rawlings, 3 and 4. Thornquist will this time get the outside lane. Buttafuoco will go right back down low as we get ready to try it again. Cautions at play tonight. This is a 13th one as we get ready to set them up. Vila lined up all the way towards the back end. Pit road still full of machines, so we're going to put the lights back on one more time as they will all get ready to go right back around, and then we'll get back racing. Let's get ready to roll one more time. Buttafuoco, Thornquist, row 1. D'Angelis, Rawlings back to row number 2. Thurston and Brown back to row number 3. 400 plus watching live as cautions brew cautions. We stack them up again. Let's get ready to roll. Hayscar down to the inside of pit road. Daniel Buttafuoco, Chad Thornquist back to the restart zone once again. We're green from Nashville. Ooh, the 9. Thurston got loose down off corner exit, stacks them all up. 3 wide still towards the back end. They're racing their way down off 2. Yeah, a lot of rear end damage. D'Angelis the 3rd. Thornquist down to a 20, trying to get down to the 19. Can't get the run down off corner exit. He does a great job driving it in deep and making up time there. This time he's going to go in and adjust. And the caution will wave once more, and it's a bad pileup all the way in the back. It's time to go ahead and get some of these guys that are making the same mistakes back there off this track, because that's too many cautions now when it comes down to guys in the back. Caution is out again. And this time Joseph Armstrong's involved. Let's see it. Yeah, this is all the way back there. Walker got loose. Joyner just got right into the rear end there, the 13, and that was it. Stone got involved as well, and it continues to be the issues all the way in the back. And stacked up Mosteller up in the outside wall as well. This is why some of these guys back here don't have a chance at making a great run. It's all the way back outside the top 20, trying to make way too much of it. I mean, could Joyner make the move here? Maybe. Way too early, though. Still, I mean, oh, that was actually netcode. That had nothing to do with the 28. We got a better view there. Yeah, that was all netcode. Out of the hands of the drivers. Once again, that big bottleneck continues to affect things. Thornquist on pit road. This time he's going to play a strategy game, lose all that track position. So it'll be Buttafuoco and D'Angelis up front, 346 of 600. Netcode affecting it all the way in the back as we get ready to try it again. Nicholas Hook getting back going. And the one to go will be back out, so we're going to go this time by. Walker on pit road for a while goes that 8 machine, trying to get things rolling, and we're going to stack them up 2 by 2. Guys still looking to get their laps back as we get ready to go at it. One to go is out this time. And Walker down pit road with a lot of issues. Buttafuoco to the outside. DeAngelis to the inside. Brown and Rawlings in row number 2. As we get ready to stack them up again. 348 of 600. We're closing in on the final half of this race, as we are obviously already past halfway, getting ready to go at it again. Daniel Buttafuoco has led the most laps so far tonight of the second half and even earlier in this race. Frank DeAngelis with an opportunity down low. Let's try it again. Pace car makes a hard left on a pit road. Daniel Buttafuoco on the outside. Frank DeAngelis on the bottom. The restart zone one more time. We're green from Nashville. Brown on the outside, contesting there at the 54. DeAngelis running them wide. And just muscled them out of the way. And Rawlings is going to go wheel to wheel right here. Frank 4 back, closing in on his teammate. That's the 17. 3-6 the difference. Buttafuoco goes wide. Frank DeAngelis down on the bottom. Hey, he might have the speed. One in the wall, TCB in the back. We stay green. .351 to 600. Brown to third, Austin back to fourth, Rowe into the fifth spot. DeAngelis trying to gain in. He makes up time through corner entrance, not off corner exit. And Brown still holds on to P3 back there, Rowe back to fifth. Rawlings into the sixth spot, Schmidt back to seventh. Half a second the difference. DeAngelis still trying to close in, wheel to wheel. Rawlings on the bottom, Rowe on the outside. And it was a switch up with guys playing strategy versus not. Thornquist on the fresh tires. Back there in that 10th spot. 430 watching live. Frank DeAngelis now 7 back. Travis Brown into third, 1-3 back. Buttafuoco continues to lead. Where DeAngelis makes up time on entrance, he loses it on exit. Still a lot of time left to go. And we can still see that green flag run. Look at Thornquist to the inside here at Thurston. Remember, Thurston had that bad restart. Lost the entire rear end clip of that 9 machine. Lined up again. Conklin all the way down to the bottom. Schmidt to the outside. 8 the difference. DeAngelis losing a lot of time. Brown riding around there in third. Rawlings in the wall. And Rowe still holding on to fifth. Austin up the fourth. A lot of damage on that 91. Rowe back to the rear end. 90 the difference for Frank DeAngelis. Brown losing time. Daniel Buttafuoco pulling away. And this is just his playpen right here. No one's contesting him. And the guys that were quick tonight that had the opportunity to contest with them are starting to struggle. Are now trying a different strategy up. First one that goes to line, Schmidt, Thornquist, and Thurston. Thornquist came down pit road. And right now he's still going at it. Making up time again. This time he's all the way up to 8th. Trying to find a way around these machines. Buttafuoco pulling away, no one contesting him. Down on 3 and 4. Rowe down to the bottom end. It's a slide down to the bottom of the 51. Rawlings to the outside. Thornquist lined up, watching these guys go 2 by 2. Rowe still making that inside lane work, side by side again. To the outside looks Rawlings, to the outside looks Austin. Lined up again. Rowe losing multiple spots down on the bottom. Thornquist to 7th. This is the Hornet's Nest once again. And he's still trying to find a way around back down that bottom. Rowe holds on to it. Rawlings on the outside. The 51 is Sean Conklin back to 8th. Thurston back to 10th. And if you're wondering why there is no nose or rear end on a lot of these guys, they're saving it. They're saving that fast repair until they absolutely have to. Gavin Austin in the wall. Upside down goes the 91. The big one down the backstretch. Cody Rawlings upside down for a second time. And that will stack everyone back up. And we're going to get ready for a restart. let's get ready for the let's go for the replay. I understand that, you know, this is tight right here, but gassing it up, and ran out of real estate. Rawlings was right there and puts him upside down the backstretch. Rawlings had nowhere to go. Then stacks Schmidt up, stacks Thurston up, and now the faster pairs will be handed out left and right, or drivers will just be handed out of this race. Nowhere for Brady to go. Upside down multiple times, goes to 91, and he will be out of this race. And Schmidt with a lot of damage as well. Contreras, a lot of damage, and this will stack everyone back together. Let's get ready to go at it again. And we're approaching the 400 mark out of 600. Brown is still yet to use that faster pair, being very smart on that end, but Frank DeAngelis holds up front row there as well. Armstrong, still a lot of damage. Mosteller, still a lot of damage. And Chad Thornquist forced to use the faster pair, now goes P6, and he has to make sure he has to get all the way through this one. .363 of 600, and if you're just joining us, the big one down the max stretch, the 91 creams the outside wall, flips violently, and forces the faster pair for a bunch of machines behind. There's a pro and con to this though now in the sim world. They're all going to be faster than the guys in front. The con is one more incident and you may be done. And that's why you see so many cars look like modifieds. They're trying to make it to the end before they even use the faster pair to have that opportunity. That's a big strategy play that a lot of guys use. The only thing is we're going to get the one to go here this time by. Some of these guys still on pit road, but it's a way to go ahead and get this one restarted. Pit road clears on Al as we get ready to go back green. Buttafuoco, DeAngelis, your race leaders. All these guys, or should I say Contreras and Thornquist, on a fresh faster pair gone. They cannot have another incident. They want to win this race. Question is, will they be faster than the four drivers in front? Grab a gear again, we're rolling. Brown on the outside, DeAngelis up there as well. Rowe down low, got a little loose down off corner exit, forcing Thornquist wide. Rowe trying to hold on to it. Thornquist with the drive down off corner exit. Top four stay as they is. Thornquist still fast all the way up in lane 2. Buttafuoco loose down off corner exit. And Baker's got the nose back on that 3 machine. He's up to 6. Travis Brown holds on to 3rd. Frank DeAngelis holds on to 2nd. Thornquist drives it in deep. He's just looking for a way around that 23. That's all he's doing. Does he have an opportunity to go ahead and contend with the 17? He has to find his way around the 23 and the 54. We are past halfway, so giving and taking might be out the door. Yeah, Brown's not going to give in just yet. He knows that 7 machine is fast, but he wants to probably even those tires up. These guys up here, I don't believe came to pit road. Thornquist looking down the bottom end. Brown on the outside, wheel to wheel. This will be the battle. Now it goes back single file. And Stone is all on that outside. No nose on his machine. Brown holding on to 3rd. Thornquist down to the inside. Wheel to wheel once again. Travis Brown not given the room, but might have nearly gotten the bumper. Side by side again. And he's going to make it difficult for this 7 machine. Thornquist sends it in deep, all the way up to nearly half a lane high. Gets through. Thornquist to 3rd, Sean Rowe trying to be on the move. Contreras on the move as well. The faster pair of machines are now moving their way forward. DeAngelis moving his way back. And in 30 laps time, we got 200 laps to go. That wreck took guys out of the race, and it spread out the entire field. This is going to possibly generate a long green flag run. Buttafuoco, 1 full second out in front of DeAngelis. Thornquist starting to close in again. That 7's working it down to that inside. DeAngelis holding on for now. Riding on board with the 7. And you see how these lines are different. Thornquist just has a tighter run in, but once again, he has fresher tires in this 54. DeAngelis trying to get back down and in, jumps way up in the middle of 1 and 2, trying to get the run down through down the backstretch, entering turns number 3 and 4. But Thornquist still starts to close in big time. DeAngelis absolutely botches turns number 3 and 4. Thornquist with an opportunity to try to close back in. He knows he has to keep this car as clean as possible, or his night will be done. And Buttafuoco starts driving off into the sunset. Frank DeAngelis, the middle of 3 and 4. The gap down within 2. Thornquist with an opportunity. If he can find his way around this 54, he may find his way closer to the 17. DeAngelis will make it difficult. And Brown's back there in that 4th spot. Rose back there to 5th. Contreras in that 6th spot with Baker back to 7th. The big shuffle of machines. Thornquist running high. Should get the run down off corner exit. He does. DeAngelis still being very, very defensive. And he knows that 7 cannot have any more damage, because that will be it. He gets bumped one more time. He's done. He's out of this race. He's got to find a way around this 54 cleanly. Frank making it difficult. The gap down to about a 1-8. All the way to Buttafuoco. 377 out of 600. Thornquist looking back to lane 2. Can't get it done. Running a little wide down off corner exit. Yeah, he's got to take it calm. There's still a good amount of racing left to go. The only thing is, nothing has gone wrong for that 17 here tonight. Brown to the outside wall. Rowe there as well. The strategy that a lot of these guys have is, if we get a late race restart, you come down pit road, you repair your car, you head back out onto the racetrack, and you'll have the best opportunity to go to victory lane. But the guys that won't have that advantage are the drivers that have already had to use it due to that incident down the max stretch. So this absolutely unravels everything. DeAngelis doing an amazing job holding the 7 back. But right now, DeAngelis actually doing a great job of almost closing in to the 17. Next lap machine, that's Tyler Tinsley. Sean Rowe looking at the bottom of Travis Brown. Yeah, you got to give it here to Moonhead. He's been doing an absolutely fantastic job tonight. He's been involved in incidents. He kind of expected that to happen. But so far, he hasn't used the fast repair past halfway. We're closing into nearly 200 laps to go. This is the battle for second. Thornquist to the bottom. DeAngelis to the outside. It's a drag race down the backstretch and into 3 and 4. It's a new driver in the catbird seat. It goes back to Bowtie, and now the question is, can he reel the leader right back in? Frank is going to try to contest. Drives it in deep to the rear end of the 7. 230 the difference. Trying to swipe again. Not gonna happen. 230 still the difference. Now Thornquist can focus on catching the 17. Yeah, Tinsley might let this guy by right here. 7 down to the bottom. Tinsley lets him on by. Now here comes the gap, starting to shrink little by little. DeAngelis sent it in deep. Buttafuoco having to find a way around all these lap machines. And Thornquist is right there, still trying to close in, but now 2:18's the difference. It's still a long way to go. We've seen guys make up 3 to 4 second laps. Or should I say 3 to 4 seconds back. Approaching 400 of 600. The most amount of laps in an NR Night in America race was the Coca-Cola 600. It was a 400 lap race. This will easily topple that with 600. And maybe some if we do happen to go to overtime. 2-1 the difference. Thornquist starting to close into Buttafuoco. And look at Buttafuoco. Let's see what he's having to deal with. Todd Drift down on the bottom with the 19, the 31, and Nicholas Hook all the way to the outside. Brown holds on to 4th. Rowe holds on to 5th. This battle isn't going anywhere. As you look at the 6th machine, that's Contreras trying to close back into the rear end of the 2. Under 2 seconds goes Chad Thornquist. This could be the big move right here. Track position or the skill gap really stretched out with all these random incidents that have been happening. And also a lot of these strong guys have been having to change the strategy up to save that fast repair so they have an opportunity late. Everyone's thinking long term, but they've been thinking long term since the drop of the green flag. Frank DeAngelis in 3rd, losing time. Chad Thornquist down to the bottom end. Yeah, Hook's gonna let him by right here. To the bottom end. Making up time, goes to 7 to Thornquist. He's in the talk of the town all night long, but now it's the gap that continues to be closed to the 17. Cooper Glick to the outside, the 19 of Zach Tondriff, back nose to tail. And you see it's right now back to 1, maybe 2 back. Thornquist still trying to close in. Took a different arc down through 1 and 2. But Afuko starting to push it. Back into clean air. Thornquist having to push once again. Just a couple laps to go before we get the 400 out of 600, and that's where everything will continue to start to change. You look at Vila lined up, Frank DeAngelis lined up, still a relatively clean car for that 54. Travis Brown back to 4th, and this is going to be wheel to wheel. Rowe to the inside, Brown to the outside, contests for 4th. Rowe looking to get himself back inside the fast 4. Brown's going to slip up. That's the 18. That's going to be West on the battle, man. Got forced to use the fast repair. Rowe, wheel to wheel. Brown on the outside. Sean Rowe, welcome to 4th. Maybe not just yet, because Brown's going to battle on that outside. Uses lane 2 as his advantage. Gets the run off. Maybe not. Still wheel to wheel. Rowe holds on to it. Sits P4. You look at West trying to find a way around these guys. He found his way around Contreras. 1-9-2 the difference. Brown on the outside, West on the bottom, fresh tires, takes it 3 wide. And he will easily find his way through those drivers. Thornquist still focused on catching the driver in front of him. But the only thing is, 2 seconds the difference. And now it's possibly on tire save mode. Back to the right side of your screen, you can see he actually has fresher tires than Buttafuoco. He has a cleaner car than Buttafuoco. Question is, can he catch Daniel Buttafuoco? It's still 2 seconds back as that continues. You look even farther back. Travis Brown still going on with Rowe, and Contreras now wants an opportunity to go at it. Rowe on the bottom, Brown on the outside. Wheel to wheel once again, Brown on the outside lane. It's 7-7 now the difference towards your leader. Rowe will not be able to hold on to it. It's Terrell Baker back there in 7th with an opportunity to find a way through. And Sean Rowe back on the bottom there in 5th. 8 seconds the difference for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. All the way back to 8th. Mosteller back there in 9th, did not use the fast repair. And Rowe's being forced back to lane 2. Baker down on the inside. That's the battle for 6th, maybe 5th. Contreras got passed back there. Baker, fastest driver on the move when it comes down to inside the top 10. Thornquist starting to get something to rally together. Mack under 2 seconds, but loses even more time. But Afuko back out into clean air. Sean Rowe lined up. Baker back down on the bottom. And we're closing in around lap 400. Baker on the bottom. Brown on the outside. Wheel to wheel once more. Sean Rowe on the outside continues to try to go ahead and apply the pressure. You look all the way on forward. This is the driver in 2nd. You had to deal with Matt, I believe that's Skipper, and also Armstrong. Next time by, just 200 laps to go. There's the 17. Daniel Buttafuoco finding his way around Joey Stone, finding his way around the 66 of Schmidt. And that 7 at Thornquist continues to try to bite into that lead, but it's being very difficult right now. Brown to the bottom end. Contreras there as well. You go even farther back. Where did TCB go all the way back to 14th? There may have been an incident with that 3. And there he is. A lot of damage to TCB. Single car incident down the inside. It's shuffled everyone else back out, and it's gone from bad to worse for that 3 cam. Yeah, it's really bad right now on that nose. All banged in. Less than 200 to go. It split Contreras. It split Brown as well. And now we continue to watch Thornquist to see what he can do. But 187, now 185 the difference. He closes back in on Stone. Buttafuoco, almost a perfect night for him so far. Not a lot of damage, looking to go back to back. That's a tough break for that 16. That 3 machine all the way back in 16th. Buttafuoco holds on to it. Thornquist 1-8 back, still trying to close back in. And now it's gone well under 2 seconds. The gap starting to close in even more. His problem is when he gets around that lap traffic, it automatically just stalls him out, and there's no forward movement on that 7 machine. Now Buttafuoco has found his way around this lap traffic. The only thing is, it seems like everyone's giving that 7 a hard time right now, and there's not a lot of giving and taking. Or should I say there's a lot of taking and definitely not a lot of giving. You look back to Brown, Contreras lined up, Mosteller back there as well. Lining up again. A lot of machines, multiple laps down way in the back, but it's still 185 the difference for the 7. West, wheel with Armstrong, still going at it there. Thornquist down the backstretch, under 2 seconds, still trying to close in, but now the gap starts to go ahead and spread out again. Yeah, his tire management has just not been good. Daniel Buttafuoco's been having it ever since about lap 200. Thornquist in second, DeAngelis back to third. Down the backstretch, the 7 goes and down into turns number 3 and 4. A lot of lap machines, all lined up again. Daniel Buttafuoco, 2-1. The difference right now from him, he's got to find his way around Thurston. And still wheel back there. You see Schmidt on the bottom, Castro on the outside. And now Brady's to the inside. There, the 7 again. Brown 12 seconds back. Contreras all the way back to 5th. All these guys have yet to use a fast repair. All have more damage than your leader. If it evens out when they use their fast repair, how will things change? That's what we got to find out. If we do get a yellow, when do you want to use the fast repair? If you're the drivers back and forth, 3rd, 5th, and 6th, that all have their nose completely covered in. Yeah, you see Thornquist now lost a lot. All the way down the inside, 2-5 the difference. Lining it back up. Boulard all the way back to the 10th spot. Finding his way forward up into 9th, Lyles to 10th. And they're all very, very far back. Thurston, the next car to possibly go another lap down. That would actually make him go 2 laps down in this race. Frank DeAngelis back to 3rd. Thurston, or Thornquist should I say, back to 2nd. DeAngelis all the way back to that 3rd spot. Brown still all the way in the 4th spot. Everyone else lined back up again. There's DeAngelis in 3rd. Brown wheel to wheel, Mosteller. Contreras trying to go at it again. And Demos has the fast car, but he definitely knows what he's doing. But ever since that big one on the backstretch where the 91 flip, it completely took the nose off the one. And it took any type of forward momentum he would have gotten. He definitely needs a yellow, no doubt about it, to be back in a race-winning contention. Brown sideways. Contreras gets into him. They hold on to it. We stay green. And you see Mosteller back into 4th. DeAngelis back to 3rd. And Thornquist continues to hold on to that 2nd spot. We go back to see how far back he is actually to Daniel Buttafuoco, and you see him right there. More and more time now being lost. Thornquist to the outside, Brady down on the bottom. 430 watching live here from Nashville. Still trying to find their way back around. Contreras 5th, Walker back to the 6th spot, and it's about 16 seconds back. We go all the way back to see how that's running out for them. And you see Walker, still a lot of rear end damage, still a lot of left side damage. 415 out of 600. Short track racing, your car is going to get beaten up left and right for 600 laps, but Contreras continues to try to make the move forward, looks down to the inside there of Brown. It ain't going to work out for him right now. Back to the top end of the screen, we're going to see who's in, who's out of this race. Skipper, a lot of damage. Glick holding on to his own. Baker, a lot of damage as well. And Conklin still has a lot of nose damage falling in between. Thornquist to the outside. Still lined up. Can't find his way around Brady. I'm starting to think Brady's making it difficult for that 7 to close on in. He does already have nose damage again. The nose caved in on the 7. Castro to the outside. What are the lap machines? Brady making it difficult for that 7 machine to find a way around. And some of these guys they have down is out, but they're not down. They're out. They're off the pace. Todger still very much in this race. Glick as well. Those machines a ton of laps down. Tinsley still on pit road. Castro was up front leading a good portion of this race early on, and the laps down have definitely hurt that machine. Thornquist down to the inside. Oh, he's blowing up. He's just blew an engine, and that's going to do it. That's it. Chad Thornquist out of this race. Down to the inside. And it's done. We got to find out what happened. I think Kenny Brady possibly pumped the brakes on him. The 7 comes to a stop down to the inside, and that will do it for him. Buttafuoco, DeAngelis now 1-2. Mosteller goes to 3rd. And the 7 is done for the night. And there will be no 3-time winner in an e-ticket event for Chad Thornquist. That will go ahead and end it all. 421 out of 600. Brown to 5th, Lyles to 6th, Rowe to 7th. Greenwood up to 8th, it's 6th, and we got 1 stopped on the inside and too many single car incidents. We'll throw the yellow again. And that lines them all back up. Thornquist done for the day, and you got to wonder, what if that incident did not happen early with him and Kenny Brady? What if there was an incident early on that possibly sparked some of these guys around? And with the caution waving for the 16th time, let's go ahead and look back to see what possibly happened. This is Baker down the inside. And you heard it. Down from the 7. We're going to find out where that damage came from. Man, it was really caved in. And he blinked out on our end, and it was Sean Conklin going around and Brady slamming the brakes. And that's what ultimately ended the night for the 7. Conklin going around, bringing the yellow out again. And we're getting ready to go back at it. .424 out of 600, and this will rack them all back out. As we close in to the ending of this event, I want to say thank you to all 8,000 that have tuned in so far tonight. NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. It's the All-American 600, and it is live. It's been up and down and definitely a chaotic night. A lot of these guys having to deal with multiple incidents throughout the night. Boulard gets the nose back on that car. He puts the fast repair on. Corey Lyles still no fast repair. Thurston back out of the racetrack as well. No rear end for him. And pit road is still very, very much full of machines. Yeah, and that's the 7 getting right in the back end of that 16. Conklin back on the racetrack. Gets the fast repair rolling. Stone back to the inside, involved in multiple incidents here tonight. And Boulard back in that one as well. Yeah, it looks like the 13 of Contreras, a little bit of nose damage. And it's not going to be a good ending there for Chad Thornquist, as we are looking at easily seeing a back-to-back winner and Daniel Buttafuoco, or a first-time e-ticket event winner, and Frank DeAngelis, possibly Brown, maybe Mosteller as well. Baker puts the fast repair on, and he is off and away. Yeah, he's still got a big shot. He's about 5 laps down, though. giving these guys the opportunity to get their laps back before we get back rolling. Pit road still very much full of machines as we get ready to go back at it. Brown third, Mosteller fourth. They said it may be the drive to survive, and it's definitely a drive to survive in some areas, but as cars have now exited the facility of being out of this race, it is definitely going to be coming down to who's got that faster per se for the tail end. And Buttafuoco does have a little bit of nose damage, but it definitely has not been affecting him. Frank DeAngelis is not faster than that 17 whatsoever. Travis Brown haven't used the faster pair yet. Mosteller has no nose and has yet to use the faster pair as well. So as drivers get their laps back, we'll get the one to go next time by. Next time by, we will go ahead and get the one to go, and we'll get ready for the restart. So the faster pair comes right back on for Baker. As we get ready to roll again. One to go. DeAngelis, Brown, Mosteller all lined up. Walker was very fast early in this race, and now he'll have a shot back there in fifth. Daytona back to sixth. Conklin gets his car all lined back out once more as we get ready to go at it. The one to go is out. DeAngelis going to go down to the inside, but Buttafuoco to the outside. As long as there's no bad restart, they'll be able to get right back to the gears. 16 cautions in this race, 429 laps out of 600 as we get ready to go at it again. Got a lot of tore up machines getting ready to run again. Buttafuoco on the outside, Frank DeAngelis on the bottom. Brown, Mosteller through the restart zone. We're green once again here from Nashville. Frank DeAngelis holding that middle lane, gets the launch off. Brown nearly got into the quarter panel. That's a great save by that 54. Buttafuoco starting to pull away. Walker down to the inside here at Conklin, and around goes the 07 into the outside wall. It's an incident in the back. They're going to go ahead and keep it green. That's way, way in the back. As long as it doesn't block the track, they're going to be okay. 6 the difference. DeAngelis trying to go ahead and close in. Buttafuoco trying to pull away. Conklin down on the bottom. Mosteller on the outside. And Walker goes right back down low. That's the battle for fifth. Wheel to wheel once more. Walker to P5, 2 seconds back. That's what it comes down to. Contreras looking to the inside. Here's Skipper. Contreras trying to rough up that 44. A lot of damage on him. 6 the difference. Frank DeAngelis trying to pull in. Not going to happen for now. Joey Stone gets the faster pair on the 02. Riding around trying to get to the end of this race. Brown still back there in third, 1-5 back. Frank DeAngelis losing a lot of time, not in contention for now. Conklin looking to the inside, biggest mover so far. Faster pair on that 51. It works out for him right now. He's making up a lot of time. The question is, though, we've seen when these guys go wheel to wheel, it tears the tires up. Nearly 1 full second the difference from first and second. Now down to 85. Buttafuoco's having to deal with that lap traffic. Joseph Armstrong, still a lot of damage. Stone down to the bottom. Brown there in third. 1-6 back behind him. It's the 51 of Conklin. Back and forth. Lined up once more. Frank DeAngelis nearly a full second back again. It's Conklin down to the inside. He's picking to the inside of Brown, trying to find a way around him. Conklin to the bottom. 1 down to the inside. Joseph Armstrong. And he'll be able to get out of the way. The only thing is Conklin's trying to find a way. He gets a bumper to Brown. Brown goes around right to the middle of the pack. Everyone's got to go to avoid. That's going to block the track. Caution is going to wave. Oh boy. Yeah, he had the fresher car and he knows he can go ahead and go up and compete with them. And it's a single car spin right in front of everyone. And Travis Brown We'll be involved in that one. Mosteller going around in that one machine. Let's go watch the replay. Yeah, Conklin, look at that. Fresh car, fresh tires. Didn't even wait, just punted the 23. Daytona does a great job of avoiding it. Shouldn't go ahead and end this 23's night at all. But we threw it right when we saw Skipper. And there was just nowhere for anyone else to go, and the caution is out again. 439 out of 600, 17 cautions in the books. As we're approaching lap 440. You come in, do you stay out? What do you want to do with the car you have? That's the real question. Daniel Buttafuoco electing to stay out. Frank DeAngelis electing to stay out. Everyone else down towards the rear end elects to come in. Sean Rowe coming back out of the racetrack. Contreras there, as well as all these guys start getting their laps back. We'll get ready to go back at it again. Conklin went right there. Conklin into third. And there seems to be no damage on that 51. The thing is, he just did that to Travis. Will he do it to the 54 DeAngelis? If DeAngelis holds him up, I think that 51's going to be lined up with the 17. And he used the fast repair. He will be quick. We're going to see if he has what it takes. Getting ready to go again. Drivers going around, getting their laps back. We will get the one to go here shortly after a quick restart as we get ready to go again. Next time by, the one to go. Baker back on the lead lap with a fast repair. Mosteller still has yet to use his. Cooper Glick down on pit row with Sean Rowe. They will go ahead and lose those spots. Brown with a restart back in 8th, already putting fresh new tires on it. I'm starting to think it's at the point where everyone's starting to come down pit road way in the back. If I'm just 2 or 3 tenths off Buttafuoco, I wouldn't, and I saw a fast repair, I wouldn't take it out, possibly just coming to pit road and getting fresher tires than the leaders and possibly going to go in and contend. The only thing is, Frank DeAngelis doesn't want to lose the track position. He's been in this position before. He knows track position is definitely going to be key tonight. Or definitely has been key as we come down to the finish here, or the closing lap, should I say. Frank DeAngelis on the bottom, Daniel Buttafuoco on the outside, Walker, Conklin, Schmidt, Daytona, Thurston, Brown, all lined up again. Let's get ready for the restart. What a night for Daniel Buttafuoco. Now he's got to close it up. DeAngelis warming up the tires down on the inside. 10:29 local time, 11:29 on the East Coast. Let's try it again to the restart zone. We're green from Nashville. Oh, DeAngelis to the bottom. Gets out of the way. Conklin into second. It's going to be tough. That was 3 wide, 4 wide. Thurston just forced Brown wide. They're going to hold on to it. Down the backstretch. Conklin now in the catbird seat for the first time tonight. Closing in big time here on Buttafuoco. 25, 26 the difference. Lost some time down off corner exit. That just seems to be the common theme. A lot of guys losing time off corner exit. Conklin closing in again. Back through the middle. 2-6, 2-5 the difference. It's been well over 150 laps since someone's been able to compete with the 17. This time it goes to the 51. 18 the difference. 445 out of 600. Joyner's all the way on that outside lane. He's holding that outside lane well. 2-5 the difference down the back. Buttafuoco's going to drive it in deep. Joyner's going to go all the way to the outside. Gets out of the way. To the line again. 23, 24 the difference. Daniel Buttafuoco holds onto it. Conklin down within a 21. He's peeking to that rear end. He's trying to get there. Contact. Thurston in the back saves it. Dan holding on. Conklin is there. 17 the difference to the outside. Look for a bite. Couldn't get it. Oh, he's looking for it again down the bottom. 19 the difference. Sean Conklin loose down off corner exit. Still fighting that car. Through 3 and 4 once again. Buttafuoco using lane 2. Half a step up. 18 the difference. Matt to the line. He holds onto it. I think if Conklin gets down within 12, maybe 11, he's got to send it in deep. Get that 17 off that comfort zone. And Walker is closing, maybe not, still around the 7 mark. Conklin goes up to lane 2 to try to get that drive off. Almost in the same lane as Daniel Buttafuoco. 19 the difference. Conklin going wide again. Schmidt up to 3rd, make it 4th. Daytona back to 5th. 15 the difference, down to 16. Oh, he's doing a great job of arcing that corner and coming right back down. Contreras, a lot of damage towards the back. We say green. Sean Conklin looking back to the outside at Daniel Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco will not let him pass. Down the backstretch. And into 3 and 4. He's got the speed to contend with his 17. And we talked about there's a lot of guys in this field that we know have the speed to contend, but they're involved in incidents, and they don't want to use the fast repair. Conklin used it possibly at a right moment. Down the backstretch. 19 the difference. Less than 150 laps to go. Still going to be tough to pass around that 17. To the outside wall, goes the 51, holds onto it, not a lot of damage from what we think, and we're gonna stay green. He's trying to over push it. He's thinking about right now, he's not thinking long term. Half a second back, starts closing in once again. Run down the hill, will not happen. This is the wheel-to-wheel behind. Daytona to the outside. Frank DeAngelis down on the bottom. It's Joey Stone lined up again. They're in 8th. And he's doing a great job. Stone trying to go ahead and come back. He's been up and down. One of the first guys getting involved in an incident here tonight. Conklin trying to close it on again. Daytona slamming the outside wall, losing multiple spots. Maybe 1, maybe 2. But how about Terrell Baker back up to 8th? Who looked to be out of this race, but not out of it just yet. In the 8th spot goes the 3 car. And Stone is his next target. Joey Stone already used that fast repair. Some of these guys that use that fast repair, they're not over using that corner. Thurston nearly in the outside wall. And that's another one that has to use the fast repair. We're looking at all these guys that have the speed that are trying to just milk these laps out so they can all come down to pit road and put that fasty on. That's where it's gonna get crazy down the end. Who comes in, uses the fast repair? Conklin used it early. Right now he sits P2. Still well under 150 laps to go. Daniel Buttafuoco has that lead, shortened again. But it's 6-2, 6-3 the difference. You look towards the rear end. Terrell Baker looking to the inside of Frank DeAngelis. Frank DeAngelis is trying to make it to the end. And that's Spencer Burns in that 36, riding around, trying to make it all the way. DeAngelis to the bottom, up to that 6th spot. Baker right behind him, up to 7th. If Baker can get into 6th, the way his speed has been, it's been unbelievable. The thing is, this track has absolutely tore a lot of experienced guys apart when it comes down to the racing quality. I mean, you saw it, one of the restarts, Baker had a clear advantage and just lost it down off corner exit. Ever since that incident, it's been all about the waiting game, but the wait is over for the 3 machine. He's back up to 6. Brown into the outside wall. Conklin losing a lot of time. Just killed those tires. That's exactly what happened. He has no traction off. Now he's dead sideways down off corner exit. Walker in 3rd, 1-1 back. The question is, who can make it all the way? Daniel Buttafuoco has led the majority of the laps here late. Frank DeAngelis there in 7th, Baker there in 6th. He's consistently closing in on the drivers in front of him, but will definitely need fresh tires on a restart. Conklin's holding on to what he's got. The only thing is, I don't remember the last time Buttafuoco went to victory lane. Sorry about that. Went to pit road. It's been a little while since he's been back down on pit road. Conklin 1-1 back, Walker back to 3rd, 1-4 back goes Benjamin Walker, and now he wants that 2nd spot. He realizes that driver in 2nd tore those tires up, and there is no way for him to go ahead and make a big run. Conklin back to lane 2, Walker in lane 2 again. 1-2-8 the difference, Stone to 7th, this is wheel to wheel. Frank DeAngelis has fallen off a cliff after being in second for a long time. Walker now moves his way to second. Conklin drops back a spot now too. Schmidt finds himself into that third spot. Here's the mini Hornet's Nest. Stone up to 7th, DeAngelis to 8th, and it's Thurston back to the 9th spot. To the outside, that's Sean Rowe. Maxwell Castro multiple laps down, still trying to get back. 1-5 back for Walker. And consistently trying to gain in. The only thing is it's not working out for him now. Brown back to 5th. Everyone's spread out. This is a wheel-to-wheel behind. Sean Rowe to the outside. Thurston down on the inside. This is wheel-to-wheel. Thurston trying to make the inside lane work. Rowe to the outside, gets the drive down off corner exit. It's Maxwell Castro to the outside, lined up wheel again with Thurston. No rear end on that 9. Ever since he spun the tires on one of the restarts, he absolutely lost all track position, and he's lost all speed. Once again, banking on a yellow to come out so he can go up there and contend with this 17. He's led the most laps so far tonight. Now he's got to close it up. 467 out of 600. And he's trying to become the 3rd driver to win 2 events in NR Night in America. He's definitely led the most laps tonight. He might be the most well-deserved driver to get it done tonight. Conklin put all of his chips in the middle, and now starting to drop back. He's back to 4th. He's now lined up here with Brown. The right side damage might be affecting that 51. And Baker's there in 6th, starting to close in even more. He's actually closing in on Daniel Buttafuoco. So the driver in 6th with an opportunity if things do happen to go well here late. Baker down on the bottom, lined up there with Brown once again. Brown going wide. 3 seconds of difference. Baker down on the inside. Brown with the launch off. Now there's no giving and taking right now. We're coming down to just 130 laps to go in this race. Brown to the outside. Baker down to the bottom. Conklin lined up again. Nicholas Hook into the outside safer barrier. No nose on that 31. Now 152 is the difference. Walker's trying to close in, but there's no way with all that damage he's not going to be able to go ahead and close in at all. Joseph Armstrong, next lap machine lined up with him. Baker finding his way around Sean Conklin, and also the 23 of Travis Brown. Baker inside the Fast 4 for the first time since around lap 200. That 3 machine has an opportunity to go to the top. Now he's got to find his way around Schmidt, then Walker, and then it's going to be a battle between possibly the 3 and the 17. That's the way at least it's trending right now. If the trends stay consistent, that's how it will go. Schmidt to the bottom. There in 3rd, looking underneath Joseph Armstrong. A lot of damage on that 98. A lot of high hopes coming in tonight for him, but so far it's just not been the night he's wanted. Brown back to 5th. Conklin back to 6th. Everyone else lined up again. Top 15 still on the lead lap. 1-6 back. That's Walker fading fast. This 3 machine had to tear those tires up, trying to find his way forward. So far, it has been a complete different story. And Daytona slowed down to the inside, looking 3 wide. Mosteller on the bottom. And that's going to bring the 9 all the way back down low. Adjusting. That's what it comes down to. Who can make the adjustment when it matters the most? This time by 125 laps to go for Daniel Buttafuoco. And Walker is just losing all forward momentum. Nothing going his way so far. 2 seconds back, now trying to gain back in again. Buttafuoco finds his way around Todriff. Schmidt into 3rd. 3-1 back for him. Baker closing in on the 66. And that would put him P3 if he finds his way around. And then once again, you got to think, what if we get another restart? Does Baker come down pit road? Does Buttafuoco come down pit road? And it's a big update there from Bulldog down in the chat as laps continue to go ahead and wind down. Conklin at 6th, Brown back to 5th, Baker still there. in that 4th spot, trying to go ahead and close back in on Schmidt, but Walker still holds on to that 2nd spot. Back again, wheel to wheel, Stone to the inside of Conklin. He's trying to go ahead and get it right here. Stone clearing himself maybe. These are 2 drivers that went out of the way to use the faster pair, and now Stone is inside the top 6 for the first time tonight. And these are the guys that, for the most part, elected to save what they had. 2-3 back is Walker. 3-2 back is Schmidt. 3-7 looking 3-8 back is Baker. That's 3rd, that's 4th. It's Brown back to 5th. It's still Stone back to 6th. Conklin and DeAngelis 7th and 8th all lined up once more. And you look all the way to Daniel Buttafuoco, who's stuck in this big hornet's nest of machines. It's Skipper on the bottom. It's Buttafuoco on the bottom, and Skipper gets loose right in front of your leader. It was tough to get around him. Baker still trying to close in. Greenwood going 1 down. One 7 back. Still losing time, but Buttafuoco finds his way through. And now Baker's going to close in here on Schmidt. Baker to the inside of the 66. They're going to go wheel to wheel. And Schmidt's going to get that run down off corner exit. It's going to be a big contest by the 66, but once again, did not use the faster pair. He will not have the speed to hold on to it. Baker sideways, down off corner exit. Gets it to stick. Once again, down towards turns number 1 and 2. The run down the hill for Schmidt might work out here again. Still side by side, battle for 3rd. And it's going to stay like this for a little bit. Down through 3 and 4. Schmidt to the outside, drive off corner exit. Baker down to the inside, holds onto it, they're wheel to wheel. And it's also Lyles down the inside, still there with Burns, wheel to wheel again. Baker finds his way through. TCB back to the 3rd spot. Works out perfectly for him. Lyles now lined up. These are the lap machines all in front. The only thing is, Baker can consistently close in. He may be able to catch Walker right here. Walker's right in front of him. Burns the lap machine that's holding up that 8 car. Down the backstretch. And down into turns number 3 and 4. Baker sends it in deep down on the bottom. Lyles on the outside, lined up once again. Burns to the outside. Ford Chevrolet. That's wheel to wheel. Yeah, you see Baker doing everything he can to find his way through. Now back lined up, nose to tail. 4 seconds of difference between 2nd and 3rd when it comes down to catching the leaders. Still trying to close in. Now down within 3. That's for 2nd and 3rd. Walker losing a lot of time. Towards the rear end, all lined up. Lyles on the outside, Schmidt down on the bottom. And Schmidt doesn't have to worry about anything. These are all lap machines that are all being held up. Baker, P3. Walker, P2. And Baker's trying to get aggressive down that bottom end. He's one of the machines that know how to make the bottom end work, or know how to do it. Walker down low, looking to the inside of Greenwood. Greenwood right to the rear end of Skipper. That 44 is all junked up right now. That 8 machine's got an opportunity right here. Baker looked to that quarter panel. Trying again. The 3 back to the rear end of the 8. To the outside, Greenwood. Door slammed on him. Stone back to 5th, trying to close in, and that will be a battle with Brown here as they're about a second back from each other. But right now it's nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd. Walker's got to find a way around Skipper. Skipper's really starting to pin him down. We're closing in on the final 100 laps here of the All-American 600. Walker sends it in deep on the 44, trying to get him out of the way. Yeah, if you're Skipper, you got to get out of the way right here. Your car is absolutely junk. Let these guys go by. These are the drivers that are contending for 2nd and 3rd. Now it's going to split Baker in between each other. To the outside, Sean Conklin, slow. How about very slow? And he's going to get thrown to the outside again. That's by Spencer Burns. Yeah, he's all torn up. Thrown around, and we will stay green from that. The 44 to the outside again. Skipper. runs out of the way. Baker down on the bottom end. Schmidt muscles Greenwood out of the way. And starting to see these lap machines again, starting to contest with these guys all the way through. They don't want to lose any time, but the thing is, you have to go ahead and let them by. They're going for position. And now Baker has to track his way all the way forward once more. Donda on fresher tires down to the inside, and just like that, Donda will find his way through. As the laps close down, Brown to 9th. Him and Thurston continue to go and swap up. And you look back here, Conklin's still losing some time. This is the battle for 9th. Thurston on the inside, Brown on the outside. Conklin's trying to hold on. Car all destroyed, and now the 9 makes contact with him. Brown to the outside, all the way to the outside wall. And Vila's lined up once again. Yeah, that 51's driving everyone with disrespect right now. I mean, you can see it. The 9 on the bottom. The 23 on the outside. Wheel to wheel once more. Brown's going to try to go in and drive it in deep. To the bottom end goes Thurston. And Buttafuoco goes right back to the bottom end. He's going to lap the 5. That's Boulard. Walker in no man's land right now. Baker cannot close in as of this moment. Schmidt trying to do everything he can. Laps winding down. It will be just 100 laps to go in a couple laps time. Frank DeAngelis holds on to that 6th place spot. Let's see how long they've been going on this run. 73 laps for the top 2. Baker 57. And Buttafuoco still with a big advantage. 5-8 back. Baker 6-6 back, trying to go in and close in. Joey Stone 11 back. DeAngelis 12-1, and all these other machines involved in incidents prior continue to have a lot of nose damage. Frank DeAngelis back to that 6th spot. Joey Stone back to the 5th spot. And Baker's trying to close in, but the tires have severely leveled out ever since he started doing the whittle wheel action. That whittle wheel action is completely taken away anything that's worked out from Brown coming down off pit road. And he will go 2 laps down, back in that 17th spot. Wheel to wheel here with Walker. Walker on the outside continues to hold on to that one. The only thing is Baker starting to close in once again. This battle for second will go again next time by. Just 100 laps to go in this race. See if Baker can go in and get it done. Walker down the front stretch. Holding on to it. Zach Todriff in the outside wall. Nicholas Hook lined up with him. It's going to be the 10 machine. Dodonna down on the bottom. And Walker's still back there in 3rd. The only thing is now the game is all the way down to 8. Walker, Baker, 2nd and 3rd. That's the next thing we have closest to a battle for position. Mostello. Oh, around goes Greenwood. To the outside. He's going to be able to hold it, and I think that will be fine. I don't think we're going to be able to throw the yellow. Gets it going right in front of your leaders. And a single car spin will not bring out the yellow. We do stay green. Oh, and there's more damage. That's Cooper Glick down on the inside. And that will throw the yellow. 2-car incident. Caution is out for the 18th time, and we are now under 100 to go, and this will change everything. Let's go in and see it. I think Stone in the 07 may have gotten into it. No, he just lost it on his own. And the 74 got tagged right in front of DeAngelis. And there was nowhere for Cooper Glick to go after that one. Dale Greenwood around, and caution's out again. Yeah, there's big damage there on the 54 machine of DeAngelis. Pit road's open, but Buttafuoco is in. The question is, who's going to get the race off pit road? Walker's still down and in as well. It's going to be interesting right here. Dan's going to win that race off pit road. I believe it's going to be TCB coming out P2. Let's see. Walker sliding back to the line, and he's going to be wheel to wheel with the 17. Baker comes out 3rd, and it's going to be Schmidt coming out, I believe, in that 4th spot. And some of these guys getting ready to come back down on pit road. Those are the drivers of Boulard, Skipper, or they'll find their way back to the rear end, and it's a 2-3 car incident that brings the yellow out once more. Frank D'Angelo's tag was one of the drivers inside the top 6 as we get ready to restart it once again. 506 of 600. They call it the All-American 600 because it's a 600 lap race, but it's also a grueling race. When it comes down to consistency, it's very easy to make a mistake bringing the Xfinity cars here, and now you gotta wonder, Baker, Buttafuoco, both these guys are gonna be on that same tire wear all the way through, fresh tires all the way through. Walker still has damage. I don't think he's gonna be in contention at all, but Schmidt back there in 4th. We have to watch out for him. Pit road still busy. Donna coming out. Boulard coming out as well. And Demos will find his way into pit road. So the one to go will be waved here soon again. Baker, Buttafuoco, the 2 big drivers you want to watch out for here. Let's get ready to see how this goes. The one to go is out. Mosteller does not use a fast repair. Buttafuoco chooses the outside lane. Walker chooses the inside lane. Baker goes back to 3rd. It's Schmidt on the outside. 2 by 2 by 2 they roll. Grove back to 5th. Stone back to 6th. D'Angelos and Thurston run out the top 8. Get ready to go at it again. Back at it through the restart zone. Daniel Buttafuoco, Benjamin Walker. We're green with less than 100 to go. Walker spun the tires. Baker's going to have to try to find a way around. Wheel to wheel with Schmidt. Schmidt on the outside lane. Walker's going to go topside and going to put the block on him. Baker drives it down into turns number 3 and 4. He's going to hold on to it right here. Back to 3rd, goes to 3. He's faster than this 8 car. He's going to go back to the outside. He's going to try to get that drive down off corner exit. This time by 90 laps to go. Baker, Walker, 1-2. Buttafuoco there in 3rd. Spin all the way to the outside wall. Travis Brown, Sean Conklin. And they both keep it straight. We will go in and keep it green. 57 the difference. Buttafuoco's got fresher tires now. This top 3 does as well. Baker, sideways single car spin in front of Schmidt. He does keep it straight. We do keep it green, and that's the 2nd time that 3 has made a mistake. Just like that, running up front, that's going to cost him. 7 the difference. Zach Tondra down the inside. We stay green. Walker starting to try to go in and close it in. Daniel Buttafuoco through turns number 1 and 2. Walker still 7 back, trying to close in. Stone there in 3rd. And that's the 9 of Thurston. He puts on the fast repair. Frank D'Angelos in the wall. He's getting roughed up big time. That 54 goes all the way to the outside. Thurston into 3rd. Fast repair on for the 9. Now an opportunity to go in and run down the top 2. Walker with an opportunity to run down Buttafuoco. Down within 23. I think Buttafuoco either got loose or got held up there by Armstrong. 21 the difference. 5:15 of 600. And it's tough right now down to the inside, down off 2. Down to the inside, Dale Greenwood. All jacked around, we stay green. Walker trying to go in and close in. Thurston brings the junior drivers right back to 2nd and 3rd. And Stone is still back there in 4th. The only thing is Thurston's trying to go ahead and do everything he can to go in and close his way back into the back end of the 8. Walker, 3-8 back, nearly 4 back now, trying to go in and close in. Stone back to 4th, 3 seconds back. And Thurston still hovering around at 2.25. Nothing he can do right now. But right now the challenge is still up for the 8 as he's closed in. 3-1 the difference, 1 in the wall. And that goes to Maxwell Castro. And that's going to go Contreras as well. And that's going to make everyone else behind them avoid. The caution will wave once again. 19 yellows, and it's officially the most yellows we have had in an e-ticket event. And Contreras, I don't believe, is too happy about that one. Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and find Maxwell. And some of these guys, when they tested 50, 60, 70. The most amount was 200 laps. And you can see it's hot, it's grueling. We've had drivers talk about fatigue. And you'd be surprised, you'd think it's 600 laps on a simulator. You're racing in air conditioning. But it's just doing the same thing consistently over and over and over again. And that continues to have a problem. Let's go and see. These guys are 3 wide, and oh, that was Burns that came down to the 27. And the 13 hits the outside wall. Caution will wave once more. Walker will go ahead and find his way through. 520 out of 600. Walker's on pit road, and that will move Thurston. Oh, that's actually move everyone down to pit road. Buttafuoco goes down and away. Walker, is he going to try to win the race off pit road? He will try, but it won't work. And your top 3 is all in the Hendrick Jr. camp. Buttafuoco wins the race off pit road. Walker to 2nd, and to 3rd goes Thurston, and everyone else lines back up. Mosteller finally using the fast repair on that one machine. Keep an eye on him. We look at guys back there that still haven't used it yet. We look at the 66 of Schmidt. We look at some of these guys back there. Sean Conklin has yet to use it as well. Travis Brown, did he use it? He did not use it just yet. We are under 80 laps to go in the All-American 600, and this is what it comes down to. The drivers that played the waiting game after big incidents in the middle of this race have now collectively trying to put their fast repair on, and now we'll go ahead and give Buttafuoco a run for his money. Walker has yet to do so. Thurston has gone ahead and done so. Rowe has, and has a little bit of damage. Joey Stone has. DeAngelis has not. Didona and Demos have, and Schmidt has yet to go ahead and do so. Baker decided to go ahead and use it. Now this is a crucial restart. You're under 80 laps to go. It was a long one. You burned laps off for 100, maybe 200 so laps. You had incidents that were out of your control by one driver making one mistake. We talked about it. Very tight racetrack, right? It's going to be very easy for someone to make a mistake, and it turns into a drive to survive. Next thing you know, here you are. You're under 80 to go. Buttafuoco's led the most laps so far tonight. Walker, all that damage, it's been hurting him non-stop. It's been very demanding on these drivers. And I don't think anyone's gonna have enough breath at the end of this one. 600 laps, never done before in NR9 in America. We love trying new things, don't we? As we get the one to go this time by. Walker to the bottom. Buttafuoco to the outside. Rowan Thurston back to road number 2. Will this be the last restart? And thank you to all 9,000 that have tuned in so far tonight as we get ready to go again. It's officially midnight on the East Coast. It's 11 o'clock Central Time. 19 yellows. It's been grueling. It's been demanding, and that's how it will be remembered. Or do we get a wild finish to the restart zone? We're rolling again. Walker spins the tires. Thurston breaks in the nose. Half a second. Sean Rowe to the outside. Gets the drive. Down off turn number 2. Thurston's lined up again. Right to the rear end of that 8. DeAngelis on the outside. Now Thurston not happy with the 8 machine. Spinning it on his own. There's an incident way in the back. And that should be able to be cleared up. Those guys are way in the back and now more. To the outside goes the 51. Skipper with a single car spin on the bottom. Demos up to the 4 spot. DeAngelis there in 3rd. And they had it all cleared up. We're going to keep it green. Sean Rowe 7 back, now 6 back. He's actually closing in there on Daniel Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco has to keep an eye on the lap machines in front of him. Mosteller back to 4th. And DeAngelo's still there in 3rd, trying to go and hold on to it. It's been an up and down day for that 54. Mosteller peeking, trying to find a way around him. Thurston aggravated after that restart when the 8 spun the tires. And now he's lined up down on the bottom. Now they're back to the outside. Next lap machine, Contreras lined up. That's Rowe right behind him. Buttafuoco pulling away once again. Mosteller a second and a half back, trying to close into the rear end of DeAngelis. He definitely has the speed to catch that 54. Rowe 1 second back to the outside. Contreras lets him by. DeAngelis looking down low on the 2. Mosteller is going to try to swing it all in again up to lane 2. And they're still giving it their all right here. Sean Rowe, 1, 2, 3 back. Daniel Buttafuoco trying to pull away, finds his way around the 36. And Rowe is now 1, 2, 7 back, trying to close in, but he's losing a ton of time. This one machine is looking to the inside of the 54. DeAngelis to the rear end of the 2. Sean Rowe holds it down on the bottom. DeAngelis holds it down low as well. It's going to be tough to see Thurston. He found his way around Walker inside the top 5 again. Rowe, a blink out. Oh, he may have lagged out. No, it's an internet issue for the 2 machine. He's going to get out of the way right here. He's going to go wide. DeAngelis still riding in line with him. 532 of 600. Mosteller back there in 4th. 511 watching live. You see Cooper Glick, a lot of damage on the nose of that 74. You see Daniel Buttafuoco pulling away once again. Mosteller taking it easy down on the inside. Sean Rowe lined up. Frank DeAngelis looking, peeking down on the bottom end. And you see Frank's going all over him. Save up, they're trying to go all the way to the finish. And Rowe's not gaining any time though, that's the thing. I think Frank would love to see Buttafuoco go to victory lane if it wasn't him. Sean Rowe down on the bottom end. DeAngelis looks to the outside. It's not going to work out. DeAngelis putting the bumper to the rear end of the 2. And it's not going to work out. All these guys are lined up. Rowe, DeAngelis, Mosteller, Thurston, Walker. 5 guys lined up for the second spot. There goes Frank down to the inside, and he will cave in the nose as well, and we're going to have a restart. Too many incidents towards the back end, and this one results in the drivers up front. And we have cracked number 20. Frank DeAngelis is all torn up. Let's go ahead and watch a replay again. And that might have been on his own. And it was. Overdrove it. Rowe held onto it. Mosteller gets through unscathed. Thurston and Walker will have an opportunity to go at it once again. And Frank DeAngelis is torn up on the nose. Caution is out. Do you pit? Do you stay out? What do you want to do? All these guys coming out of pit road. I'm surprised you haven't seen anyone go for track position. And he might just be doing that. Frank DeAngelis, the madman, might actually just be staying out. Unless he's going for that fast repair. He might be going for track position. I'm surprised no one's tried the track position route on the 17. They've all come to pit road and stayed on the same strategy as him. And Brown elects to go 2 tires, and looks like this is the time you want to go and change some things up. Buttafuoco will not be your race leader. That's interesting right now. DeAngelis actually coming down to pit road. Travis Brown will be your race leader. And this will stack everyone else up. I'm just surprised. I mean, you would wonder, if you know Buttafuoco's the fastest guy, why don't you do the opposite? And that's what Brown's going to do here. He came down pit road, but elect, I believe, just 2 tires. Travis Brown, your race leader. Daniel Buttafuoco will go P2. Rowe and Thurston go back to row number 2. we're going to get ready to stack it back up again. 20 cautions in the books. Will anybody be able to stop Daniel Buttafuoco? Can Sean Rowe get a swipe at it? This will be the one to go. And D'Angelo's back on the racetrack, still did not use the fast repair. Travis Brown wants the outside lane advantage, and that's exactly what he will get. Buttafuoco will want the inside lane, and they've all stacked back up again. Travis Brown, thinking track position might be the name of the game. Let's see if it works out for him. Daniel Buttafuoco down on the inside. Chevrolet lockup, row one, back to the gears one more time. Just 60 laps to go in the All-American 600. We're green. Buttafuoco even on the bottom. Might take the lead right back. Brown still fighting topside. I think Buttafuoco's got him right here. Dan back to the lead all around. Brown on the outside, fighting the 9 of Thurston. Thurston gets loose. He's got a lot of speed down the inside. That 9's not done just yet. Little bit of nose damage and around goes a 51. Nobody will hit him. We'll stay green. Brown holds on to second. And it's half a second back. You see Thurston driving in deep again. Walker back to fourth. All lined up once more. Mosteller loose down off corner exit. Thurston holds on to third. Not done just yet. Brown there, your driver in second. 6 back, and that 9 wants to find a way around. So does Walker. Walker used the fast repair. He's ready to go. The 8 is ready to move forward. Brown got loose, all the way out of the groove. Both the junior motorsport drivers get by. Now they go to second and third. Now it's going to be that big watch to see if they can catch the 17. 9 back. Dan still trying to pull away. Now 9's the difference. For the first time here late, the drivers in second and third are closing in on the driver for the lead. 8-4 the difference. Thurston fast, trying to go ahead and close in as much as he can. Walker there as well. Now a second back. He's got to let this 9 machine do his thing. Let him get up to that 17. If they go wheel-to-wheel, then that's when you strike. Thurston closing in again. Lost a little down off exit. Still 7-3, 7-2 the difference. Dan's going to have to start pushing it back around the outside. When these guys battle hard for second, it opens that gap up big time. 7-4 the difference. Thurston was gaining, now he's not. Brown in row up 4th and 5th. And he's starting to see Thurston do everything he can to close back in. Now down to 6-7. He's got it made right here, starting to close it little by little. That 17. So once again, these guys started sandbagging once they had all that damage. Thurston back to 6, back to 5, now trying to close in on the 17 of Daniel Buttafuoco. Buttafuoco has traffic in front of him. Let this go green. Let's see how this goes right here. It's going to be big. These are the big 3 guys we've been talking about all night, but when they had damage, they just could not catch up to them. Now the playing field has been evened out completely. 4-4 the difference for James Thurston. Buttafuoco thought he was going to be able to go quietly into the night. Now that answer will be no, because Thurston has closed in under half a second. Just can't make any more mistakes. We've seen guys make too many mistakes tonight. That's ultimately costed them. Thurston, half a second back, playing the game intense. Buttafuoco cannot make a move. Lap machine's right in front of him. Conklin. There with Castro. Oh, they're in the wall. Buttafuoco pumps the brakes. Thurston gets a better opportunity. Back to the inside at turns number 1 and 2. 4/8 the difference. He had a break right near that braking zone. It wasn't going to be a lot to lose. 4-4. Looking down to a 4-3. Less than 50 laps to go. Conklin to the outside. Buttafuoco down on the bottom. And Conklin's got to let these guys by. Conklin still trying again. Thurston down low. He's trying to get down within the 3. Thurston is there. Walker continues to watch on. If that 9 and that 17 go side by side, this 8 machine is going to have a field day. This is the top 3 battle. This is what we waited for. Buttafuoco trying to pull away. Thurston gets by the lap traffic. 54 the difference. Next time by, it's going to be 45 to go. We said it before, you get down within 3, get ready for the bump and run. Cooper Glick, the lap machine, all the way to the outside. And it's been hurting that run of the 9, all these lap machines. Buttafuoco, 6 back. Burns, lined up with Thurston. And starting to see these tires just trying to wear just a little bit more. That 9 has the speed, but nothing's been lined up for him well. 5.57, that's what it's going to come down to. Thurston drives it in deep. The blue flag has been organized for the 36 to get out of the way. 6.5 back. Now he's got that clean air with him and Dan. A couple lap machines right in front of them as well. 6.2 the difference. Walker, 8.5 back. Trying to close in once again. Thurston shows that he's not gaining any speed. Starting to see Walker do a really good job driving in deep. If they go wheel to wheel, though, it's going to be tough to catch that 17. 6 back down to 5. Thurston starting to close in once again. If he can get back to where he was, which was a 3.9, he could have a big opportunity to go to victory lane. The bump and run range is a 3 flag. And he gets down about 5.3 right here. He's doing everything he can to close back into the rear end of that 17. It's a long race. It's a grueling race. Tempers flared. Drivers had to play the long game after a lot of incidents in the middle. Now it's going to come down to this. Thurston up to lane 2, trying to get the drive-off corner exit. Walker is there. He's followed in line. And they've been able to observe what that 17's been doing. Remember, these guys have spotters around this track. They have people to let them know what line that 17's running. 4.5 the difference down to 4.2. Thurston is back within contention. Trying to get to the rear end there. Daniel Buttafuoco. Back to a 4.6. Trying to get down to a 4.5. He's going to lose a little bit in the middle of the turn. Lost way too much time in 3 and 4. Less than 40 to go. Sean Rowe, 5 seconds back, completely out of contention. It's going to come down to this top 3. Now he might get him. I think he might have a shot. The only thing is they have to minimize the mistakes. Turns number 3 and 4 have just been costly for that 9. And Walker's been riding in line. He knows the second they go wheel to wheel and they start fighting each other, the race will be completely handed to that 17. Unless the 9 just lets him by, then things may be able to change. Walker's definitely quicker down on the inside. You can see just how he's able to apex that corner. Thurston losing time, now gaining it back in. Turns 1 and 2 just seems to be the mojo. 6 back, losing time. Lap machine's going to play a big effect here for Buttafuoco. Thurston goes wide. Walker goes into second. It's the Junior Nation switch up. Walker into that second spot. Now he has an opportunity to catch the 17. Smart move. The 9 realized he was not gaining any time. Give the 8 the opportunity. Looks high, looks slow. Made up 2, made up 3, made up 4. How about 5, 6, 7 tenths? The 8 is on the move. Fresh car all the way through. Joey Stone is the next lap machine in front of him. 8-2 the difference. Now dropping back. He has to find his way around this lap car. That's just changing his lineup. Got to about a 7.5. Buttafuoco gets to drive off again. Nine tenths the difference. The lap traffic held them up. They cycle on through. Walker back to clean air. Buttafuoco trying to find his way around Frank DeAngelis. That's about 9 tenths. Trying to get that drive off. Nicholas Hook stopped to the bottom end. His race is done. Can Benjamin Walker go ahead and close in on Daniel Buttafuoco? Buttafuoco lined up with lap machines right in front of him. And that 17 did not use that fast repair. But Walker still holding on to second, trying to go in and close in. 569 laps out of 600. Laps winding down. The gap has stretched out big time between Buttafuoco and Walker. 1 second now the difference. Buttafuoco has pulled away. The next lap machine is Frank DeAngelis. And they're trying everything they can right now. Maybe he stayed way too long in line with Thurston. Thurston had the speed, but just could not go ahead and get it done on the long run. Walker, earlier in this race, had the long run car. But now with 30 laps to go, that is all what's going to be left. He has to put it all in the middle now. And Dan's got it right here, down towards turn number 1 and 2. 550 watching live Walker. 1-1 back, now closing in around that range. And he gets down to about a 9. He drives it in deep really hard, but just cannot get the drive off. That's what ultimately is hurting him. Baker back to 4th. Less than 30 to go. And you see that 8 machines looking back down to the bottom of that 54 once more. Buttafuoco on the outside, and Contreras. Walker gets sideways, and that may be the nail in the coffin, because now they're gonna have to bank on a yellow. Lost a ton of time, 1-4 back. Daniel Buttafuoco does not need to see another yellow. Everyone's been struggling tonight, but that 17. If it's gonna go to someone, it's gotta go to one of the best. Back to back is in the range. Next time by, 26 to go. He was on rails all night long. Mosteller. Way back off the pace. Walker with a big hiccup to the outside, Contreras. Multiple machines going multiple laps down, all the way towards the rear end. Next time by, it'll be 25 to go. And DeAngelis is all torn up on that 54. Daniel Buttafuoco through turns number 3 and 4. Next lap machine is Mosteller. He slammed the outside wall, no help from him. Walker there in second, still trying to hold on to it. And Walker's now 1-8 back, trying to get around 1-9. And ever since about halfway, when that 17 started pulling away from the drivers that started making their own incidents, that's when it was solidified. You look at the drivers that had a big shot at winning this race. You look at Baker, you look at Thornquist. You look at drivers like Kenny Brady that were involved in incidents early that were up front. Then you look to the big one down the backstretch. You look at drivers with speed, velo around to the outside, gets it refired, we stay green. You look at all these drivers that made the skill gap tight early on. And when they were involved in incidents, everything just stretched out. Now we're back at it. DeAngelis getting the bumper to the rear end by the 8. Comes right back down the track. He's trying to hold him up. And he's going to try to self-spin it again, but he was caught in 4K, and we will not be throwing the yellow for it. And he's holding it all the way to the outside. Still a single car incident out of the way. Caution will still not wave. Now the admins will throw it. Oh, that's going to be controversial. Frank DeAngelis around. And that will be the yellow for that. Restart time, let's go in and see it. And they probably will go ahead and L5 Frank DeAngelis for trying to fabricate the finish, and he was not going to move. And that's something, man. I was on his teammate, too. His teammate is the 17. And Frank DeAngelis trying to fabricate that one. Caution will come out again with 20 to go. And now we got to restart. I did not throw it. I believe Walker won the race off pit road. No, he didn't. It was Buttafuoco. Walker and DeAngelis not happy with each other. as we get ready to go again. Let's get ready to roll. 19 laps to go. As of this moment, it will be 18, maybe 17 laps to go and get restarted. It'll be a 17 lap, maybe 16 now, as they will delay the green again. And apparently Frank said he got wrecked by Walker. We're gonna go ahead and watch the replay. Let's go ahead and see it. Maybe we were wrong. Let's go ahead and find out. Did Walker wreck the 54, or did the 54 pump it? Let's go under investigation. Oh, okay, hold on. That's a different angle. This is the problem we had right here. Gassing it up and turning it. So we'll see. It looks like Frank DeAngelis may not be out of the race. The admins are saying Walker dumped him. Let's see it one more time. Yeah, Walker gassed it up. Walker gassed it up, so Frank DeAngelis might be still good to go. We'll see how that goes as we get ready to go again. They're saying Daniel Buttafuoco may have spent in the pits, but it looks like that will not be caught on that. Let's get ready to go again. 16 laps to go. Walker, Buttafuoco, Chevrolet's lined up. We're going green. Buttafuoco with the restart. Yeah, Thurston's down that inside. Thurston down low. Walker on the outside. Now the gap down to about a 3.5. All the way down to a 3.3, 3.2. Walker starts closing in on the 17. A hornet's nest towards the back end. 15 to go. Yeah, it's about 2.5. Walker's still trying to close in. Thurston to the outside. 5 the difference, back to 6. 14 to go. I think Dan's got this one unless Walker can close in big time, but he's been really good on this short one. Oh, I don't know about that one. This ain't over. Down the backstretch. 600 watching live. Walker closing in. 28 the difference. 30, back to 32, maybe 33. And Baker's all the way back there, 125, so wheel to wheel there with Rowe. But they're still within striking distance, 3 to difference. 51 into the outside wall, we stay green. $12 to go. And I see that 3 difference all the way through. Walker trying to close back in. Buttafuoco, still your race leader. Back to the line, 11 to do it. And they're trying desperately to close back in. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Baker's going to find himself into 4th. Down the backstretch. And into 3 and 4. It'll be 10 laps to go in the All-American 600. 615 watching live. Walker losing a ton of time. He's got that nose damage. That's what's hurting him. Buttafuoco's starting to try to pull away. Thurston now closing in. Known for tearing his tires up on the short runs. Walker sending it in deep. 35 the difference. 9 to go. And Buttafuoco's still trying to go ahead and pull away. Walker might have one last ditch effort at it. 44 the difference. To the outside, to the second lane, to the run down the hill. 8 to do it for Daniel Buttafuoco. And he's been consistent all night. I don't see how Walker can get him. He's trying to push as much as he can. For the difference. Thurston back there in the 8, 7 to go. And still back to 4-2 down the inside. down the backstretch and into turns number 3 and 4. Walker trying to close in once again. It's back down to 4. If he just can't get that run off, this race is going to be over. He's got to get that run down off corner exit. 3 the difference. Daniel Buttafuoco trying to pull away. Walker's just trying to make up all that time down through corner entrance. He gets down to about a 3, all the way back down to a 3.8. .37, 3.6 the difference, 5 to go, down to 4. 4 laps to go, this time by. And it's 3.7 now, he's still trying to close back in, he's got the stick. Buttafuoco's trying to go in and pull away. This is where he makes up all that time, down off corner exit. 650 watching live, Buttafuoco with the run of the night. This will be the finish. One in the outside wall, we stay green. Through 3 and 4. 3 laps to go in the All-American 600. 3 laps to go at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It's still about 4. It's still about 3. Walker's trying to do everything he can to close it to Buttafuoco. 3 to go. To the inside, down off turn number 4. Half a second now the difference, 2 to do it. I think he's got it right here. If he's not down within a 3, that 8 machine will not be able to get to the back bumper. Still trying to pull away, just in case there's something that does happen. Through 3 and 4 to get the send-off. Soto Blanca, 1 to go for Daniel Buttafuoco. The last event we had was the Chicagoland 500. He was not the fastest in that race and went to victory lane. Now, he will be the second driver to go back-to-back in an e-ticket event through 3 and 4 for the final time. No one's going to be able to touch him. Daniel Buttafuoco wins the All-American 600. Kept the car clean, and when it mattered the most, he had the speed all the way through. Daniel Buttafuoco victorious. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. And Dan finds his way back to victory lane. And he will get his scheme in NR Thunder. NR Thunder, once again, will be releasing on Friday, July 15th. Thank you to all 10,000 that have tuned in. Thank you to everyone that dropped a like on tonight's stream. Thank you to everyone that has supported all night long. The first ever partnership event with a racetrack. It was an up and down day for a lot of drivers. It started out strong, but the big ones definitely changed everything up on strategy, and Daniel Buttafuoco owns the last half. And no, he did not speed. For the ones that are wondering, he did not speed on pit road. At least that's what the admins are telling me. Daniel Buttafuoco owns the show. Let's go in and talk to him. And we're going to go in and hear what he's got to say. Some saying he sped, some saying he didn't. Well, that's gonna be something that's up to debate. That's not in our realm. Let's go in and talk to him. Trying to find Dan. Dan's gonna be joining the chat here in just a moment. The winner of the All-American 600. I want to say thank you to everyone that has once again joined in as we get ready to go ahead and talk it all over one more time. And once again, the admins do control who gets penalties on and off pit road. I know all day, apparently, they've been going ahead and giving people breaks for speeding on pit road because it is a short track. They're trying to get people cycled all the way back around. Daniel Buttafuoco, your race winner. We're looking for him to see if he wants an interview as we get ready to go and talk to him right here Once again, thank you to everyone that has come out tonight. Dan, it's the John. You got a copy?
Yeah, it was good, bro.
Walk me through the last couple laps, my man.
Well, I didn't want that yellow. We had a pretty good pace the whole time, I think. Sorry, hold on, I was trying to eat some stuff. Yeah, we had good pace the whole time. Long run was really good. I wasn't even, I'll be honest with you, dude, I wasn't really pushing at all the whole race, it felt like, until the last 15 laps. We had a, yeah, just long run pace was really good. We had that damage when the lap cars parked in front of me, and let me tell you that, I don't know if it was a track changing or if, I'm pretty sure it was damage, but we were super tight center off. It was really bad, so I was struggling. I couldn't really push. Had to be super patient. So I was managing out in the short run the whole time, and then long run we were lights out. So, yeah, it was crazy, man. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. I think we lit like 500 laps, something crazy, but man, I had a lot of fun. Honestly, the set felt great. Pretty solid. Towards the end of the race, I think as the track, either it was track, maybe not temp, but maybe as the track.
So we're going to point this out real quick. Yeah. We're going to just point this out. I have no idea what the heck's going on. I don't know what happens with the stuff late. Did you speed and did you get called for it?
As far as I'm aware, I didn't speed. Typically, you know, you can gas it up like a 5 or 10 mile an hour and then, you know, not get busted. So I've been doing it the whole time. It's just, I don't know. I didn't think I sped. It never gave me a warning the whole way down pit road. Never had a warning. So as far as I'm aware, I didn't speed. But, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I know there's a lot of people in here right now that did they give you the black flag? That's the real question. Did they give you the black flag? Because iRacing all night has apparently been giving people 5 mile per hour differences.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think iRacing was just really sensitive there with the pits. It was just really sensitive. I didn't really feel like I went over. I think I just, I don't know. I really been doing the same thing all night, so I never got called for it. As far as I'm aware, I don't think I did, but either way, we were by far fastest guy the whole race. So, yeah, I don't know. But either way, really happy with how I performed. I think Tyler Tinsley made my car. So thank you to him. Thank you to all the fans who were, you know, watching this race. PTSR iRacing, JD for hanging with me for like 4.5 hours. He didn't have to do that, but I appreciate him sticking it out with me. And you for putting on this great event. Nashville Fairgrounds for helping sponsor this event. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, it's been a great time. I mean,
well, let's walk through this event real quick because this is a long one. There's a lot to unpack, no doubt about it. You led obviously the most laps tonight, and you had it really late. Did you expect that to happen, or was it just the way everything went down with the cautions coming out at certain moments and the wrecks taking 6, 7, 8 guys out, and nobody wanted to use in their faster repair right away that gave you that track position early?
Honestly, I kind of anticipated there being more yellows. There was a lot of guys in the chat who were kind of saying wrecking, but there was only one car. So there was just a lot of guys. I don't know if they may have been helping out, but I feel like there's a lot of guys who are trying to make others believe there was a yellow or something. And there was, I think somebody intent wrecked Frank at the end there to cause a yellow. I don't know, but there was just a lot of stuff going on. I never took a fast repair the whole race because you never know what's going to happen.
I realized that. I realized you didn't take one at all. And some of these guys started taking it, and then all of a sudden just wasn't working out. Talk about this, the elevation change from 18 to 3 degrees down off corner exit. Everyone that was fast struggled big time there. TCB, Thurston, Thornquist, all the drivers struggled with corner entry and exit. And at the end of the day, it looked like a bonfire with how these cars were looking at the end of it. Were you surprised about that, or was that something that affected you?
I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised because for me at least, I got tighter. I never really, I mean, I was a little loose here or there, but I honestly I wasn't really, up until like the last 15 or so laps, I wasn't really pushing that hard. You know, I was kind of being smooth and, you know, trying to make sure I, you know, was bleeding off the brake, all right, putting the throttle back on. But I think either way, I mean, the car was hard to drive for like the first 400 laps, and I think after that it started to tighten up a little bit. But I think if you got on the gas too soon off exit, you would definitely have a moment. I mean, I think you saw one restart I had a moment. So yeah, but I think either way, this track is very hard, and it's a hard track to get around. But I think after a while, the track started to come around a little bit. I don't know about come around, but it started to get really tight. So maybe a little bit, but there was a lot of stuff going on, man, that I couldn't even keep track of, man. That was wow. There was lap cars. There were wrecked cars, you know, trying to merge back on the track right in front of the racing line. There were guys wrecking in front of me, you know, and there was like guys on the apron, and there was just a lot of stuff going on. But I think either way, it was wild. But we somehow survived for the whole 600 laps and came from 33rd to 1st and stayed there, which is crazy. But yeah, it's just wild, man. Wow, can't believe it.
Well, it was a lot of fun. I just want to point this out. I fully don't know the entire thing to it, but you did cross the line first, and there was no black flag for you. So for the ones in the chat, let's just go ahead and settle this all out right now. As long as the 17 was not black flagged by iRacing, everything does hold. Apparently, from what I'm being told, he probably went over 2, over 3. I've not seen any video footage, but if iRacing does not black flag him, he will be good to go. It's happened before. And sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. Sometimes they give you 2 to 3 miles per hour of a difference. As long as he did not get black flagged by the simulator, he was fine. That's why he was able to continue. He would not have been able to cross the line first if he did have a black flag. So the win does stand. We're not going to pull a 12-hour difference of just trying to figure out who won when the driver clearly crossed the line first. Daniel Buttafuoco, you dominated the rest of the night. It was the first short track event. Talk to me as well. Did you come in thinking you had a good shot at winning?
No, I'll be honest. No, this isn't not really good at this track. You know, I always struggle here. There's a lot of guys, if they raced, you know, they'd be absolutely, you know, taking me out to lunch. So, you know, not at all. You just had really good long run speed, honestly. Really good long run speed, and I don't know. I guess, you know, just being patient there at the end. You know, I just tried to keep it cool for the first 100, and then picked and choose when I, you know, when I wanted to pass guys. So it was yeah, I mean, I'm pretty surprised, but more surprised that we held on to the lead for as long as we did, and honestly held on with that damage, because I'll be honest with you, that damage just got worse and worse and worse. So was just really happy about the execution there, and a lot of it was from JD helping me with restarts, when to go, what lane to choose, because it didn't matter the lane. We could just time the restarts really good, and I think overall, you know, just good execution, just kept my head cool for the most part, and just really happy about how we drove. So I'm pretty happy. So yeah.
Well, it was a lot of fun, my man. Great job coming out on top on that one, and we will continue to go ahead and hear more from you from here on out. That was the conclusion of the All-American 600, and just like that, we'll see you from here on out. Daniel Buttafuoco victorious, and we'll show the unofficial results here in just a moment as everything goes down, and good luck from here on out.
Yeah, thank you, bud.
All right, so the talk in the chat seems to be very, very vocal about certain things. I am personally not a person that likes to change an outcome at the conclusion of an event, so I don't know if that would even be the case, but this is the unofficial results. Buttafuoco, Walker, Thurston, Baker, Rowe, Mosteller, Brown, and Schmidt. That was the top 8. You know, there's one thing about short track events, whether it's just regular NR Night in America, whether it's just regular events in general, there's always some type of controversy. At the end of the day, some play the system, some do not, but we're very thankful for the opportunity that we've been able to get to go ahead and host this type of event, NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. It was a long one, it was a tiring one, and there goes the green screen. But we're very thankful for the opportunities we got once again. Thank you to the Nashville Fairgrounds for letting me host an e-ticket event. Thank you to everyone else that has helped this event move on forward. And also thank you to Darian Gillian for helping this event move forward as well. At the end of the day, very thankful for it all. And I can't wait to see what's next. But the next event will be a super speedway event. It will be the Florida 500, and it will be at Daytona, which for the ones that do know, we did have that last night, but we're very thankful for it all. At the end of the day, racing's racing. One driver had it made all night long. That was him, and we're very grateful for it. We're not going to try to fabricate any controversy. I'm a person that it goes all the way through from start to finish, but once again, very thankful for the opportunity. That will never change, no matter how anyone thinks of tonight. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you had a lot of fun as well, as the green screen's starting to go, but hopefully you did have a lot of fun and you enjoyed tonight. We'll be back this Tuesday. New Atlanta is back in iRacing, completely back in iRacing, and we are very thankful for that as well, because we get to go ahead and try COT at New Atlanta, and we get to go ahead and try the next gens at New Atlanta. We'll be back this Tuesday night. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, keep up to date, because NR Thunder is also releasing July 15th. It's been a long one. I'm tired. Everyone's tired, but it was a lot of fun. I can't wait to look back on this one day and just be, once again, as I am right now, super grateful for the opportunities. And once again, thank you for the Nashville Fairgrounds for letting us host an event with the partnership. Thank you to Darian Gilliam. Thank you to the admins. Thank you to everyone that went out of their way to help. For the ones that don't race iRacing, this is one of the hardest tracks to race on iRacing with the Xfinity Series. And it honestly showed here tonight, which, you know, I can't say I'm surprised about, because once again, when you have a tough car track combo and you say, oh, by the way, we're doing 600 laps on it, it is going to be big. I mean, you've seen guys that have won an NR Night in America multiple times have trouble throughout the entire day. And just like that, everything completely went the way it did. Baker had issues. Champagne had issues. This was a grueling race. Take it for how it is. Very grueling, very hard, and everything else came back around. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. This has been the All-American 600. And I want to say thank you to all 10,000 plus that tuned in tonight. Once again, very grateful for it. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, and I can't wait to be back this Tuesday, and I can't wait to publish that game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a lot of fun, and to everyone that's tuned in, hopefully you did all enjoy. Until next time, my name's Jonathan Ramos, and this has been the All-American 600. I'll see you back this Tuesday, and get ready. Video coming up soon on NR Thunder. Have a good one, ladies and gentlemen.